Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Guzhan. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL Mysg ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL Mysg berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ketujuh adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and remove the authority for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of Anima, I, Lucius Taxley, will never surrender!
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik, ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Guardia Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI.
The climax of the regular season and the ultimatum of the chapter that is Season 10 regular season of MPL MY opens on a beautiful day here, and we have 3 beautiful matches lined up for all of you watching at home. Starting things off is going to be SMG versus Team LUNATIX at 12 p.m. followed up by SUHAZ eSports versus the HOMEBOIS at 3, and at 6 p.m. TODAK versus Orange eSports to tie things up with a nice bow here at Week 8, Day 3 of MPL Malaysia. Welcome to the English broadcast with me, Stafa, as well as Gideon.
It's good to have you guys back here at the MPL. And Stafa, I don't know what to tell you. This is the last day of the very last week of the regular season. It's all or nothing for some of these teams with, as you mentioned, the penultimate game happening later today. TODAK versus Orange eSports. Everybody's excited for that, but we have a little bit of a build-up until then. First off, it's going to be Team SMG versus the LUNATIX, which, of course, the LUNATIX won 2-0 against Team Hawk the other day.
Yep, and because of that, they have successfully qualified to the playoffs. They gotta be breathing a sigh of relief after that. I'm personally curious to see whether or not now they're gonna continue playing at full strength, or they'll take the chance to relax, try out some new metas. We'll find out. But of course, let's talk about Team SNG as well. They are right now looking for those points to make it into the upper bracket. And now, we also want to discuss what happens in the case of a tiebreaker.
If you guys didn't see the standings, go check it out on our social medias and more importantly the MPL MY page group, because it explains very clearly, or you'll understand that in Group A, 3 teams are very close to each other in terms of points. Now, in the case of a tiebreaker, we have 3 clauses that must be met to see whether or not they have to play that tiebreaker match. The first clause or first criteria, we look at match points. If somebody has higher points than the another person, then, well, it's pretty obvious. But in this case, Team Hawk, Team SMG, and RSG are all at 23 points. Now, on our second criteria, we have to check the head-to-head. Teams tied with the same match points will be determined by the matches won in their head-to-head record, which means, let's say, Team Hawk, they have 1 win and 1 draw. 1 win against RSG, 1 draw against Team SMG. We go to SMG, who has 2 draws against both Team Hawk as well as RSG. And finally, RSG themselves, who have lost to Team Hawk but have drawn against Team SMG.
Indeed, and if even that is not enough, in this case, it actually is. So, we will not be seeing a tiebreaker today regardless of what SMG ends up earning in their match later. But in the case that there was a situation like that, we would have gone on into our third criteria, winning points, where if the head-to-head record was not able to determine these rankings, teams were ranked based on their winning points. 1 point for every game that they did win, minus 1 point for every game that they lost. Of course, we won't be using this third criteria today because, as we can see, Team Hack, SMG, and RSG, that is the order in which they are ranked if their aggregate points continue to be the same towards the end of the day. Now, of course, though, I'm pretty sure Team SMG are trying to make sure that their points won't be the same at the end of the day.
I totally agree here. Team SMG has a very good chance of breaking out of the tiebreaker and actually making it into the upper bracket. But just in case, and to clear up any kind of complications, let's apply it to here right now. In criteria 1, you see Team Hawk, Team SMG, and RSG at 23 points. Let's apply the third criteria, simply knowing from their game wins and losses, 1 win, 1 point. The draw, nothing. No loss, no gain. Looking at Team SMG, they'll technically be at 0, and with RSG, they technically will be at -1. Now, this is only the case if they are able to get that 2-1 victory coming in from Team SMG specifically. So, I don't know. This is a very small clause, but just in case you, well, I don't know, can do the math and figure out that the tiebreaker can exist with one of these matches making that difference, then this hopefully clears it up.
Yeah, we're already starting off the day with a lot of thinking here, a lot of calculations happening, so I can imagine that for some of us, it's already looking a little bit confusing, so do not worry. All you gotta do is watch the stream, show support to your favorite teams, and fate will determine the rest. Now, obviously, Team SMG, if they get that 2-1, things will be pretty alright for them, but obviously they don't want that. They want that 2-0. They want those 3 points to instantly shoot up the standings and gain the best chance they possibly have of moving on into the upper brackets for the playoffs, because that's what every team is going to be aiming for, that 2 lives on the playoff stage.
All right, so keep this in mind. To break it down simple, Team SMG, they want to win the game. It's either they win the game very, very hard to make it into the upper brackets, or they don't make it into the upper brackets with a 2-1 victory. That's all you need to know. Now, with everything on the line here, Team SMG, they're becoming a little bit more consistent now that communications have been cleared up. Unfortunately, it does mean that we don't get to see Hate coming in from MPL Philippines play on the main lineup as often.
It's always kind of unfortunate to see, considering I think a lot of fans are excited to see Hate play among the Malaysian players here, but we can already see from their dynamic that there is a little bit of a relationship forming between the style that Zorn and Zion Sempoi play, so understandable why they would stick with this lineup. And speaking of these lineups, you can see them on screen, they're prepared. Let's welcome them up onto the stage.
Team LUNATIX.
Team LUNATIX make their way onto stage after yesterday's 2-0 victory against Team Hawk.
A miracle story, and that was the points that they were looking for to officially make it into the playoffs. So now they don't really have any stakes on mind, but if they want to prove themselves, if they want to truly show what they've got, remember, this is a team that is making their MPL debut for the very first time this season. They have made it this far, so it wouldn't quite be right to drop the ball as of yet.
Team SMG.
Team SMG with their clean, robotic playstyle. They are looking for a clean 2-0 victory to ensure that they make it to their goal, the upper brackets.
Team SMG traditionally has been a team that plays a very consistent, but one could say boring style. But with the addition of Zorn to their ranks, he seems to have revitalized their gameplay, brought something new. They've managed to counteract their opponents with interesting drafts ever since the new meta dropped, such as the roaming Mincetar. What kind of strategies will we be seeing from Zorn as well as Coach James today?
I don't know. With Team SMG, it's all up in the air. This match is going to be everything to them if they want to make it to the upper brackets. But speaking of interesting drafts and speaking of Coach James, let's invite them here up onto the stage to ensure this final battle of the regular season for Team SMG as well as the LUNATIX. Introducing, coming in from Team SMG, Long as well as James, coach and analyst, Iman and Stingy, coach and analyst respectively for either teams.
Walking up onto the MPL stage for the final time this regular season to finally make an impact and make a lasting experience, not just for all of you watching at home, but for their players. And of course, that all comes down to the drafts they can create and whether or not they can achieve our keys to victory today.
That's a good time to talk about it because jungler contribution is going to be key. Box has been having some interesting performances overall where hard carry, fighter style champions just not exactly the greatest for them. I mean, they're the top of the line. That's why I call them champions, but these heroes don't seem to work well for him. Overall, he's been working well with tank-style junglers. I'm talking about the Akai. I'm talking about the Balmond here.
Personally, I think Box is a little bit of an interesting amalgamation where you can see certain jungles, they're very utility style, certain jungles are very aggressive, and Box seems to be one of the few junglers that can play both styles to a certain degree of mastery. Now, as you mentioned, he seems to be doing better with the tanks, with the fighters as of right now, but you cannot count out his mechanics when playing on those assassins and the way that he coordinates with his team to gain map control.
Speaking of map control here, SMG is one of the very few teams who plays very methodically, right? Clean to the textbook, they wait for the right conditions to make it happen. LUNATIX, on the other hand, the opposite. They like to get into the dirt with their opponents. You have gears, let's throw some mud in there.
And that third key to victory as well, I think points to them picking and winning the wars. What about you guys? Are you picking which teams you're supporting? Looks like there's quite a lot of support. But Well, that's quite distracting right there.
I love it. The fans, they know what they want. Mama made it on TV. Botak Idol or Bald Idol here up on stage from either one of these teams. Absolutely love the support coming in from you guys live at the arena. Team SMG having the majority of the votes, with Team LUNATIX not taking too many. However, it's a 67-33 split here in the arena.
I wouldn't be surprised if Team LUNATIX has just gained a lot more fans just from their performance yesterday. That was a game that no one would have expected them to win, and in such a dominating fashion as well. So, if despite all of that, you guys still think you can predict who is going to be our victor of this first series of the day, make sure you guys share your prediction for this match in the comments below. Make sure to write it as creatively as possible to make yourself more likely to be picked as one of our MPL Protector winners. And of course, most importantly, include your game ID, include your server ID, because without that, we're not going to be able to find you to give you your prize.
Yep, the skins that are worth 749 diamonds could be yours. Now, let's keep in mind here, Team LUNATIX already had a big upset game against Team HOT just yesterday. A 2-0 victory I don't think a lot of people would have expected except for die-hard LUNATIX fans. This could be the same case with Team SMG, that would be an astounding victory.
Yeah, I'm gonna be completely honest here, and I feel like some people are not going to agree with me in this. I personally feel like Team Hack is an overall stronger team than Team SMG. So, if LUNATIX can beat Team Hack, it does give me a certain sense of confidence that they can do the same here today. But both these teams have been trying out some very interesting strategies recently, so perhaps we're going to witness a big switch up here as we enter the drafting phase for game number 1.
Team SMG now on the blue side, Team LUNATIX on the red side. I'm going to play devil's advocate here a little bit. Team LUNATIX really had the leg up specifically on Team Hawk because it felt like Team LUNATIX did their homework, right? They studied the enemy team, and more importantly, they studied the upcoming patch before they even got into the game. So that would mean in this case, Team LUNATIX should be prepared for Team SMG. Although on Friday's games, Team SMG themselves coming out with a Minsatar out of nowhere as a roaming support. Not a lot of players, and more importantly, not a lot of teams do that. And especially when you have the support of the junglers, like Emal performed amazing yesterday. Box, he's playing a strong game. Let's see if he's going to be just as consistent.
Now, looking at the statistics overall here, Emal is actually loads ahead of that of Box. But this is, of course, because Emal, as we already mentioned, more aggressive style of jungle, likes to play the assassins, likes to go for the kills. Box is a little bit of a mix, but he leans more towards utility these days, playing tank junglers, mainly securing objectives. So that would explain the disparity in the numbers right now. And I do agree with you with what you mentioned earlier. Team LUNATIX, I think a lot of their victory came down to how well they adapted to the patch as compared to Team Hack. And this is one of the benefits of having newer players, a newer team. You are not quite fixed in your old ways because you haven't been around long enough to really say, this is my style, this is what works, I'm not going to change from it.
I think LUNATIX are still malleable, right? They're not in their cold-hearted ways like some teams that I can think of as of right now, but Team SMG, they've started off the banning out the farmers and as well as the Diggy, so hard crowd control is on the table. Valentina is also gone, but Team LUNATIX are taking a completely different angle, banning out the Paquito, a strong first pick. Same goes for the Fanny. Yay, Lepas Playhouse. Looks like the LUNATIX, they're feeling good about today, especially Zeph.
Now, who wouldn't be? After all, this is their debut on the MPL, their first season ever. And after a nail-biting series yesterday, they have officially qualified to the playoffs. Who can blame them for being a little bit excited? But hopefully, their minds will still be in the game here today because they've still got a lot to prove. First hero gonna be coming out. The Julian gets locked in for Team SMG.
Now, I was doing some theory crafting on draft openings, right? And I feel like Julian as a first pick when you don't have a Kai as well as the Paquito, Julian is a great flex option. Can go into the EXP, can go into the jungle, can go into the mid lane, but more importantly still, red side has a certain weakness here. If they do show, like their marksman early, Claude, Team SMG could look to reply that almost straight away, adding in a Melissa potentially, maybe even looking to punish in the EXP lane. Oh,
wow.
A very early showing of Ling.
That's a very aggressive opening draft right there. Going with the Claude, like you mentioned, can be quite risky because it allows the enemy team to instantly pick up a marksman counter. I think that's why Claude as a hero is gaining a bit of popularity, because even if he's weak in lane, he scales really, really well. But this time though, SMG, they are able to pick up the Melissa. Hero has been quite consistently banned out recently.
Yeah, Melissa is just a big lane bully, does so much during team fights, and especially against the Ling. Yes, the Divine Swords are able to kind of penetrate her ultimate, but it doesn't mean that Ling can get an extra auto attack in to regain that energy. So hopefully Ling can burst her down in time. I think the Cho is great, hits 2 birds with 1 stone, really punishes the Ling as well as the Blazing Duet from Claude if it gets cancelled. But the response from LUNATIX, genius. They've already locked in the Ruby to make sure, hey, if Cho wants to stop us, if Julian wants to get in on us, we can slow them down.
The problem with this sort of matchup between the Cho and the Ruby here is, yes, Ruby is usually the common counter when you pick up the Cho on the enemy team, but one of the weaknesses that Claude has is that he needs to jump into the middle of the enemy team to do his Blazing Duet. And Cho, all he has to do is stand where he thinks it's most likely for Tomtify to come in, press the Way of the Dragon instantly. Blazing Duet canceled, Claude out of the way, and it's very difficult for Ruby to be able to counteract that, which means that LUNATIX needs to completely change the way they want to engage on team fights just off of this one interaction.
Well, that is a good point, and I know you're a Ruby main, so you know the extent of what Ruby can possibly do, but I think Team LUNATIX, right, they need to diversify, right? They need to have more ways to actually counteract, more importantly, Chill. I'm thinking of an engagement tool, I'm thinking like an Esme potentially. They might ban off the Dairoth to the side of Team LUNATIX potentially, maybe even a Fredrin, but considering that Franco gets banned out, they want to make sure that Team SMG doesn't throw this Cho into the side lane and get another tool for themselves to punish the purple buff. So they're trying to protect Ling based on what we're seeing on the bans. Team SMG, they're making sure mid control is going to be a little easier. Get rid of the Lilia. I'm a little curious now that Pharsa has been changed. We've seen a bit of a upcoming from Pharsa, even from yesterday.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Pharsa as a hero right now is incredibly strong in the early game due to the fact that her passive just does max HP damage without even needing any items. But beyond that, I feel like what I'm mainly worried about for Team LUNATIX right now is that we haven't seen the jungle on Team SMG's side right now. And a really common counter pick to the Ling is grabbing a hero like the Balmond, who can easily invade the jungle and steal purple buffs.
I would agree, but then you're looking at Ruby, right? A great zoning tool overall. It stops Balmond from actually getting close towards the Lord/Turtle Pit, and that's something that LUNATIX could abuse. The fact that they are banning the Natalia and as well as the Franco would indicate that they want to protect Ling and as well as Claude, make sure purple buff isn't going to be highly contested. Cho is one problem in and of itself, but they don't need 2 problems at the same time. Now, Team SMG smartly ban out the Esmeralda to deny another engagement tool from the LUNATIX side. So from the looks of it, I'm thinking maybe Yusong for the side of LUNATIX here. They're still missing a mage. I think it'd be relatively safe to go with a... I'm thinking Yves, but then again, Cho is there. So let's say Pharsa, arguably Kagura.
I would prefer the Pharsa here a little bit, but I think this next pick really depends on what LUNATIX actually wants to do with their draft. They have options to delay the game and split push with the Ling and just go for big team fights with the Claude. So they're going to be locking in the Pharsa here. I think that's great. Very solid early game hero, like we mentioned before, because right now LUNATIX are really leaning into that late game scaling. They need something that can bridge that early game gap.
And I think right now, Team SMG, they need a winning lane here. The Cho is a good flex pick, but the fact that Team LUNATIX are hiding their EXP lane, they want to ensure Goldilocks has a good matchup because Yuzong is going to be quite the problem for Team SMG, one of which the Black Dragon form can absolutely penetrate the get away from me, from Melissa, and overall, the moment you proc that Sha residue, Melissa's not going to have that great of a time, so I don't know. Team SMG, they could go with the Uranus here to kind of sandbag it. I would argue Benedetta as well, but here we go, Lancelot, first lock-in for the side of Team SMG, as well as the Grok. Another engagement tool to deny the LUNATIX, but also a Lancelot to look, I don't know. I feel personally, the Lancelot could be a point of punishment.
Yeah, the hero of Lancelot right now has definitely gotten nerfed a little bit due to the fact that heroes are now inherently more tanky with the physical defense boost and making penetration items a little bit less effective as you scale along into the game, which means that Box, playing on the land slot, needs to make things happen in the early game, which is why you can see Team SMG has gone for the Grok as well. A second point of initiation. LUNATIX going back to a really classic combo here. The Angela Ling, even potentially becoming the Angela Claude in the late game.
Flexibilities in their combos for the side of Team LUNATIX, but Goldilocks is going to be taking this Ruby, which is going to be great in the later stages of the game, but this early game, it feels like it's falling into the hands of Team SMG. They've got a winning gold lane, they can force out and more importantly, proxy on EXP, and the control from mid lane alone going to be highly contextual. So we'll see. It's going to come down to jungle impact whether we like it or not. Let's recap the compositions with Team SMG. Good ways to stop the combo. Single target lockdown, but very dependent on that early game. Late game might be a bit tough against the LUNATIX with Farsa. This artillery fire coming from them might just be enough to allow the engagement tools of Ling and Claude plus Angela to get in on the fight.
I am excited to find out how this will go. Team SMG, we know they want those points. Will LUNATIX be the ones to stop them from gaining that momentum? The Land of Dawn opens up to greet us once again for our first series of the day. Team SMG on the blue side, Team LUNATIX on the red.
It seems I may have made a mistake here. Zorn is going to be the one playing this Grok, while Cho is going to be played by Smooth up on the top side. So this does give a little bit of an interesting dynamic here, as Team SMG could potentially look to punish Goldilocks at level 4.
It's quite interesting that Zorn is deciding to play on this top side. Typically, you would leave the EXP lane alone, but Team SMG wants to unlock Smooth from this lane. They know that mid lane control is going to be fairly 50-50 with a Julian as well as a Farsa. So as long as they can get the Cho to participate in more skirmishes, they will have the early game advantage. Speaking about Zorn, and he's dropping. Wow, they actually do get him there. A lot of magic damage from the Farsa and Angela.
A little disappointing there. If he was playing on Cho, he wouldn't have died. I'm just saying, it is his signature pick. But you have to admit, the damage coming in from Rain alone, and Farsa not only doing magic damage, but her passive doing max HP damage against someone like Grok. I mean, let's just be thankful Zorn pull yourself together.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough game for Zorn specifically, because we already know how weak the Grok is to magic damage, especially before he can get an item or two to defend against it, which means that Zorn's presence across the map is going to be heavily threatened as long as Zeph can match it.
Well, let's see if they can match it, right? I can imagine that Zorn is just waiting to hit level 4. This first turtle contestation might be a little scary, but Smooth, his targets are going to be simple. He's looking for Farsa, he's looking for Ling. Oh, wait, they get a kill onto Angela off map.
Okay, that's quite strange there that they left Zep in the mid lane. Here comes the feathered airstrike. Rain dropping Zyme Senpai real low, but he cannot continue. Got disrupted by the Grok wall.
I think at this point they just stall, right? Allow Zyme Senpai to regain his HP, wait for Zorn to hit that level 4 before they go for the hard contestation. Because, again, Zeph died. He's not level 4 just yet. They're not going to touch this turtle.
Yeah, absolutely not. Team LUNATIX cannot afford to take these big early game skirmishes right now because their lineup is skilled. Oh, hold on! The two-man Jeet Kune Do kicks the Angela back into his team. A kill going over to Smooth. They're targeting Rain right now. Wings by Wings will get her out to safety. Amal wants to get a little bit of poke in return, but he doesn't have enough damage yet.
Honestly, beautifully done. Great kick coming in for Smooth, using the flicker to ensure the right direction, but more importantly, Zyme Senpai with the enhanced chains as well. Just well-timed, threw it into the middle. He literally cannot move as the enhanced side is just cutting him down.
There just seems to be something special about the communication between Zorn and Zyme Senpai. Perhaps respect between these two players that have been MPL mainstays for such a long time. Rain forced the flicker away from Box to avoid death there.
I mean, if we're talking about history, Zyme Senpai as well as Zorn both used to be part of the same clan. Ever heard of the Mystic Assassins? Yeah, that's a hella old reference.
It's so old, even I don't actually know about it.
That's some Season 1 stuff here.
Oh,
arguably,
man.
Sasa was part of it at some point. But hey, overall, Team LUNATIX, they're doing a good job, right? They may be down by a single kill, but that's not their point of contention just yet. They want to play for this gold lane and unlock Tomtify.
Yeah, as long as LUNATIX can maintain their net worth difference towards these early minutes, they will be absolutely fine with the scaling on this Ling and Claude. Bottom lane, Feathered Airstrike, they're targeting Sasa. Wild Charge finds the Barca in the bush, they pick up Rain, but Sasa's indeed, he's surviving with the Inspire, but he will eventually fall to the Angela. Quantify gonna be able to dodge with the BMI, but Zorn is right there waiting for him. Fox though falls to the Angela Ling combo.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. Zorn should... Oh,
they're still looking for it. Will they find the Grok? He has the extra defense from the wall, but it's not enough. But here comes Science Boy with the two-man chain into the enhanced sight, taking out the Angela. Amal, not quite enough energy, but just barely escapes. Science Boy, no! He just misses the sight by a slight margin.
That is so unfortunate, team. Boy played that situation perfectly, getting two people caught up in the chain, whipping out the side. I think if you just went for, I don't know, I would argue that the enhanced swords might have been able to get a kill there, but let's pull back the situation. Box didn't get the kill he was targeting for. He wanted to kill Tomtify. He was dashing a bunch of times, could not land it. He ends up trading his life. But now, for this turtle, Team LUNATIX, they're probably not going to touch it.
Yeah, honestly, that was not the best trade for Team SMG. They were hoping to get more from that. Yes, they secured a turtle, but the net worth difference for them is still way too low to be considered significant at this stage of the game, which means that LUNATIX are perfectly on track to achieve their mid-game power spike.
Let's see whether Zorn can get another good wall charge. He sees Zeph. He might actually go for this.
Zorn going in, wild charge, going to find one, but here comes Amal in the backline. Feathered Airstrike, zoning out the Grog. Heart Guard on top of Amal, keeping him alive, doing a lot of damage. Tomtify trying to stack up, but they know they cannot fight this. They got the tower. That is good enough.
Great defense. They got the tower for the side of Team LUNATIX, but Team SMG do not fall behind in terms of personal hero gold. Tomtify might be in some trouble.
Ooh, Box going in, Phantom Execution, but he's taking a lot from the Blazing Duet as well. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Smooth going to be the target of Goldilocks. Gets away the dragon. On the Ruby, right into the hands of Zion Senpai.
Beautifully done, but Emal is able to trade that top side. Team LUNATIX are sacrificing bodies to get these objectives across the map. This is great for them because that's what Emal wants to do.
Oh, the wall going to disrupt the Feathered Airstrike. Emal jumping in off the wall. He comes out the Tempest of Blade. Zorn being the target of the tower means he will not survive. They don't get this tier 1.
It's unfortunate, but Sasa isn't strong enough to take on these full team fights. Emal, though.
Oh, Smooth looking for it. Gets away with the dragon. Here comes the Heart Guard, keeping Amal alive. The Heim offended going to miss from Goldilocks.
Good save from the LUNATIX. That could have been huge for Smooth if he took out Emal and got that shutdown gold. He even wasted a flicker to get out of the overall situation. Now, in the grand scheme of things, I would say that Team LUNATIX does have a slight advantage. I would say it's about a 55 to 45 situation because Team LUNATIX, now that the tier 1s on both top and bottom side are gone, it allows Emal to kind of roam around the map a little bit more conveniently.
Yep. Giving more space to the Sling at this stage of the game is very dangerous. But speaking of the engagement, kick onto the Barca, wall charge, finding Goldilocks, absolute dismantling of Team LUNATIX. Amal jumping in the back line, he pops the Tempest of Blaze. Tomtify still stacking up in the back line. Amal does not have Heart Guard. Really fast fingers allows him to get out of there, but they've already lost 3.
Beautiful play coming out for the side of Team SMG. Zorn, great wall charge, saw the opportunity, got a knock up on at least 2 members. The third one was a little tough to see, but the follow-up from Zyme Senpai and as well as Box to ensure those kills, well done.
Up the Wave Dragon from Smooth now. He's actually got a lot of damage. Gonna force Amal back, but he does achieve his goal of pushing out the lane. That's not too bad as of right now. LUNATIX needs to avoid grouping up too much for situations like that again.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't occur. Zorn opens up the map, but right now Team SMG has swung this game back into their favor. Opening up the mid-tier 1 allows them to have access to the purple side jungle of Team LUNATIX. If we look at the items as well, we see a Hunter Strike immediately purchased from this Lancelot. If you look at Grok, he's already got the Dominance Ice. But more importantly, Zyme Senpai with his 2-item power spike, a genius one, as well as Twin Shadow Blades, he can one-shot Zeph, and he might be able to take out Tomtify.
I think this is pretty smart here, but Zyme Senpai engaging. He's not going to look to continue continue on that. He wants to wait for Zorn and Smooth. A nice CC from Goldilocks onto both. Rain flickering away from the wild charge. SMG will settle for the tower. Rain taking a lot of chunk damage from Muddles. Here comes the Ling Angela combo, but pushed away by the ultimate from Melissa. They will find Sasa. Fettered airstrike. Gonna zone out the rest of Team SMG. Smooth finds the kick, but he is in the middle of Team LUNATIX. A double kill going the way of Amal. Zyme Senpai, he's looking for Zeph, but the flicker from the Angela keeps him safe. He gets CC'd. They find the Julian. They find Box on the opposite side. Triple kill going to the Ling.
I would be furious if I was Sasa right there. What is his team doing? Trying to zone off. They take the longest path to get back towards Sasa, but LUNATIX, they see the opening that Sasa is by himself, and he's being guarded by someone who doesn't have enough CC to lock him down. Goldilocks makes a good decision, and immediately Emal pounces at the opportunity.
Team LUNATIX, this is the discipline we were kind of seeing from them in their game yesterday. I don't know what has happened in the few weeks we haven't watched them play, but there's a sense of evolution in the style they are approaching these fights. It's no longer just rush in, try to get as many kills as possible. Their positioning, the angle of approach seems to be much more refined than we're used to.
I would agree with you with that. I think Team LUNATIX already had the eye of opportunity where they can kind of see the game and understand where they could potentially punish their opponents. Even in our keys to victories, we mentioned that Team LUNATIX love to identify the gears of your machine and throw mud into it to jam it.
And that could be pretty bad news for Team SMG. Even though they're trying new things here with Zorn in the lineup, they are traditionally a team that doesn't function well if their plans start to go awry. And right now, LUNATIX are doing exactly that, throwing the cog in the machine. Their gears not able to fire on full cylinders.
Well, I mean, it's not over just yet. LUNATIX are able to recover from the economical damage, but with Zeph getting an Ice Queen's wand, it just means that whoever he is going to latch himself with his ultimate almost can guarantee a kill. Sasa in particular.
Sasa is going to be an important win condition for Team SMG right now. They need to keep the Melissa alive. LUNATIX playing around the Lord Pit. They want to secure this. They see Amal in the bottom lane. They're looking for the gank. Wall charge!
Beautiful.
Gonna find him. Shut down by Zyme Senpai. So they'll use the hard guard onto Tomtify. They want to allow the Claw to get stacks up for that blazing duet. Zorn going to provide vision for the rest of his team. SMG positioning very wisely right now. Smooth gets the kick onto Zep, but in the wrong direction. Fettered airstrike finds Zyme Senpai in a 1v1. Now Goldilocks gonna be dancing around with Fox. They want to avoid giving this Lord over to them. Gets the two-man CC. Goldilocks in by himself. Here comes the blazing duet, doing a fair amount of damage, forcing Fox out of the Lord Pit. Sasa coming in, lots of damage with Muddles. Goldilocks still holding the line, but he will fall to the hands of Sasa. Fox finding Zep in the backline. Lord dropping low. Fox will be the one to secure it for Team SMG.
The margins! The margins! Wait, hold on, it's on Overling!
Oh, he gets it! He finds Box just as a bit of a consolation prize for LUNATIX.
Oh my goodness, that fight was so bloody messy. And I mean, Team LUNATIX, they made the smart call to back away. Emal manages to walk off. I expect him to get away safely. But Team SMG, moments before disaster, could not decide on a call. Did they want to take the Lord? Do they want to split off and fight? Zyme Senpai buying time, trying to deal with Rain, ends up dying, which changes the dynamic of the overall fight. Not sure where Lord is going over there. Okay. Lord? Hello? 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 Okay, there we go. He's back on track. But Team SMG, I think Box being able to dash around into safety and then looking to come back into the middle of the fight was a very good call to allow Sasa to get his damage off.
Let's move. Gonna find the way of the Dragon. Hard guard though, keeping Amal alive. He's looking for the re-engage. He does have the purple buff. Tempest Blades comes out. He's looking for Smooth. Will find the toe. Zyme Senpai and Sasa are there to block him off. And with the ultimate, the Fettered airstrike coming in, finds Sasa from behind. Zep will trade his life, but LUNATIX will take that trade any day.
This just shows how adaptive and flexible Team LUNATIX is right now. They're willing to throw bodies at the wall, but now they defend the first Lord. It's not that big of a deal, honestly. It's not like it's a Luminous Lord, but taking 2 kills for 1, already a huge deal since Sasa gets thrown even further behind. He's 2, 3, and 5. If we look at level 13, 12 minutes into the game, ideally he is ahead against Tomtify, who is 1, 1, and 5 right now, but I am pretty sure if we pull up the items, they would still be exactly the same.
I believe Tomtify did just
1, 2,
get...
3.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Yep. There we go.
They both got their 3-item power spike, both have Wind of Nature, so this is going to come down to very mechanical play from both Sasa and Tomtify. all things considered, this is the stage of the game where one team should be notably ahead of the other depending on how well they were able to play on the early power spikes, but they are both still quite even. So even when either of these teams have lost big fights, they've been able to make sure not to drop too many and recoup their losses in any way possible.
Well, I mean, I think Team LUNATIX is just doing it better than Team SMG right now. Like, Team SMG are making really smart decisions, but LUNATIX somehow are able to adapt on the fly. I don't know whether it's foresight or at the very least whether they kind of figure out the situation on the fly. It's a little tough to say, but Emal, he's so far ahead of the curve right now. He's 8-1-2, level 15. He's getting the split push game on lock and getting locked down by Smooth.
Yeah, Wave the Dragon with the flicker will get him, but the hard guard is here to keep him safe, and that should allow Emal to disengage. Will LUNATIX look to re-engage on this? I'm not too certain. They're not aware of where the rest of Team SMG is right now.
I mean, Zyme did spot out Ling travel towards the top side of the map. They could look to attack him again, knowing that the heart guard is down. But look, Lord is coming up in about 2 seconds here. They could look to rush it. They could look to dedicate resources. Smooth, he doesn't have his kick.
Yeah, but Emal doesn't have heart. Oh, he does have his kick. Again, delivered beautifully into the hands of Zion Senpai. LUNATIX, this is quite smart of them. They know that the rest of SMG is in the top lane. They want to start working on the Lord, but Zorn is here. Gets the reset with the wall. LUNATIX not going to have their jungler for another 25 seconds.
Wow, great communication coming in from Team SMG. This is why Smooth is in my dream team picks. He's so good.
After Wild Charge, gonna find Ruby. Goldilocks by himself. Here comes the Blazing Duet with the Heart Guard, but Wind of Nature by Sasa keeps him alive. Pops the Melissa ult, but Tomtify has more damage. He's by himself. The rest are trying to help him, but Sasa gets picked up. They get the knockup on the Tomtify. Zion Senpai finds Rain. Killing spree to the Julian. Tomtify jumping back in with the BMI jukes out Team SMG.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Did Box not have his puncture? Was his abilities on cooldown? Or was he just making a mechanical mistake? He was waiting there for so long, playing against the wall, trying to get these auto attacks, but didn't bother to go and help even though he saw Sasa getting attacked like that. That should not happen.
It is honestly very strange that Sasa is getting away on the dragon. Finds Emal mid-air! Heart guard, not enough time to pop. They're gonna pick off the Ling.
This is an outstanding game from the LUNATIX and Team SMG. If you're not here in the live arena, you are missing out on the action.
This is incredible right now. And Emal down again for another 25 seconds. This time, Team SMG will have control over the Lord Pit. LUNATIX looking for the gank. Zorn is there to scout them out. They're trying to engage on him, but the Lord is already gone. LUNATIX have no choice but to give this away and play the defense.
No jungle, no retribution, no Lord. It's as simple as that. Team SMG following protocol right now, and with that pick alone, this could be the push to break open an inhibitor. Ideally, Team SMG ends it right here before Team LUNATIX get any further ahead. They are literally just half a component difference away, but if we're looking at the damage ranking, Sasa, he's still dishing out a lot, so Team SMG need to remember Sasa is the key to winning this game.
Despite everything he's been through though, Sasa being targeted first in every single fight, he is still doing an excellent job, and SMG are still controlling the map much better than their opponents, who right now should have already outscaled the side of Team SMG. Lord pushing in, gonna chunk out the bottom inhibitor for half its HP. LUNATIX should be able to defend this, but it will cost them one tower. SMG looks like they're gonna play this safe for now.
Emal, what you doing by Litho? Oh!
Smooth trying to look for the kick, but the angle is not right. Feathered Airstrike has to be popped to clear the mid-wave. LUNATIX cannot afford to lose another inhibitor here. Emal looking to see if he can pick someone up. Wall charge! Oh, that's a mistake by Emal. Smooth looking for the engage again. Tomtify actually poking him down quite hard, but they are going to have a rough defense now.
Yep, that was hesitation coming in from Smooth for the first time. He was thinking whether or not he should go and commit to the kick. He wasn't sure if his team could get there in time, so communication looks to be very key for them. They still have the Way of the Dragon, and this is going to be their third inhibitor.
Yeah, the base of LUNATIX now naked. Emal still down, their main damage source. Smooth gets the kick onto Goldilocks. Feathered Airstrike popped out to try and keep him alive. He actually survives. Smooth will die. Goldilocks eventually picked off by Box for that killing spree, but Tomtify doing a lot of damage with that hard guard. He's in a 1v1 against Sasa. He gets the pick off, and he's still alive for now, but the bad execution makes sure that is not the case for long. LUNATIX, though, successfully defend.
You gotta feel a little bad for Sasa here. He's been targeted the whole game. He has a chance to go for this 1v1 against Tomtify, and Tomtify beats him because of this Angela's love taps. The slight healing giving him that extra bit of push to get over the edge and beat Sasa when he's max stacks on his Art of Thievery. Rather frustrating, but hey, at the very least, Team SMG, they've broken all the inhibitors. Yes, they did lose a bit of EXP there, but at the end of the day, the tower damage is what matters 18 minutes into this game.
It does feel like the way Team SMG are playing right now is that they recognize LUNATIX will mainly target Sasa and are actually willing to pay less attention to keeping him alive in exchange for getting better pickoffs and initiation to set up for the damage coming from Box and Zion Senpoi. In a way, I think Sasa kind of is being used as bait here because they know even if he dies, he will still do enough damage for the rest of them to clean up.
Here's the thing, it's correct and wrong in many different ways, right? Wait, Zorn? Is he in trouble? I think Zorn's in trouble here. He's in a lot of trouble.
Damage. He does have that power of nature, but the immortality popped down in the middle of the wall charge animation, so he cannot use it when he comes back up. Smooth getting the kick onto Amal, but Hardguard is there, but Zion Senpoi picks up the kill onto Zep. Sasa will find the Lord. They were just buying time to get the objective.
Yep, I think they had to. Initially, I thought they were going to fight. They were for sure going to fight. They're posturing for a fight. Zion Senpoi is literally halfway across the map to make sure that it happens. He sees Zorn dies. He quickly goes and makes his way towards the Lord, helps it out, rushes it down before Team LUNATIX could find that opportunity to punish. Now, if you look at the items here, last couple of items for Smooth, he might go for the Curse Helm at the end of the day, but I'm more worried about this Farso, who's basically fully scaled up with 4 items ready to go. I'm guessing he wants the Winter Truncheon for the very end. If he wants to get really greedy here, he can go for an Ice Queen's Wand.
The problem with the Varsa right now is that her ult does have a pretty notable cooldown, even though it has been buffed recently to have that reduced. SMG knows when they will have to deal with the Feathered Airstrike and when they can go in when it's down. Yeah, I'm offended onto Smooth, but it's a Joe. He will get out just fine. The Dream Kundo will find the kick onto Amal. Tempest Ablaze, Hardguard to keep him alive, but the crystal is exposed. They take out Sasa, but just like every other fight, Sasa doesn't matter because the crystal belongs to Team SMG.
Not the cleanest game coming in from Team SMG, but their goals have been achieved, objectives secured, and they're willing to throw bodies at the wall. This time, Team SMG takes a page out of the LUNATIX notebook.
I do feel like this victory did come down to experience in the end. Even though LUNATIX were seeing leaps and bounds of improvement from this team, Team SMG were able to figure out how to play around it, use their penchants for aggression against them. LUNATIX, they have a lineup that's really good at split pushing lanes, but they knew that they wouldn't be able to really operate on that because of their lack of experience and having the Grok and Cho to roam around the map.
Yeah, I hate saying this, but yes and no. I think that overall their team fighting is actually really, really good. In a matter of fact, they know how to kind of break up the fights a little bit more. The right targets, especially with the extra time that Angela provides with the Heart Guard, actually opens up a new level of possibilities, right? We saw time and time again, until Zyme, they needed 3 people to take out 1 guy with a Heart Guard. Let's keep that in mind. Usually it takes 2, sometimes even 1 when you have Smooth. Let's pull up the item build so I can explain it a little bit better, because in situations like this, Team LUNATIX are looking for opportunities to keep farming Melissa, being the majority of the AoE damage from the side of Team SMG. In the last few, and especially that last push, Melissa alone chunked out 3 to 4 members of the LUNATIX, forcing them to recall, and instantly Team SMG looked to push for the end. So my guess here is that Team LUNATIX, and especially when I'm looking at Rain, his main target is to wait for these cooldowns to come out for the side of Team SMG, look to re-engage in this fight, targeting the Melissa first, because Julian, as soon as his cooldowns are gone, he has about 6 to 8 seconds, depending on his cooldown reduction, to be punished.
I guess I can see where you're coming from there. Team SMG, I feel like towards the end of the game, they were just throwing bodies at Team LUNATIX because they knew that they were waiting for these cooldowns. They were willing to expend lives because in the end, like we already mentioned, Sasa, he was doing a lot of damage. He didn't necessarily have to be the one to pick up the killing blow because SMG knows that if they put all of their resources into defending Melissa, they're going to get a lot less in return for keeping Sasa alive. So give up on that. Sasa, he's already doing a lot of damage. He's surviving for a long time. Even if he ends up dying, We leave the rest to the rest of the team, disrupt their team fight with the Cho, with the Grok, make it difficult for LUNATIX to approach the fight the way they want to.
Yeah, and again, the Way of the Dragon as well as the Wall Charge are big deterrents for Ling and as well as Claude. Somebody has to throw their body in there. Tomtify, he's got Purify, he would be ideal, but he's the majority of their late game damage on top of Farsa, and Farsa's cooldowns are super long like you mentioned. Now let's have a look at our MVP of this game. We don't need to see the post-game stats here because we know that Smooth, my dream team, EXP laner, well-deserved MVP.
Yep, continuing to be one of the most consistent EXP lane players here in the MPL League. Smooth, while looking at his score here, his statistics may not be particularly impressive. Anyone who watched that game will have no doubt that he deserves this spot on the screen right now. Constantly finding the perfect initiations, finding the correct targets, kicking Amal mid-air into the rest of his team, coordinating with Zion Senpai to land the perfect enhanced chains. Need I say more?
So disgustingly good on this Cho. So disgustingly good. He shows versatility every single time. He shows that he can perform. Give him a goal and he will get it done. This is what I love about Smooth. But let's have a look at the highlights here, right? Brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, because the initial early game with these quick rotations from Smooth, abusing the fact, I mean, it's a micro mechanic, but if we're talking about rotations, Ruby just cannot move as fast as Cho.
Yeah, absolutely not. And Smooth, you can see why Zorn was prioritizing that EXP lane before even roaming to help Sasa. As long as he unlocks Smooth from the lane, he can make so much happen across the map. And honestly, it's quite interesting to see because the Zion Senpai, he went for that damage build. He went for the Shadow Twin Blade, something that we don't see a lot these days because even when Julian builds damage, they want to go for safer items comparatively. But this time, because Zion Senpai knows he doesn't actually have to play around Enhanced Chain to set up fights for his team, he's mostly using Enhanced Sword because Smooth kicks them right into his chain attack so he can go for the maximum DPS possible.
I think you were talking about the enhanced scythe, actually. The little spinny thingy. And again, it's very easy to land it when a person just doesn't move and gets hit by the dot damage and it just chunks them away. It's beautiful to watch. And I think the early game from Team SMG could do a lot of cleaning up because this game was basically in their hands with the situations that they set up. They set up a dive down on bottom side. The main targets were pretty low. They just couldn't finish it off. And that allowed Team LUNATIX an opportunity to really bounce back during the mid-game.
Yeah, but I feel like from this game, we already mentioned a lot about Team LUNATIX's evolution. I feel like we can also mention quite a bit about Team SMG's evolution. Because if we recall the way that Team SMG used to play, super calculated, super robotic. They only made a move when they could 100% confirm it's the right move to make. This time, they're willing to make sacrifices, do things the dirty way, and I kind of like that.
I don't know. If you're talking about the dirty way, all I'm hearing is all this jibber-jabber about Daemon in the dark. Have you heard about it? Because the Exorcist trailer is already in live. You can actually check it out on pretty much every social media platform at this point of time. I would suggest checking it out on YouTube where you can get the best quality. But hey, Daemon in the dark is here. Do you have something that you want to protect for Exorcists who possess superpowers? What they want to protect is a piece of Eternitas. However, a report of missing persons is bound to unveil a war between the human world and the dark realm. Exorcist Yuzong and Exorcist Kagura have embarked on their journey. How will this battle end? Again, I've mentioned this yesterday, it does sound like an anime overall. It sounds like Blue Exorcist specifically.
I mean, it is about Exorcist, and you know, sometimes when you want to appeal to the anime crowd, you gotta do anime things. Personally though, looking at these skins, I think they're very cool.
Yeah.
I actually like them quite a lot. I'm very excited to see how they will look in-game, and if I can afford it, maybe I'll grab one for it myself, so I hope you guys are looking forward to it as well.
I mean, they've already got anime waifus in Kagura. They make sure they hit all the marks with the Yuzong as well. They got a chat, they got a waifu, they're hitting the right mix of things. But let's recap this game one more time, right? In game number 1, we did see the draft kind of centralized, making sure that they could play the early game quick follow-ups from Zion Senpai, but they have huge deterrents against Team LUNATIX, who picked up the Claude super early on, as well as the Ling.
Yeah, you're normally going for such an aggressive opening does lead you to have a lot of weaknesses in your draft, because you are basically revealing your two biggest late game cores instantly, allowing for the enemy to draft up heroes to counter it. And in a way, that is what Team SMG ended up doing by locking in Cho, locking in the Grok to make sure that they had enough crowd control to deal with the initiation from LUNATIX. Despite this though, the hard guard was a big deterrent. It allowed them to keep Amal alive for long stretches of time, go for much longer fights than you normally expect them to be able to do so. Typically, just based on the lineup too, LUNATIX would win extended fights if not for SUHAZ's existence. So that is, again, another plus point for the Melissa. The amount of AoE damage this hero does, you can see why people are prioritizing it so much.
But let's keep in mind what happened in the game. Emal got significantly ahead in the early game, which transitioned to the mid game. Now that, yes, you do have the Angela's enhanced, well, I wouldn't like to say enhanced, but a high level hard guard because he's been scaling up all this time, it made it really difficult for people like Smooth and as well as Zorn to get the initial damage that they want to, because again, they are down by like 4 levels, 5 levels even sometimes when they're up against Emal, so his base health is going to be so very high. I think if Team SMG cleaned up their early game a little bit more, it would have been much more of a landslide for Team SMG, so they're probably not exactly too happy with how long that game went, and I think LUNATIX had a very good opportunity to actually come back. The question is, what were they willing to sacrifice, because they played more passively than I would have imagined, right? They waited for Team SMG to make the move before, or at least use the wild charge before they initiated the attack.
I personally can't really blame Team LUNATIX for playing a little bit passively, especially in this sort of team lineup. You already know how much initiation they have, so if you can make him waste it before you start the fight, perhaps that is a more ideal situation for you. But continue on, Smooth, as a player, has just been so incredibly consistent throughout the entire season, not just this season, but previously as well. His growth of his player has been stellar. Obviously, his gold per minute isn't going to be particularly high because even as an EXP laner, you can see that he tends to help out with his team, but he has a very good mix of both aggression when team fighting and macro sense to make sure that his lane is not being shoved out.
I could talk about Smooth all day. He is my personal dream pick for an ultimate squad, and especially for the EXP lane. What really defines him more than Formaze, he may not necessarily be the biggest playmaker in the world, but at the very least, when the team needs something done, he gets it done, and he gets it done immaculately. We did see Mint there in the audience supporting Team LUNATIX, rather interesting, while he gives his support to Tomtify, who's playing up on stage.
It's nice to see how Team LUNATIX has kind of shifted their style over the weeks. After all, we know that the original lineup was playing together for a very long time. So the fact that they were willing to split that up, bringing new players to fill up the gaps, the weaknesses that they know they are missing, to finally achieve this final form of Team LUNATIX goes to show that when players reach the MPL stage, they do go through an evolution.
I mean, it's forced evolution. It's the natural way things should be. Power of the fittest. Wait, I got that saying wrong entirely. Natural selection is the way to go. And, you know, Darren's theorem is correct. Well, we'll see whether Team LUNATIX are going to be sticking around for longer than just one season. In Season 11, we'll see how they do. But for the time being, game number 2 on its way. Team SMG on the blue side. Team LUNATIX choosing to be on the red side. Farmis Diggy already banned out. And the same exact bans for the side of the LUNATIX as well. Well, I'm guessing it's going to look roughly the same, right? Is there going to be a difference? Is there an adaptation?
I wouldn't be surprised if Team SMG were to keep their overall bans the same. It's pretty common for the team on the blue side to just maintain their bans, especially if they won in game number 1, because it's a situation of the opening of the draft will not look particularly different for you in comparison to the red side. So this is going to be a big question on to the LUNATIX. Do they really want to ban the Akai? Do they want to give respect over to other things? The Julian was a big problem in the hands of Zion Senpoi, but it looks like the bans are going to remain 100% the same as game 1.
I think they're going to change their opening picks for the side of Team LUNATIX. I don't think Claude is a bad first pick. I do think Claude and Ling together makes it tough. Team SMG, however, changes things up. They're willing to give up Julian to secure this Cho. They know that Tomtify specifically wants this Claude. Let's see how deep his pockets is, or if he's just going to ego challenge the Way of the Dragon.
So Team SMG feeling very confident in this hero pick right now. I can't blame him. We already knew from history that Zorn Zorn was one of the best show players here, and now we have proof that Smooth is the same. LUNATIX are actually going to ego challenge this, and if you guys were here on the caster's desk, you will have just witnessed Gideon collapse in a pile next to me.
Put me in a body bag already. Now, if I'm Team SMG, I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, we just go Grok Julian, right? Like, what exactly is the adaptation here? I feel like Team LUNATIX, let's have a bit of foresight, right? If we go Grok Julian, what is Team LUNATIX going to play? Are they going to lock in the Farsa or are they going to lock in the Ruby? My guess is that they're going to lock in the Ruby because for obvious reasons, Ruby is just generally good at stopping people who have a lot of combos to be unleashed. G-Kundo 3 hits, you can cancel it out, at the very least cancel the third hit, or stop the Way of the Dragon midway so you don't get the second part of the kick. Julian, okay. Oh, Melissa, no Grok this time for the side of Team SMG.
I was wondering about the Melissa. I did feel like SMG would prioritize that hero over the Grok here, and that's exactly what has happened. Yes, Sasa didn't have the best game with it previously, but like we mentioned, he still did a lot of damage despite dying quite early in the team fight. So LUNATIX now, the Ruby is what they picked up in the previous game here, and yes, it is a solid counter to the Cho, but we already saw that it wasn't quite good enough. They do need something else. In this case, I'm not too sure. Like, if not for the fact that they already had Claude and Ling, Phoveus might be a hero you might want to consider, but that would be way too late game if added on to these two existing heroes.
I think Farsa for the side of Team LUNATIX. Then again, I could be getting ahead of myself. I think James is quite smart here in making sure that they get Julian and as well as Melissa. They want to kind of have some room for error if they make the wrong read of Team LUNATIX. Now, the LUNATIX, they lock in the Lapu Lapu. Goldilocks has pulled this out before, and now they're going to start banning EXP laners who basically want to sandbag the Lapu Lapu. They want Team SMG, and specifically Team LUNATIX want Smooth, hey, fight me, nerd.
Yeah, Team LUNATIX right now are basically putting more emphasis on the EXP lane. They want to make sure that Smooth cannot get easily unlocked from the lane by having Zorn roam in and help him clear the first wave and just keep Goldilocks by himself. That was the problem he had with the Ruby. He couldn't play as aggressively as he wants to and keep Smooth there in the 1v1 duel. Lapu Lapu will definitely have the damage to do so. Even if he can't keep Smooth in lane, he can match him in movement, and that will allow LUNATIX to at least match the numbers in early game skirmishes.
Now here's the problem, right? If we're talking about EXP, who wants to sandbag the Lapu Lapu? There's too many options, right? If Team SMG decides let's throw Cho into the throw Cho as their roamer, Team SMG could look to pick Benedetta. Great at wave clearing, doesn't necessarily want to interact with Lapu Lapu, doesn't necessarily win the trades against Lapu Lapu either. It's a little bit more volatile, but I think banning out the Natalia is a very good option overall, just to stop potential invades, picking off free kills mid-rotation, and more importantly, just making it tough to take your purple buff.
Yeah, LUNATIX obviously are mainly worried about Amal having his purple buff stolen because he's already had the experience of not having access to his purple buff for basically 10 full minutes in the past. They don't want to allow that to repeat. But I did mention the possibility of a Ballman in game number 1. If Team SMG still wants that, that's still open for them. The Lancelot already worked out for them in the previous game, so this time, since there is going to be a Lapu Lapu on the opposite side, perhaps having a little bit more frontline bulk would do Team SMG some good.
We'll see whether that's going to be the option. The fact that Lilia gets banned out for the side of Team SMG does prove... Ooh! Team LUNATIX opt to actually go for the Lunox. How are they going to maintain the pressure? I think this is going to come down to the roamers at this point of time. I'm thinking Grok for the side of Team LUNATIX here. Although Team SMG could pick it up for themselves. I do think Ruby might be slightly better, but you have to consider the matchup in the roam.
Ruby. I think Ruby is still going to be a safer choice here because right now LUNATIX are mainly going to be wary about the Cho-Julian combo. It was the death of many of their members in the early game with that Way of the Dragon into the Enhanced Scythe combination. So if they're going to pick up a roamer, it needs to be someone that can survive that. Grok would be good because he can avoid getting kicked, but oh! Well, here we go again. The Mincitar in the hands of Zorn.
I hate the fact that I was thinking along the lines of, all right, do they need another engage tool? Are they looking for another pickoff? I don't think they need another engage tool. It's a little tough against the LUNATIX. Like, Atlas was out of the question for me. And then I was thinking, is there somebody who can stop a dashing and can also play pickoffs? I was thinking along the lines of Franco. And then Team SMG reminds me about Friday all over again with the Mincetar. I do appreciate the fact that James is confident in giving Box's Lancelot. It's looking a little cleaner, but hopefully his execution in the early game is going to be better.
Honestly, Mincetar is going to be such a bane in the side of Team LUNATIX, specifically on Amal. Because if he finds himself in the wrong place in that King's Calling, instantly he cannot do anything. And that is something that LUNATIX had to avoid at all costs. The Lolita will be their final choice.
Honestly, there's a lot of value from the King's Calling. Lapu Lapu won't be able to dash. We can't see the Chaos Assault from Lunox. We won't be able to see the charge coming in from Lolita. No Divine Swords or Finch Poise coming in from the Ling, and no Battle Mirror Image taken away from the Claude.
But that all depends on whether or not Zorn can apply it at a good enough choke point. Remember, King's Calling, the AoE, is not actually that large, so he needs to use it in the perfect time. But if anyone can do it, it's going to be Zorn. He's the one who proved his hero on the MPL stage just 2 days ago. So looking at these lineups, we have two much more balanced team comps here, but LUNATIX leaning a little bit more into that late game, going for that big all-out 5v5 team fight to avoid Team SMG playing circles around them. Let's see whether or not they can put the dreams of Team SMG's clean sweep to rest.
Yeah, this is going to be a true test of skill here. Team LUNATIX want to be aggressive. Team SMG wants the LUNATIX to come into their defense. And this is the frustrating point of contention for the LUNATIX. No matter what they do, they always have to be concerned about the Way of the Dragon, a potential counter-engage with the Enhanced Chains, and more importantly, the King's Calling, which has to be so annoying to deal with.
What's also terrifying is that now, not only do they have the Way of the Dragon into the Enhanced Sword, they have the Spear of Glory into the Enhanced Sword. So there's so many ways for them to combo with the Julian. Amal, he's already playing a little bit aggressively, trying to steal camps away, and he knows he cannot allow Box to start scaling up.
Sorry, you mean Enhanced Sights, that is?
Yes.
Or do you really mean the actual dash? Because the damage of that is good, and I wish it was higher.
Scythe and Sword gets a little bit confusing here, because they're both bladed weapons in the end.
Yeah, you know, the Enhanced Karambit after this. Okay. Let's get back to topic here, because most importantly, I think at the end of the day, Team SMG still need to play around Sasa. They might use him as a bit of a bait overall, but it'll be tough, right? Because if we're talking about the Rage Blade coming in from Goldilocks, Lapu Lapu, it will get through the getaway for me from Melissa. There's a lot of different ways that Team LUNATIX could play out the situation, so a lot is resting on Goldilocks as well as Zeph.
But we've already seen in the previous game that Team SMG are actually willing to sacrifice Sasa in the late game if they already know that Box and Zion Senpoi have a lot of items.
Yeah, Tomtify taking a pretty terrible trade over there. That does give Melissa a little bit of control and more harass overall. I mean, look at this. Like, Sasa is keeping Tomtify in his place.
Yeah, this is a rough lane. This time, Tomtify not going to get a lot of help from his team because they are prioritizing on the bottom side of the map for this first turtle, and they no longer have the mobility of the Farsa to create a permanent presence on the map. Meanwhile, Sasa will have a much easier early game compared to before.
Wait, Zeph just hit level 4. Zorn isn't level 4 just yet. Very interesting micro coming in for the side LUNATIX as they engage.
Oh, Goldilocks. He's actually not going to invest the third hit of Raging Slash, so he gets kicked by Smooth. Numenor Blood Blast flickers forward, finding Zion Senpoi. First blood going to him. Tempest Ablaze by Amal. He wants to pick up Zorn, but he gets stunned! He gets stunned on the tower! Zorn finds it! Goldilocks will fall as well!
You hate to see it. Everybody forgets that Mincetar not only has a spear, but he's got one hell of a shield too. What a good stun, but it's not over just yet.
That is so cheeky from Zorn. They're now on top of the turtle. Zeph trying to delay the Way of the Dragon into the Enhanced Chain. There's a combo again. Rain will fall. Turtle dropping low. King's Calling makes it so they cannot dash. Box gets the turtle. Zeph trying to run away. Spear of Glory going to miss. Goldilocks all by himself. 4 members of SMG, but he manages to dash away. Numenor Blast providing covering fire.
I can imagine in Zorn's head, he walks away with such little HP. He's like, got away from you, nerd. nerds. See you later. Can't really do too much about the situation overall, but again, you can definitely tell that Team LUNATIX are not really that comfortable.
Oh, Way of the Dragon into the Julian again, but this time, Rain can pop the Brilliance. Will he survive this? Yes, he will be able to make it back to the tower.
That's a little on Zyme Senpai. He may have put his enhanced chains a little too far forward, so the chain CC did not connect entirely, allowing Rain to actually get the Brilliance off just in time. Now, if we're looking at the items, the sub-emblems, we're seeing that Smooth specifically is taking health as well as reduced cooldowns. He wants to be able to kind of dash around the map as much as possible. Doesn't need the extra magic resist, really doesn't matter to him, while the rest of the team does take movement speed.
I think something we didn't quite mention at the start of the game as well is that Zorn did go for focusing Mark as his emblem. So he's actually going to be focusing on giving his team as much damage as possible whenever he picks someone out.
That's actually a really good catch there, because that does mean that Zorn will, as you mentioned, look to lock down one person, allow the rest of Team SMG to get extra damage on that one target, which is great because Top2Fi, hey, he's got his eyes on him.
Box not able to finish the kill as now Sasa is the target of the Tempest of Blades. Gets two-man knockout. But he's inside the King's Calling. Three-man Numenon Blast into the blazing two-hit. Zorn and Box so low, but it's still only a 1-for-1 trade. LUNATIX cannot continue. Zyme Senpai misses the enhanced chain, but he will get the final auto attack onto Zeph. Rain looking for revenge. Zyme Senpai forced the flicker to safety.
Zyme Senpai could have gotten so much more off of that. He wasn't sure whether Zeph had charge or not, so he went with the safe option of the enhanced chains rather than going for an enhanced sword and getting a full combination of the chains as well as the sights to ensure the kill. But nevertheless, Team SMG, they're not completely safe out of the water just yet. Team LUNATIX, they're only slightly behind.
Yeah, LUNATIX right now, they just mainly have to watch their positioning as Goldilocks gets kicked. Fear of Glory finding Zeph as well, completely disrupting the positioning of LUNATIX. They have to back off of the turtle.
Man, if I was LUNATIX, I'd be furious. I'm already fuming at how much Zorn is getting away with his Spear of Glory. He's so very accurate with it, and the King's Calling is denying him that space. But you can see the idea that Team SMG is going for. They're using the King's Calling as a disengage. Sasa almost surviving that top engagement had Zeph not had his flicker.
That's gotta be rough here. Right now, LUNATIX definitely finding themselves a bit more on the back foot than they would be ideally. Now even King's Calling popped up here. Goldilocks will be swapping lanes with Top2Fi to try and allow the Claw to get as much farm as possible. But because of that, you can see that LUNATIX are being heavily pressured by their opponents.
Yep, they're trying to deny everything here. But LUNATIX falling slightly more behind isn't going to make much of a difference here. 5k is the goal.
Zeph finds one man with the Numenon Blast, but they're not going to engage on that. I'm not even sure if they know that they actually got that stun.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure what the plan was. Zeph didn't have his flicker. It was coming back up in about like 2 seconds just now. So, I don't know. I guess that if they did initiate a fight, it could look good.
Rain gonna get stun comboed here, but Brilliance keeps him safe. He's here with Zeph, so he wants to look for Zyme Senpai. Pops the Darkening, gets the kill before King's Calling comes out. Sasa drops Muddles, going to link to everyone, but LUNATIX will be able to walk away. Not enough damage on the Melissa yet.
Nicely done by Zeph here. He purposely stunned the Zorn to make sure he can't do much, and more importantly, can't drop the King's Calling in time to save his friend Zyme Senpai.
Now they get the stun onto Smooth. He's alone. Numenon Blast charged up, but Smooth dies before it even lands, forcing Vox to abandon him. Now Zorn gets the spear onto Rain, but Brilliance gets him out. Zeph forced the flicker away. Vox wants to follow up. He should get the kill onto Lolita. Will dodge the bravest warrior from Goldilocks as well with the iframe.
Nicely done coming in from Vox, but I feel...
Zorn gets the Spear of Glory into the King's Calling, but Raging Slash makes him immune, but not enough to damage as SMG picks up the Lapu Lapu.
You hate to see it. I was about to say that Team LUNATIX, they caught Team SMG in the process where they were thinking about their next move and really throwing mud into the gears like I mentioned before, but Team SMG formulated a plan and was instantaneously when they saw a potential pick, and especially with a play coming in from, the catch coming in from Zorn specifically.
Yeah, LUNATIX right now, they just need to be very wary about their positioning. That's all they gotta do. They know that Smooth and Zorn are going to be looking to pick up anyone they can find. So they need Zeph to be watching out for where these members of the enemy team are. So admittedly, that's going to be quite difficult. He is only one against 2 initiators on the side of Team SMG.
As of right now, I think Team LUNATIX are making the smart option play for what your team is good at. You already have a Ling. Let's focus on that split push. He's 0-2 right now, so he needs to catch up to the rest of the team. And more importantly, start getting ahead. He needs the extra levels. He needs the extra bit of damage to really make a difference in these fights, specifically against Sasa. Maybe if he's lucky, he can get a kill onto Zaim Senpai. But as of yet, Team SMG, they're ahead. Oh, and a catch, but no commitment.
Yep, and they know that Smooth doesn't have his cooldown, so he's gonna be targeted. Rain gets that last hit. Goldilocks, though, a little bit out of position, and King's Calling with the flicker, going to miss by Zorn. Lapu Lapu, the only one still out of position, and he will unfortunately be sacrificed to make sure the rest of his team will not fall.
Well, considering everything, I think that Zorn made the smarter decision of using the flicker, not as a way to say, quote-unquote, it missed, but to zone off the rest of the team, creating an area of which you don't want to walk into because you could get pulled into a much unnecessarily or unneeded fight. As the LUNATIX had already picked up one, they committed 2 flickers to it. They lost Goldilocks in the process, and Team SMG committed 2 flickers of their own. No one else needs to die.
Fear of Glory into the 2-man Jeet Kune Do kicks Rain out of the King's Calling. Not ideal, but Brilliance would have got him in out anyway. Numenon Blast onto Zorn, finds the Mincetar. Smooth might have bitten off more than he can chew. He gets the knockup, but the double kill going over to Rain.
Good moves coming in from LUNATIX. They see the engagement, they back up, they get ready with the Numenon Blast. That's what you want to see every single time, especially since Zorn doesn't have that flicker. Instantly punish people who don't have their battle spells.
LUNATIX now looking for as much as they can get. Zaim Senpai enhanced sword, not enough. He has the flicker to escape from the 5 members of LUNATIX who will push straight down the mid lane, get the tier 2 and back off.
Nicely done. And I mean, they also get another flicker from Zaim Senpai, as we saw before. If Zorn is able to die when his battle spell is on cooldown, same is going to go to Zaim Senpai. And LUNATIX, they need to remember when exactly it's going to come back up, because there is a moment of opportunity. If he shows himself on the map and uses his abilities, especially his enhanced abilities, they have a good amount of time to punish.
Yeah, LUNATIX just wants to watch out for these windows. King's Calling will keep Goldilocks in place. Lapu Lapu instantly dead, but Numenon Blast will zone out SMG, allowing LUNATIX to secure the Lord.
You gotta feel for Goldilocks at some point, right? Because, I mean, who else is gonna open up the map? They need the Numenon Blast, so the only person who can technically do it is Goldilocks. It's frustrating, but hey, that's the situation.
Amal jumping in. He thought Sasa was the only one there, but the rest of SMG waiting for him. But they will engage. Blazing Duet on top of Zaim Senpai will take him down. Sasa finds the kill on Amal, but Wind of Nature only lasts for so long. He's down as well. Buck on top of Tomnify. No battle mirror image means that the Claude is dead.
What?
King's Calling keeps the Rain in place. Shut down by Zorn onto the Lunox.
A second time? A second time? Like, what happened there? I thought Zorn used his ult much earlier on by the river bush prior to that fight, but now they gotta defend this Lord here.
I feel like we gotta check after this game what the cooldown on King's Calling is, because we haven't seen this hero in so long that we are no longer for certain there. Box, since he knows his enemies are down, will be able to steal that purple buff away. That will disable Amal for quite a while. Luckily, the Lord won't be up again for a while, so LUNATIX won't be losing too much off of that.
Yeah, now it's back up. It's 11:59. My guess is about like 25, 30 seconds. I'm gonna double check after this. It's frustrating me because we haven't seen Mincetar in a very long time, but let's look at the items so far. We do see a bit of adaptations coming in. Coming in from Lancelot these days. War Axe, Endless Battle, Hunter Strike. Usually Hunter Strike is the first item. Same build coming in for the side of Zaim Senpai. But if we're comparing both Tomtify and as well as Sasa, they're both on equal footing.
Yeah, and that's going to be the main point of contention. Once again, the marksmen, as well as how they can time their winds of nature. Right now, Tomtify doing a good job. LUNATIX conceal play, looking for the engagement, but they realize that Box and Smooth have already ran away. So wisely, they'll decide not to pursue the issue. They'll just go for the tier 2.
Yeah, they're very niche conditions that Team SMG is looking for. They're looking for Team LUNATIX to fight at a choke point, to be able to kind of, you know, set their trenches early on and position themselves and take out at least one target before the full commitment of the fight.
Oh, Smooth, he's taking so much damage. The Spear of Glory gonna find one, but the Numan Blast in a bad spot flickers forward, finds two, including Fox, who will instantly fall. They're now chasing down Smooth. Tomtify finds the double kill. Muddled will take out Goldilocks. Rain able to disengage. LUNATIX, are they still looking for more? I would assume not. No more cooldowns on their heroes.
What in the world was happening there for the side of Team SMG? It felt like there was a moment of disconnect. Sasa and Zion Senpai doing something completely different, even though they're in the vicinity. Team SMG looking to set up for a fight, but then there's no commitment to the fight. I mean, Smooth already committed his flicker. He wasn't able to get the Way of the Dragon off because he was getting attacked on. So what exactly went wrong there for the side of Team SMG? My guess, bad communication.
Unfortunately, I think the thing about Team SMG is that overall, they're not actually very used to big 5v5 team fights. They typically want to get objectives, they typically want to play off of pickoffs, especially when they have a composition consisting of Mincetar and Cho, whereas LUNATIX, they absolutely know how to fight 5v5. They love it, they thrive in it. I doubt they even need to tell each other what to do. Conceal play, used again. Goldilocks instantly jumping in. He wants to be the distraction. Lord will fall to Amal. Zorn gets hit. Numenon blast. Smooth is there to keep him alive. Muddles comes out as well to zone them out of the choke point. Simon Senpai looking for the enhanced chain. Gets a two-man knocked up on top of Rain. Into the three-man Jikundo. It's a Muddles. They will fight three. Blazing to his bomb, but Tomtify is dead. Double kill going over to Zion Senpai. Lord pushing in mid lane. Amal wants to keep it alive. Goldilocks coming in. They find Zion Senpai, but Goldilocks will be slain. Amal will fall. Killing spree to Sasa, and LUNATIX is wiped out.
Beautifully played by Sasa. I get it now. It wasn't a miscommunication. They were trying to set up for a condition. A flank by Zion Senpai. Senpai changes the outcome of this game, and now Team SMG can now fight back and start taking the lead against the LUNATIX.
I feel like that kind of supports what I mentioned though. Team SMG wants to split up the fight. They want to take smaller skirmishes. They want to cut off this battle style of Team LUNATIX in a straight up head-on 5v5, Team LUNATIX will generally have the advantage because that is the style that they're used to playing. But if SMG can disrupt that, then the tempo of the battle belongs to them.
Well, I think that's the important thing, the tempo of the battle, right? Team SMG's conditions is about hitting that backline. Rain and as well as Tomtify. Emal is starting to fall off at this stage of the game, right? So if he is committed onto Sasa, the question now becomes, how do they maneuver around this battle? We're looking at the items, pretty much a full build coming off for the side of Emal. He's looking for his last item. More importantly, Rain is one item off before he scales through the roof against Team SMG. So Rain is going to be the secondary win condition on top of Tomtify. If they get the initial backline attack, or what we like to call a front two back, Team LUNATIX can just dive straight into the enemy lines. Brilliance expected, and a death from Zion?
I guess they found him on his own, and now Smooth has to flicker over the wall, but will it get him away from Amal? He has a lot of damage. He's gonna actually get a nice knockup, but not escaping from the Ling. Gets the last hit. Only 3 members of SNG will survive. LUNATIX regain control over the map.
Yeah, this game is so close between the LUNATIX and as well as Team SMG. Each team not giving each other an inch, a moment to breathe. At this point of time, I would imagine that Team LUNATIX understands that Team SMG has a game plan in mind. So if Team LUNATIX wants to actually take advantage, they have to start playing the exact same style of how Team SMG has been playing so far throughout the early and mid game.
Yeah, as long as they are able to find people, pick people off, they already know that their late game scaling is excellent. They have 3 heroes that will do massive, consistent damage in the late game. As long as they just run at them, as long as Zeph and Goldilocks can buy enough time for the DPS to come out, LUNATIX will just win the battle automatically. So it comes down to how Team SMG actually approaches these big team fights from their way and which angle they can find.
Speaking of which, Zorn opened up the map. They know they're doing Lord.
Oh, the Lord dropping real low. Amal will secure it. Box a bit too late, and now Zorn is dropping. The immortality pop on the Mincetar, forcing him to flicker away. Goldilocks doing an excellent job of delaying the backline by himself. Team SMG have to leave Zorn for dead.
I don't know, man. I feel like Zorn kind of did his own thing, you know, Rogue Agent, Rogue Nation here, Mission Impossible, and now Zeph flickering forward.
Wow, he's actually looking for it. Numenon Blast could be good, but Smooth is there to disrupt it. It could cost him his life, though. They're chasing down the toe. They find him to kick onto Goldilocks a little bit too late. And now Team SMG are 2-man down with the Luminous Lord pushing mid lane.
Yep, they used the Magic Sentry to ensure they know the positions of the top side of the jungle, but you can see that Team SMG communications is starting to break down. Zorn's going out forward, nobody to follow up. Smooth actually canceling the Numenon Blast, but Sasa is dashing out of it. Where are the comms?
I guess we'll find out if they are here. The Luminous Lord pushing in, takes the mid inhibitor. LUNATIX delaying for the side lanes. They want to take the bottom tower as well. The Lord will finally fall. Goldilocks once again playing distraction. Amal taking a lot of damage from Box. He does time the Tempest of Blades, forcing Box to escape. He will survive. The pull stops the Numenon Blast, but in they go. LUNATIX running SMG down to kick. Not going to matter. Team SMG still alive for now. They need to defend the crystal, which is wide open. 3-man enhanced chain will force LUNATIX back. Muddle taking Zap down. He still has immortality. He'll come back out, but the spear pulls him back into the team. Team SMG will take down the Lolita. They take down the Lunox by Muddle's mega kill. Going to Sasa. LUNATIX have to make a hasty retreat.
I don't want to bring up old memes here, but somebody stop this guy! Sasa getting free hits after free hits. Zorn is just fishing in a sea of Team LUNATIX. They look at the damage dealt ranking. Sasa just shooting all the way up, overtaking Rain as well as Bots. Top Defy only 2,000 ahead of him.
The value of the Melissa instantly becoming evident here, as now SMG want to take as much as they can from LUNATIX before Rain and Zeph rejoin the battle. They need to keep this mid wave alive so they can take a tower. Spear just barely missing. That would have been bad if Tom Defy got caught.
Oh yeah, he would have been absolutely dead there. Emal not missing a beat, still gets his purple buff.
Yeah, and he needs that. They now want to chase Team SMG down. They know a lot of cooldowns are down. Amal has the Tempest of Blades out. He's taking a lot of damage from Muddle. Numenon Blast gonna flicker forward, gonna miss entirely. Smooth will be separated, but so is Goldilocks. He has to flicker over the wall to get away. Smooth now delaying the back line. Here comes Box doing massive damage with the Torrent Rose. Will escape as well. Already popping the immortality on Amal.
Whew, I'm surprised nobody died from that. Goldilocks walks away with a sliver of HP. Same goes for Smooth and as well as Zorn. But now they lose position off of this Lord. Top Defy's full HP. He's going to start it.
Oh, this Lord. This is an important one. LUNATIX needs this. They can end the game instantly with this, and they're actually going to end the game so fast. SMG has no way of engaging, so this is going to be the defense of their lives. Silent Sam.
Oh, the one-shot!
Top Defy! The ambush succeeds!
Oh my god, oh my god, this game is so back and forth. What is this? This is the last game of the regular season, but this is a no-hold-bars street fight coming in from Team SMG and LUNATIX. Not a single person giving an inch. The individual plays coming out from Team SMG alone is ridiculous.
I don't know about you, but I am having a good time right now. Immortality just purchased by Goldilocks, so he can be even more reckless now, but without the Claude, LUNATIX are missing a lot of pushing power. The Luminous Lord gonna be delayed by Sasa. LUNATIX, they're looking for engage, Smooth, looking for the ambush. Spear, nearly! I don't know how that didn't pull him back. It did knock him off the wall. They get the kick onto Goldilocks, but the Numenon Blast is there. They need to get out of this. King's Calling drops down, meaning that Goldilocks will drop his immortality. Amal nearly dying, but he has the purple buff. He will get out. Goldilocks with the Raging Slash gets pulled back by Zorn. Beautifully done.
Amazing high ground defense coming in from Team SMG. They know they can hold it right at the base. A choke point of which Team LUNATIX have no choice but to face to get to that crystal. This is the last hurdle Team LUNATIX need to get over. When they have the Lord, they can push right into the base, but it becomes a choke point, and Team SMG thrives in this environment.
Look at that net worth difference. It is completely even. 22 minutes into the game, the gold difference now does not matter. It is all up to individual mechanics. It is up to team play. Team SMG, their high ground defense has been strong for a long time here at the MPL MY. And LUNATIX are now feeling the brunt of that right in their faces. They have really strong late game damage, but they just can't seem to find a way to break through this wall.
It's this King's Calling that's so annoying for Team LUNATIX. Every single time they want to go further, when you're at the crystal, there's not a lot of space to work with. And when the King's Calling is in your way, as soon as you start walking through it, Muddles is just chunking you out. Sasa is making sure that the wall being set up by Zorn is filled with archers, making sure that Team LUNATIX is going to take full damage.
At this point, we can see that all of the players on the map already full items. Wouldn't be surprised if people started swapping out boots for a final one. Sasa's already done it, so we can expect many more to follow in that sense. You can imagine right now, SMG are firing on all cylinders. There's gotta be a ton of focus on these players right now because they know this victory could basically confirm an upper bracket slot for them.
I mean, Team SMG are putting everything on the line here, but LUNATIX aren't backing off, and arguably they have the better position in the game. Again, Team SMG have no towers. If we pull up the AI winning prediction, it should go over to Team LUNATIX as of right now.
I'm honestly very curious to see what the AI would say, but hey, we cannot decide when the AI will tell us what it thinks. The Luna's Lord now going to spawn one more time. Again, an important objective. SMG were able to defend the last one, but they don't want to be forced into a situation where they'd have to defend another. They cannot give this to LUNATIX for free, but when they're fighting outside of their base, they don't have this narrow choke point to rely on, and Amal is making sure that they have to stay back to defend.
Yup, Team LUNATIX are ensuring with the advantage that they have, they can do this. Zorn, please, not again. He finds the initial catch.
Yup, King Calling comes out. It's gonna 50-50. Amal secures the Lord. Numenon Blast onto Box. Immortality drop down. Blazing Duet. Not enough damage here. Zion Senpai has to flicker away. Killing spree onto Box already. They find Smooth, but Zion Senpai gonna drop low. Zapped in the middle of everyone for some reason. Rain with a brilliance. They're looking for Sasa. He gets zapped, but Sasa falls. Shut down by Rain. Zorn, the next target. Raging Slash will find him. Zion Senpai instantly melts to the damage of LUNATIX. Here comes Smooth. He's trying to defend, but he himself is not enough. The Lord breaks open the crystal, and LUNATIX evens it 1-1.
Upper bracket denial coming in from the LUNATIX, playing a strong game and finally taking advantage of the map. This denies the upper brackets from Team SMG. Well done as the LUNATIX take a game off of some of the big fishes.
Team SMG, they gotta be feeling real disappointed after that one. You could tell the focus on their minds to try and secure that 2-0 sweep, but alas, it was not meant to be. Well done to Team LUNATIX for being able to bring that around. It was a tough game. It was a great defense by SMG, but all walls eventually deteriorate.
And that's why having inhibitor turrets is so very important, because it opens up another layer, another dimension of gameplay where you can start abusing the map. The fact is, when you have constantly pushing lanes, you must clean it up. The chances of a backdoor is so high with a Ling on the enemy side. Team SMG, despite how great and how well fought this composition is, with an advantage like Team LUNATIX, a world-class team could take full advantage of it and punish their opponents by taking these lords consistently. Team SMG couldn't get anywhere near the Lord pit. That 50-50 was all up to Box to try and steal away this Lord.
And unfortunately, he wasn't successful. Team SMG, unfortunately, put a lot of their bets onto Box being able to win that 50-50. If they got the Lord, it would have been worth throwing 1 or 2 bodies at it. But instead, Amal was able to secure it, and that meant that Team SMG completely out of position, getting picked off one by one, not able to play around the defensive formation that kept them in this game for so long.
And if we look at Sasa's overall build, right, we don't see any Scarlet Phantom, we don't see Malefic Roar coming out of him, which I do think is a little sad, but his survival, the longer he lives in a fight, the more value he gets. He doesn't get that instant burst damage. He doesn't get that high crit damage and high armor penetration, percentage armor penetration, in fact, from the Malefic Roar. So you can see that when he's attacking people like Lolita, it takes a lot longer to cut through him than you would usually imagine a Melissa at this stage of the game. 24 minutes, might I add, with a 25-22 3-kill lead ahead of the LUNATIX was meant to be.
Yeah, it did look like what Team SMG was planning here was just to completely ignore the tankier members of Team LUNATIX and try to execute the squishier backline because they're the ones doing the damage. Unfortunately, it didn't work. So MVP of this game gonna be going over the Tomtify on that claw. Definitely a comfort pick for him.
Yep, well deserved coming out from Tomtify with a 73% game kill percentage. His KDA may not necessarily be the best, but he definitely forces out the winds of nature from Sasa as soon as he dives into that backline. And I think that's the beauty of it, right? Team LUNATIX, they know how to dive, they know their win conditions, and more importantly, they're evolving in a sense where they are not only adding the macro level of gameplay to it, but still adapting in the middle of a fight.
It does seem like what we've mainly seen grown from Team LUNATIX is their ability to recognize cooldowns, their ability to identify which are the abilities they have to be most wary of when they want to go for a fight, and what are the best ways to bait it out before actually engaging. In the past, we didn't see them think about this very much. They would just go in when they see someone, alright, we're fighting, we don't care, we will win. And a lot of the time, they didn't. But now, being able to add this degree of strategy into their engagement makes a huge difference.
It really does, and it shows here up on stage. I think Team SMG communications just broke down. There are so many times where you can see a clear disconnect between the important players trying to deny an ability and the others trying to dodge an ability, disconnection into how to open up the map, what they needed to do. Let's look at the highlights here and recap this game by the Samsung Galaxy A series, because again, Team LUNATIX, as I mentioned before, Goldilook and as well as Zev being a very big pivotal point for Team LUNATIX because they can get out the big spells. Goldilook in particular, literally throwing his body into the fire to try and make Sasa use his ult early, maybe even get a King's Calling out of Team SMG to allow Zeph to come back in with a Numenon Blast and arguably flickering with a Numenon Blast.
Yeah, when you mention Goldilook, this is honestly just his very essence as a player, his core. This traditional playstyle that has gotten him this far. He wants to jump into the fight. He does not care if he dies because he knows he's just there to distract the enemy. He wants to draw all of the attention towards him. And when you give him a hero that can aggressively make these plays, that can draw the eyes of the entire enemy team, that is when he will have his best performance.
Yeah, and Zyme Senpai, again, I think this time Team LUNATIX were well prepared to what he wanted to do because Zyme Senpai could basically one-shot Rain or Tomtify if he gets a full combination on him. And I think, you know, these high ground defenses from Team SMG were good, but the main issue was getting into the Lord Pit. And I think you can see here that this is where Sasa completely gives up, right? He gets into the middle of all three members, ends up losing his life to Goldilook of all people, knowing that Rain still had his ultimate abilities back up. So I don't know.
It was very difficult there. Team SMG had to make a choice. They decided to hedge their bets on trying to steal the Lord away. The moment that didn't work, they lost. That's it. There's not much you could say about it. They could have made the perfect disengage, but I don't think that would have happened no matter what. Team LUNATIX instantly snatched up on the opportunity. So yeah, that's the problem. Sometimes you take risks and they don't pay off.
I mean, I get desperate plays, but knowing in that situation that you've already lost 2 members, high ground is impossible when you don't have that many members. But hey, at the end of the day, there has to be a winner. This time is the LUNATIX, but now at match point, who's gonna win? We'll find out right after this break.
the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. 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 I'm a rock star.
There comes a point in every point of history where the old guard must be replaced, and it appears this time Team LUNATIX are the young upstarts eager to dethrone everyone on their way to the top. Welcome back to MPL MY. We have a spicy series on hand, and my name, Staffa, along with Gideon, will be here to present it to all of you watching at home.
Yep, this game has been exciting, no doubt about it, as the first BO3 of the very last day of the very last week of the regular season. Nothing short of amazing coming out from both of these sides. The score's 1-1, so now it is match point. I don't know, it's a little sad for Team SMG. LUNATIX have successfully denied them the top seed, and more importantly, the top upper bracket here for Group A.
It really is quite disappointing for them. Like, the series, it's not even over yet, but Team SMG already know because of that one single loss, they will have to play the playoffs from the lower bracket onwards. You can imagine that's going to give some satisfaction to LUNATIX.
I mean, it really does here. And LUNATIX, with that one extra point, they don't have to compare themselves with Team Caracal anymore. Like, it's not even close. I mean, we could have looked at the overall head-to-head, but now there's no need to for the side of LUNATIX. No doubt about it. They make it into the playoffs. We confirmed it yesterday, even more to reinforce it today. But Team SMG, what a composition that they have.
Their combo play was honestly really clean. There were definitely a few sloppy points. Zyme Simpoy, you can see that the fatigue starting to get to him a little bit when he missed out on easy kills with that chain combo, even though it was delivered straight to him. But even so, Team SMG were putting up a very solid early game fight to try and prevent the late game heroes on the side of LUNATIX from scaling up.
I mean, that's where you start to see communication start breaking down for the side of Team SMG, especially when the game gets longer and longer. You can't expect everybody to be on the same page all the time with so many variables to worry about. However, the LUNATIX, on the other hand, they maintained posture, they maintained mental, and more importantly, look at Tomtify's damage. Overall, he has been a very big push for the team, especially when the backline is being threatened. Instantly, when Tomtify sees that the King's Calling is down, the enemy team is scrambling, they're looking for picks, Tomtify comes right on in with the Blazing Duet and getting just wow, just outstanding numbers.
Yeah, it seems very clear that Tomtify is incredibly comfortable with the Claude pick. Basically his main at this point, to the point where Team LUNATIX will consistently first pick it no matter which side of the draft they are on. So that could be a hit to Team SMG. Maybe it is better not to give this away if they want to secure victory in this final game.
Yep. Right now, if Team SMG is able to win against the LUNATIX, they are going to be in the lower brackets, but at the very least, they would have a better seeding. So we'll have a look here as we jump right into the drafting phase. Where are they going to go? Is it blue side or red side? As Team SMG once again takes the blue side, Team LUNATIX on the red.
Feels like LUNATIX are quite comfortable being on this side of the draft since it gives them more of their comfort heroes. SMG instantly saying, okay, time to not give them their comfort heroes. Ling gonna get banned out. Tom Pew Pew. He definitely was Pew Pewing the whole way that last game.
I love how the manager looks over the shoulder of email. It's like if he typed it in, he's just like,
Sir,
yes, that is correct.
Your team is banning.
Fanny gets banned out as well as Paquito. Doesn't look like anything's really changing for the LUNATIX, but Team SMG with the adaptation here, they do let... So the fact that they ban out the Valentina and also that Ling is going to be the adaptation, is Team LUNATIX going to take advantage of this?
Well, the Diggy would normally have been in that slot where the Ling now resides. Akai going to be the final ban for LUNATIX. So, the Ling is the only difference in this draft phase for basically the entire series now. The Diggy most likely not going to be a first pick for Team SMG, but since they let the Claude through, that's something they have to consider. Obviously, Julian, Cho, these heroes they highly prioritize. The Melissa are still in the pool. But is it better just to deny Tomtify?
I don't know. I personally believe that Team SMG should go for that first pick Diggy. Because if they're looking to give Julian over to the side of Team LUNATIX, that means the enhanced chains is basically useless at that point of time. You have a way to kind of protect yourself and actually disengage from strong fights, since Zeph has been consistently playing Lolita for majority of the matches that he's played up on stage already. I don't know. It could be a consideration. I don't think Claude is that bad either, but let's see. Team SMG... They lock in the Julian. That's not a bad start.
Yeah, I think that's the most flexible pick they could go for at this point. I highly agree with this. In terms of the first pick, Diggy, I personally would not like it very much because it will force Team SMG into a situation where they basically have to play around the time journey. Go for the big 5v5s, which is Team LUNATIX's area of expertise.
Personally, I would prefer Team LUNATIX, especially for Tomtify, to pick up the Popo and Koopa as well as the Diggy here. A very nasty combination in the gold lane alone is going to make sure that Sasa basically doesn't really get to play the game.
Yeah, but that's not LUNATIX's style. They don't want to just stay in one lane and shove out all the towers. They want action. They want to make things happen. So the Lancelot actually gonna get snatched away by Amel very early in the draft.
Pretty interesting, but now we see the response. Fredrin gets locked in for the side of Team SMG as well as the Beatrix. Beatrix, despite the nerfs happening, quote-unquote, nerfs, and I'm doing air quotes because you guys can't see me doing it, onto Beatrix, she scales slightly differently, and there's also an interesting selection of weapons when she is in lane compared to when she goes into a team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Nowadays, there seems to be more focus on Bennett and Nibiru's utility rather than the old days where you would just choose Wesker and 1-2 combo someone in the face. We've already seen Beatrix in the hands of Zed from Team Karakal previously. He did a lot of damage with it, but it didn't really feel like a lot of impact compared to other marksmen. So I'm personally excited to see how Sasa will perform.
Man only plays Claude. Man only plays Claude. That's the translation we're looking for coming in from the LUNATIX. That's funny. That is funny. All right, let's see what they are looking to ban out here. The fact that they have Atlas banning out the Diggy is very smart, but I think Team SMG wants to deny scaling from the side of the LUNATIX. Rain played a strong game and is pretty much a guarantee to hard carry eventually in the later stages against the tankier units, especially with the magic scaling coming in from Lunox in particular.
Yeah, I think Rain definitely doing a pretty good job in the previous couple of games, so I want to see him repeat his performance on these types of heroes. He seems quite comfortable with it. We are seeing a lot of chatting from up on the stage. Probably from LUNATIX, they seem to be the ones that are having a bit more enjoyment of the situation since they were able to take Team SMG down a notch. Now, as for this Atlas pick, I personally am a little bit concerned. Yes, it combos really well into the Blazing Duet, but compared to heroes like the Ruby, like the Lolita, there's a lot less utility on this hero overall.
Yes, it does mean that Team LUNATIX are going to be playing a more straightforward composition, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad thing, right? I mean, if we're talking about Team SMG, they're probably thinking about Mages right now. I'm guessing Farsa is probably a good way to kind of go. Arguably even Eve, Song, to guarantee that the backline is going to be safe, because LUNATIX, they've been diving in so hard all this time. So as of yet, they need a way to kind of either peel, combo with the Atlas, or push out waves. I think Lilia is looking really good here for the LUNATIX. Farsa, Yve, both are looking good too. I would say Yve a little less compared to the other two options I mentioned because of the Fredrin as well as the Julian.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I do like the Farsa a little bit more, especially since I think LUNATIX right now having a bit more of an early game bridge would help. But looks like they're going to risk it. They go for the Eve even with how easily SMG could disrupt that ultimate.
Okay, Zorncho, it's time. It's time for the Zorncho. I mean, it's looking real good. Way of the Dragon, G Kundo, cancels out the real wall manipulation, guarantees pretty much a good kick on top of the fight. Come on, give it to him.
Yeah, I would like to see that as well. I think it would work really well. Other than that, you could maybe make an argument for the Kufra to counteract the Eve and the Lancelot, but I do still like Cho a little bit more. It would allow Zorn to flex, and you know, this man, he wants to flex. Let him do what he wants to do. As for Team SMG, they are still looking for a jungler at this point. Box has been playing Lancelot throughout the series. Let's see what it's gonna be.
Grok Balmond, maybe? Gonna be a Grok Balmond here. It is good. Okay. Okay, buddy.
Okay.
All right there. Tigreal has not been touched. Team SMG is like, I mean, we're not going to get upper brackets. At the very least, we're going to make it real difficult for them to play this game, especially if you want a wombo combo with an Atlas. Let's get the tier 2 version of Atlas here, buddy.
This is so fun. I personally love Tigreal. Like, I play him a lot. It's not because I can't play any other tanks or anything. No, that's absolutely not the reason. But there's a lot of AoE on the side of Team SMG with this. A lot of mobility, a lot of damage. I like it. But he does have to be very careful. I expect Team SMG to pick up a couple of Purifies just to avoid being caught out by the Fatal Links. But Zorn definitely needs that Flicker.
Yo! It's Fredrin Jungle! Let's go!
What?
All right. I've heard so much about this Fredrin Jungle. The internet has been very, very vocal about it. People have been wanting to see it happen for a very long time. I think this is going to be quite interesting, especially for the first time here at the MPL MY. I mean, Zyme Senpai, he's like, all right, mental reset, boys. Zorn is looking good too. He's feeling it. LUNATIX now have to do some theory crafting to figure out how this works. How fast is this clear? As Team SMG have lanes that can push out real fast, good combo potential, and Sasa on a Beatrix. Team LUNATIX, they have combos themselves. However, they can be cancelled, so it's up to Goldilocks to prove that he can create that space.
I personally am going to need to interrogate you a little bit about how effective this Fredrin Jungle is, because I have not heard of this, and I am going to be very curious to find out how well it works. The Land of Dawn beckons once again, as this final match has no bearing on the standings whatsoever, so it is all up to Ego and Pride.
All right, let's see whether Ego and Pride can get us out of there. Zorn and Zyme Senpai having a good time.
Did he just flicker?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just flexing. He's just like, bro, I'm gonna use my flicker. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? Zyme Senpai and Zorn. Oh no, Zorn's about to get first blood right here. He's gonna give it away. He's definitely giving it away. Unless he's gonna push somebody in. But nope, he's dead. Okay, this is ooh, come on, competitive integrity, boys. Come on. Put some heart in it. Put some heart in it.
I mean, this could be next level. I mean, we already mentioned this is about Ego, this is about Pride. Obviously, you'd expect that if it is about Ego, they're not going to give away first blood. But then again, this is Zorn. This could be some next level mental play against his opponents.
Well, I hope so. I hope it's worth flickering here, because he's not going to have it for this upcoming turtle fight. It'd be nice if he could, you know, flicker to the back line, push everybody forward, maybe get a knock up there. He's not going to have his ult at the same time, because he's only going to be level 3 usually for supports around this timing of the turtle. So, we'll see.
We will see indeed. Box now engaging. Get the taunt onto Zeph. Right into Ziam Senpoi. A nice combo there.
I didn't know that it would interact like that. Interesting that the perfect match comes off. Both of the targets get taunted, and then they look backwards. And Box, he's unkillable right now. Emal is not doing a lot of damage.
Sasa gonna try. He flickers forward to get that kill. All right. I am starting to see a little bit of the value on this brethren here. That taunt really effective. Zeph gonna get caught up again. I wonder why he was there by himself.
I mean, this is a professional game, by the way. However, bot side, a 2v1 happening. I'm seeing Justice Blades. Okay, Benedetta's dead, but Optify on the top side, still alive.
Some solid movements from Team LUNATIX right now. They are controlling the map. Zorn, unfortunately, on this Tigreal is not going to have quite as much impact over the map as compared to the mobility of Rain, as well as Amal, as well as Goldilocks. As long as they can get unlocked from their lanes, they will have better control. Zorn starting the turtle here, trying to set it up for Box, but this could be risky. Here comes Zeph looking for its Sacred Hammer, pushes Goldilocks back, but the Fatal Links will find them. They get Zorn. Amal secures the turtle. Box gets the Appraiser's Wrath to pick off Zeph, so that's going to be a 1-for-1.
Did he get the Appraiser's Wrath off though? I think he didn't have enough combo points for it because he went into the taunt and then looked to dash on out of there. So, I mean, he picked up the kill I mean, he was able to get the assist at the end of the day. I think that's what matters. However, I don't know. Just like how Zorn is just spamming his emotes here. Oh, what a good hit. Top to 5 instantly dies. Good combination from Ziam.
Ziam Senpoi now on the prowl. He's looking for these ambushes by himself this time, since he knows he cannot rely on Zorn and Smooth to set them up for him. Doesn't matter, he says. He will be able to get these kills solo. Zorn gonna miss that Sacred Hammer. Unfortunate implosion flickers in, finds the E, but gets pulled by the Fatal Links. Rain will survive, but Zeph will sacrifice his life in exchange. Goldilocks trying to escape. Real manipulation, locking them under the tower.
Oh no!
Goldilocks! He walked into it! That's a mistake! He loses his life. Amal wanting to look for 2 more. Ziam and Sasa so low, but no more abilities on the Lancelot.
Just like the emotes coming out of Sasa and as well as Zorn. Santai, bro! Anyhow, anywhere, anytime, let's just fight! I don't know. I pretty much turned off my brain for this one because Team SMG, they are playing as a team, yes. Is there coordination to their attacks? To a degree, but are we seeing this hard style of like following the book from Team SMG? Not at all.
Yeah, this is a little bit more chaotic. They're playing like Renegades right now, which honestly, against LUNATIX could be effective. They are already up in terms of the kill score, but that is also because partly that Box and Zorn at this stage of the game will be able to get more consistent setups as compared to the Atlas. Speaking of, they get the taunt. 3-man Fatal Links into the Phantom Execution. SMG still alive. Amal picks off Ziam Senpoi. Box by himself inside the real world manipulation. No time for the Appraiser's Wrath.
What did you think was going to happen there? They're like, yeah, let's get Zeph boy. We're going to get him. Oh no, he still has his Fatal Links. Oh no, he's going to flicker right into the middle of all 3 of us and pull us under the turret. Doesn't seem like a good idea. They're falling right into the combo of the LUNATIX.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like the roles are reversed right now because the way SMG is playing feels more like classic LUNATIX style of just going ham. But we'll see whether or not that turns out to be effective. Zeph zoning out Zorn and Sasa. This top tower should fall to LUNATIX quite quickly.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen next in this game, but based on what I've seen so far, it's basically Tom Cruise versus Henry Cavill in, what's that movie called? Mission Impossible. I'm not sure if it's Rogue Nation or Ghost Protocol, where Henry Cavill is in the bathroom and reloads his fists, because that's what these 2 teams are doing. Just going and fighting.
I see. I actually could not remember that scene until you specifically mentioned reloading his fist. Because that's just such a weird image to store in mind. Team SMG will be able to escape from the real world manipulation. Zorn looking for the implosion, not quite finishes it, but groups them up in Nibiru's passion. And now absolute chaos unfolds on the battlefield. 3 members of SMG down, 2 of LUNATIX down. They will be able to trade fairly evenly, but somehow LUNATIX still comes out on top.
Fight him, Smooth. Fight him. You're not scared of him. Fight him, Smooth. You're 2 levels down. You're stronger than this. Ah, he's focusing on the objectives.
clearing the waves. Amal looking for Sasa, already using the Phantom Execution. Puncture finds it. I don't know. I feel like Sasa should be aware that he can close that gap, but right now, I'm not sure what any of these players are thinking.
They're not really thinking here. They're just going on pure instinct. This is literally just animal instinct. Welcome to the Discovery Channel, everybody. As right now, Smooth in the middle of that fight. Electro final blow to try and escape, but Amal will find him. Phantom Execution really well positioned there. Honestly, that was a good play. Smooth could have probably avoided it, but let's not go there for now. Zeph looking for the invade. Amal looking for Box. He wants to disrupt him from taking the buff. Anybody else feel like the cameraman in Nat Geo where you're just watching, you know, nature and a nature documentary in the wild? You spend hours to see the instincts of creatures across the world, because that's what it feels like looking at this game. Yeah, basically that's what it's like. We are basically just watching a documentary now. It's like, observe Team SMG in their natural habitat. I mean, they're doing great now. They get Goldilocks. He could be in danger. Here comes Zeph. Goldilocks survives somehow and walks away to live another day. I'm surprised Zeph didn't initiate, because as we saw, Rain is pretty nearby with the real-world manipulation. Smooth going to be able to escape as well. Right now, LUNATIX definitely have control over this game. It's just, I don't think it's in the way they were expecting to have control over this game. A 4K net worth lead, Team SMG. They do have some scaling in Zion Simpoy and Sasa, but if you compare that to the Eve and Claude on LUNATIX, this is not looking very good. Yeah, well, to all the casters doing M4 this year, I'm sorry to tell you, look away from this game. This is not the research game you're looking for here. Look at game 1 and 2. Game 3, this is the one that you want to skip. Yeah, this is one of those articles you find on your FYP and you just realize you cannot use this article. It just does not work. Man, I relate to that so much. Final year project did not go well with that one. LUNATIX right now will be playing very aggressively. They know they have control. They know how they have the net worth lead. And Team SMG don't have the map presence to try and match it. The Fatal Link's gonna find 2. Nibiru's Passion, not enough damage just yet. So they find Zorn. Box gonna be left by himself, eventually taken out as well. Goldilocks with the flicker into the Raging Slash. Sasa stays alive with the Wind of Nature, but not for long as Smooth is picked up for the monster kill as well. 4 members down on Team SMG. The base cracked wide open. And wow! Where did he go? Zion Simpoy just melts and Team LUNATIX secures the victory. I blinked, he disappeared. Well done to the LUNATIX. Well-deserved game, 2-1 against Team SMG. That is going to be a GG. Well played to the LUNATIX. That's going to give them quite a bit of a boost psychologically as they move on into the playoffs, you know. They've been having a rough time all season, and now ending the final week with 2 victories over very notable MPL teams. I think we can look forward to seeing a very different LUNATIX once the playoffs come around. I can't wait, because instinctually in a battle of raw mechanics and raw instincts here, Team LUNATIX came up on top in this Game 3 against SMG. Fist bumps all around. A GG well played to the Team LUNATIX. Let's throw it over to our host to talk to our winners up on stage.
Ya, kita kena ucapkan tahniah kepada pasukan Team LUNATIX berjaya untuk dapatkan kemenangan. Terima kasih juga kepada pasukan Team SMG di mana, come on, semua sekali Team LUNATIX datang ke tengah. In fact, jangan player je. Mana Sunfrost, mana coach semua sekali, semua naik atas, Aiman semua naik atas. Come on, this is the picture moment. Tapi sambil kita tunggu semua player ke depan, saya juga nak tanya, Emal, mana Emal? Sebab kesian sebenarnya dekat dalam game pertama tadi dah pakai link, starting pun dah cantik dah, tapi selalu kena tangkap dengan Smooth. Rasanya macam mana bila perasaan selalu pergi mana ada Smooth, ada Zaim.
Tak tahu agak stres juga, tak dapat free kan. Kita tangkap ni.
Nampak agaknya game pertama stres, tapi game kedua berjaya untuk tahan nafsu lah lagi bila Zon pakai Minsita. Stres juga tak game kedua? Rasa nak masuk, nak dapat kill, tapi tak boleh.
Betul, kena outplay, lagi stres.
Kalau kena outplay, lagi stres. So kita tahan stres tersebut. Jadi dekat sini, saya ada satu opportunity yang agak rare. Kita tanyalah, tak nak Sunfrost. Sunfrost pandai berbual. Come on, Coach. Coach datang ke sini sebab sejak patch note keluar, pasukan Team LUNATIX berjaya untuk dapatkan banyak kemenangan. Nampak seperti you guys berjaya untuk adapt kepada patch kali ini. So macam mana you guys selepas patch note keluar, macam mana you guys punya trading and apa yang you guys dah sedar untuk dapatkan kemenangan dengan tim-tim lain?
First kali kita orang betulkan rotation kita orang dulu, kita orang betulkan shot call kita orang dulu, disiplinkan benda yang kita orang patut buat. And then lepas patch baru keluar, kita orang study pasal perubahan item and adjustment hero. And kita orang tengok item mana yang lebih worth it untuk certain hero and hero mana yang lebih berbaloi untuk ambil disebabkan buff diorang. And then kita orang manfaatkan benda tu lah.
Ini menunjukkan betapa pentingnya coaching staff untuk salah satu pasukan memberi mereka advantage yang besar dekat dalam game. Tapi sekarang Mike juga saya nak bagi kepada Rain. Come on lah Rain. Rain ke yang tulis tadi di mana adik rindu ibu? Rain ke?
Tu Luke.
Siapa? Luke. Okey. Sebelum tu saya nak tanya Luke. Luke rindu ibu. Nak saya bagi masa ni. Nak cakap apa dekat ibu yang tengah tengok?
Saya nak cakap yang saya sayang sangat mak saya.
Sayang sangat dekat mak. So dengan ini Alalang dah pegang mic. Macam mana perasaan? Sebab ini new season, berjaya untuk masuk dalam MPL. Lepas tu berjaya untuk masuk dekat dalam playoff. Tolong bagi tahu kepada semua fans macam mana perasaan korang lepas pada playoff dan apakah tim LUNATIX akan lakukan dekat playoff nanti.
First sekali kalau saya nak cakap yang saya ni bersyukur sangat-sangat dekat Allah Subhanahu Taala sebab dah banyak, sebab kita orang tak tahulah, kita orang doa. Usaha saja kan guys. Usaha saja takkan bawa ke mana. Kita kena ada tawakal.
Tepuk sikit.
Dan yang kedua, saya terima kasih sangat atas doa parents saya, kawan-kawan saya daripada House of Selatan, kawan-kawan, family kawan-kawan saya and our teams and our whole family lah kiranya. Dan yang ketiga, saya nak terima kasih dekat our sponsor iaitu Datuk Win sebab terlampau banyak tolong kita orang.
Alright.
Tak habis lagi.
Go. Saya cakap alright je. Jangan marah saya, teruskan.
Lepas tu, untuk fans, saya nak cakap yang terima kasih banyak-banyak sangat. Terima kasih. Saya tak tahulah nak cakap macam mana dekat fans sebab waktu kita orang kalah pun korang ada, waktu kita orang menang pun korang ada. And saya tak tahulah nak cakap macam mana. And lastly, untuk haters. Last.
Go.
Untuk haters, saya nak cakap yang terima kasih banyak-banyak juga. Tapi tak adalah sampai tunduk kan. Terima kasih banyak-banyak juga dekat haters sebab tanpa korang, kita orang tak bangun. Dengan adanya korang, itu yang membuat kita orang bangun. Itu je.
Okey, terima kasih banyak. Dan inilah picture momen ambil gambar di mana pasukan LUNATIX berjaya untuk pergi ke playoff. Dan nampak gayanya, dengan patch note baru, mereka berjaya untuk menjumpa identiti yang kuat untuk lawan dengan mana-mana pasukan. Jadi dengan ni, kita nak dengar apa yang terjadi dekat dalam game tadi. Jadi marilah kita dengar kepada mic check.
Nice. Lin guys. Lin belakang. Angela tak ada Angela. Box. Nice box. Lo. Dah, back. Nice. Dia nak gas blow, sabar. Cepat. Hero, ambil hero. Nice. Kalau. Link up aja gini second ni. Sana boleh. Sana. Bok ready ah, bok. Ready bok. Depan link. Tahu. Santai bro. Balik aja. Nice Tom, nice. Baik. Jangan takut guys.
Dia mantap gila.
Cow.
Mesti tak. Dah satu.
Bantai belakang dulu.
Nice.
Boleh end. Try fight. Diorang mati.
Amam.
Kriki.
Daki. Aku jaga kota. Amam.
Dah, nang.
Mantap lah guys.
Dapat.
Mamam lah, Zepri. Nice Zepri, tengok aku guys. Datang bateri.
Boleh tu. Wih, baik bangsatnya.
Baiklah Mal.
Jangan cari fight lagi, Imal.
Pemat pun. Keren. Wow. Baiklah Zep.
Boleh tu. Nice.
Bisa lah, masa enggak?
Bisa kan manis? Bunuh
budak ni, Cok.
Well, I think one thing we can agree on is that Team LUNATIX definitely has the most entertaining mic checks out of all the teams here.
Yeah, they have so much personality. Even Goldilocks, when he got the mic up on stage, heartfelt speech coming in from the man, thanking everybody. Family, haters, supporters, everybody. He hit the entire list there.
Yeah, he had to make sure, go through every single point, gotta make sure it's all included in the final speech because this is their last game on the stage, so may as well let it all out to make sure that you have no regrets. They gotta be feeling pretty good after that game. It's a little bit of a difficult game to kind of rationalize.
I think there's no need to. I don't think there's much to really talk about overall. Like Team LUNATIX in a game of just raw instincts against Team SMG, they came up on top. I mean, Goldilocks, again, heart of gold, man. Absolute heart of gold. Played like an absolute Chad as well. And the fact that Rain was consistently following up on Zeph with the help of Email just made this game so simple for them to snowball out of control. 9 minutes into the game, they didn't hit the fastest time, unfortunately, as Team SMG still proved to have instincts of Mythic Glory players.
I don't really know what that's supposed to mean.
Hey, I'm just saying, Mythic Glory players sometimes they be good at stalling games.
Okay, I see. Okay. But looking at these two lineups, both of these teams actually do have some really strong team fight overall. There's a lot of AoE on SMG, there's a lot of AoE on top of Team LUNATIX. It's just that Team LUNATIX did seem to have an easier comp to execute. Yes, SMG, they were getting some pretty good pickoffs in the early game, the taunt from Fredrin actually being very effective, but once all the players just decided, alright, we're going to brawl, and we're gonna have fun doing it, that is, like we mentioned before, the comfort zone for Team LUNATIX.
True, and I do think Team LUNATIX actually thrive in an environment like this. However, I will mention, Box, not bad on that Fredrin. It does show that his clear speed isn't the worst in the world. Like, he is clearing things relatively fast, and he's keeping up with Lancelot of all people. And obviously, this game didn't go in his favor, but I would like to see a serious game coming out from Fredrin just to see whether or not it actually matches 1-to-1. If not, an argument of him being able to power farm a little bit faster once he hits level 3.
Yeah, let's add Fredrin to the list of heroes we would like to see successful in the jungle, right behind Jawhead. Like, these are honestly very interesting metas that could be experimented on here in the MPL. Obviously, I think these teams haven't gotten a lot of chance to actually try them out. So you can imagine there's going to be a little bit of polish lacking, but if they are able to clean that up, there are still going to be 2 weeks before the playoffs, so hey, you never know what may happen.
Truly, you will never know, and I'm excited to see how Team LUNATIX continue to grow. What is Tomtify's actual hero pool? Is it just Claude? Is there more to him than what we see here today? Let's have a look at the post-game stats to see who dealt the most amount of damage. I'm guessing it's Ema. Yep, there we go.
Emil already was able to get like 2 or 3 items very early on in that game simply because of how much space he was being provided. He has the highest GPM, highest damage dealt, he was having fun. Unfortunately, that is kind of the problem with a Fredrin jungle, right? Yes, he can match in terms of clear speed, but the damage needs someone else to follow up.
Yeah, he basically is a CC bot for the most part of the game, and it's looking to disrupt the opponent's combo similarly to Cho, and I would argue that even Cho could get a faster rotation, but then what are you sacrificing in return? Overall, I think Team LUNATIX in this particular case was just doing everything better.
Yeah, absolutely. After all, it is their area of expertise, brawling, those team fights. Ever since this team came into the MPL, there seemed to be a certain quality in the way that they fought. We already knew that the base team of LUNATIX had been playing together for many years, even before they debuted here on the MPL stage. So you can imagine there's already a bit of a link. Without needing to tell each other what to do, they know exactly what everyone is doing in the team fight. So let's find out who the MVP is going to be, and of course, it is Amal.
Ooh, achieving a really high GPM here of 926. That's going to boost his stats with a KD of 8-1 and 5. Let's not forget about his DPM of 5,207.
Yeah, now that I actually look at his item build as well, that match lasted 9 minutes. He has 3 items, and the BOD is not cheap.
BOD is not cheap at all. I mean, his cost-efficient items here, immediately Hunter Strike as well as the War Axe. I would honestly be very curious to see what he could achieve with a Bounty Hunter emblem instead of the Killing Spree.
But I think the Killing Spree is what enabled him to get a lot of this farm as well, right?
Fair.
I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have that 8-1 KDA if not for the extra HP and mana that he got after a kill in those really big, scrappy team fights.
I would make an argument for it. It would have been interesting to see, considering that Zorn was giving free first bloods, you know, man's part. I mean, just look at these highlights here, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. I mean, he's part of the Make-A-Wish Foundation at this point.
I would like you. Wait, what does that mean? Even I'm actually kind of caught off there. Like, what do you mean?
Man's just donating free kills,
I
bro.
see.
Look
Okay.
Look at this. It's not like it's a desperate situation, but I would have preferred if Zorn was to play this a little seriously, so that we get to see a little bit of the expertise of Box on this Fredrin overall, and just to see the instinctual reaction from Team SMG.
Yeah, if anything, I wanted to see some more flashy plays from the Tigreal specifically, because already during the draft, I already mentioned, I do like this hero. Very simple, but very strong. Those Flicker Implosion plays can be quite a spectator sport. Unfortunately, in this case, because Zorn, like you said, part of the Make-A-Wish Foundation decided that he wanted to give a little bit of festive cheer over to the newbies here at MPL, did not manage to do so.
Yeah, he's trying to, you know, help out the younglings, but at the end of the day, there's nothing really much we can say about this. Like, the combinations from Team LUNATIX are very straightforward. Zeph locks them all in, Rain comes in with the combination. If you have any more AoE damage, Tomtify Emo join in on the party.
Yep, and then once they broke through, my god, seeing that again, Zyme Senpoi just melting in less than a second to the damage of Team LUNATIX, and you could tell how far ahead they were. With that, we can officially say that Team SMG were not able to tie up the score, and thus will be the 4th place team in Group A. They'll be going to the playoffs, but unfortunately in the lowest seed.
Yep, but as lowest seed, they're going to be up against Red eSports in the playoffs, if I remember the format correctly. However, LUNATIX now very cleanly in the lead of Team Garakal, making sure that Garakal is not going to get that playoff spot, and Team LUNATIX will be here whatever happens during the playoffs for Season 11.
Yeah, I'm personally going to be the most excited to see what happens here in the playoffs, how LUNATIX will develop as a team now that they've had one season under their belt, what kind of strategies, what kind of growth we can expect, since they've already shown an impressive evolution just in the regular season. Here, let's see what they have in store for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And based on the standings that you saw just now, Team Hawk still ahead of RSG because of the head-to-head. So if you didn't catch up earlier into the show about the criterias of those tiebreakers, you can just scroll back and check it out. There's no need to explain it further than that. Team Hawk is currently very securely in 2nd place with RSG and then Team SMG.
Yeah, from what we can see now, this is basically the last match that truly has a big impact on the standings overall here in the regular season. With this, we can basically confirm where the teams are going, who's moving on into the upper brackets, who's going into the lower brackets. So the next few games are probably going to be just as interesting as this last one.
Yes, but let's talk about the keys to victories. I will personally, I'm going to discard game number 3. I'm mainly going to be talking about game number 2, because a lot of the jungler's contribution, especially from Ema, he's leading in game 1 and game 2, making a lot of problems overall for specifically Team SMG. Like, it was not easy for them to start getting a split push going. It was not easy to actually protect the backline because there was just so much threat coming from Emo.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see how the same hero can play differently by different players, right? If you think about notable Ling players here in this season, you would think about maybe Rival from TODAK. And the way that Amal and Rival played this same hero are so different. Amal, he wants those kills. Yes, he split pushes sometimes, but otherwise, he's mainly with his team. The opposite can be said for how Rival plays with it on TODAK. And so with that, you can kind of see that map control wasn't necessarily the strong point on the side of Team LUNATIX.
I think because of the design, well, okay, it goes both ways, right? We're focusing on Zeph specifically because his positioning is going to be key in both games 1 and game 2. And I think in game 2 even more so. He knows that he has the most valuable ult, and base checking and taking away that engagement tool, or, well, re-engagement tool for the side of the LUNATIX is so very powerful that his stonks so very high. Goldilocks throw your body into the fire, open things up for me, and then I will make sure that your death is worthwhile.
It's an interesting dynamic on LUNATIX because usually the roamer is the main tank, the EXP laner is the secondary tank, but on LUNATIX it's the other way around. Goldilocks already in front before Zeph can do anything about it. It's like, all right, we'll work with this somehow.
We'll make it happen. But picking and winning these wars in game number 2 made all the difference, right? 4 wins, 2 draws, 4 losses. It came down right to the wire.
Yeah, it really did. Is that a uwu?
Yes.
There is an uwu.
0 losses. 0 losses. You can thank our scriptwriter for that. We love it. We absolutely love it.
That definitely. There's a lot of stuff catching me off guard today. The production team having a bit of fun in the background. But yeah, I think it was really good. LUNATIX, I think, has been the team that has the clearest growth about this point of victory specifically, where at the start of the season, they had the worst time picking and winning wars because they were playing every war. And now you can instantly see them on the opposite end of the spectrum, deciding which are the best fights to take and forcing fights to go in their favor.
I think the coaching staff is doing a good job with the boys at the LUNATIX right now. They have great instincts, great mechanics. It's overall well done to the LUNATIX. As much growth as possible, and also for you guys at home who won these skins from the MPL Protector.
Yep, make sure to check below whether your name and your comment is down there, because if so, you have been selected. Thank you very much, and congratulations for getting your predictions correct. Look forward to grabbing your prize, and once again, gotta promote our MPL MY official group. QR code right down there. I don't think I need to tell you guys what kind of stuff goes on in there because I think most of you are there already. So if you have a friend that hasn't, there's an easy way for you to get them to join right now.
And honestly, hopefully you guys just stick around towards the end of the show. We've got big announcements, and this also involves M4. Hopefully this will spark some interest here because apparently it includes playoffs here. But let us announce here the M4 slots. As of yet, MPL Malaysia will get 2 slots here at M4. Same goes with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League, Latam, Indonesia, Philippines. And yeah, those are the only regions that are getting 2 slots, which is rather interesting because, I mean, Myanmar had a great run last time, as well as Singapore only getting 1 slot each.
It is quite an honor, honestly, that we have been determined to be on the same standing as some of these other countries who we know have a long-standing history of being strong at the M4 series. So let's see exactly how our teams will be able to perform. I'm excited to find out who's going to be qualifying to represent us. We'll find that out at the playoffs. And I imagine that this is going to be a very exciting M series as well. Many countries that we have not seen before participating for the first time.
Wait, let me just double check. Yes, the Mekong region is going to be rather interesting here. However, sad to say, we do lose out on a couple. And number 1, I mean, I would have loved to see Na'Vi come back one more time. If that would have been it. But with the situation going on there, our hearts and prayers go out to you guys. Hopefully things settle around. Maybe next time. M5? Question mark?
Question mark indeed. An optimistic question mark as well. But like what you mentioned earlier, I am hoping that all of you guys will stick around until the end of our stream today, not just to close out the regular season, but because there will be a bit of an announcement relating to M4, relating to the playoffs.
Yep. And guys, once again, before we even get towards our end of the show, the next upcoming match here, we're getting close to wrapping up the entire show with our second BO3 of the day. It's gonna be SUHAZ eSports up against the Homeboys.
Now, the gloves are off. We already mentioned teams are already pretty sure of where they're going to be in terms of upper and lower bracket going into the playoffs, which means that there are no stakes involved. These teams can do anything they want. When we've already witnessed a newer team in the form of LUNATIX taking down old veterans team SMG, will SUHAZ eSports be able to repeat that against the Homeboys?
Well, it's going to be tough to say here. It's good to see the semi-professional teams get to a level and grow here at the MPL MY, especially at a professional level.
growth is the most important thing after all. We want to see these new players sprout. We want to see the seedlings become great big oaks that can support the next generation of players. So I'm looking forward to seeing how things will develop, how the rest of the series will go, and how we will end the regular season of Season 10. We're gonna go on a short break. Come back and join us for Series 2. We'll see you then.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Next Necro Keep back in June. Did you like the new Necro Keep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Guzhan. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the land of dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL Mysg ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL Mysg berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ketujuh adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious act of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Get him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
The heart of animal. I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL Mysg ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL Mysg berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and remove the authority for any suspicious act of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar,
peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Guardia Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI.
The actors for the finale are already set in stone, but the show must go on. Welcome back to MPL Malaysia. This is going to be week 8, day number 3, the final day of the regular season here at season 10. You're watching the English broadcast with me, Staffa, as well as Gideon, bringing you all of this MLBB action.
We can finally chill a little bit during the regular season here, the most anticipated match to come, but for now, the show match of a lifetime here. Homeboys up against SUHAZ eSports. Let's see how this is going to play, because based on what I've heard, the lineup has changed a little bit for the Homeboys for this upcoming BO3.
And we'll be looking forward to that once the players walk up onto the stage. But just to give you guys a little bit of context in case you might not be aware of what has gone on, after our first series of the day, with LUNATIX claiming victory over Team SMG, all of the standings are basically locked. The team scores no matter how many points they get or don't get in the following series. We already know who's going into the upper bracket, who's going into the lower bracket, so all of the remaining matches now are just opportunities for these players to enjoy their time here on the MPL stage.
With such low stakes, the question is, what weird picks are we going to see? This happens every regular season. No surprises here during a week 8, especially with a low stakes match. Homeboys, again, lineup change potentially. SUHAZ eSports, do they want to pull out some interesting strats? It's hard to tell what to expect for this upcoming game.
Now, for SUHAZ eSports specifically, they've been in this situation for a while, and now we are seeing some interesting faces among the players of the Homeboys that I think a lot of the fans will be very excited to see. The players themselves very excited to walk up on stage. Look at the way they're dressed right now. I think players, they need no introduction, but regardless, join me in welcoming the Homeboys and SUHAZ eSports up onto the stage.
Homeboys! Bringing them out, walking with swagger. Sunday, boys, is for the Homeboys. Check it out as we're seeing All and Ombong making it to the stage.
Homeboys have been a team to watch out for. Their gameplay always in top form, and right now their theatrics on top form as well. This is going to be a very different lineup than what we are used to, but we can definitely expect an exciting, entertaining, and perhaps chaotic match here on the Land of Dawn.
SUHAZ eSports.
as the next team make their way up onto the stage. I don't know whether they have the same kind of theatrics, but it looks like they're ready to play against Homebois Akatsuki's Pose.
SUHAZ eSports, unfortunately, because they are already in relegation, this is going to be their last chance to play on the MPL stage for quite a while. So let's see whether or not they can continue their progress as a newcomer team and show what they've got against the Homebois.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting matchup here. Theatrics at an all-time high. Showmanship going to be a priority, then competitiveness. This is going to be a fun game to watch.
Fun is right. Honestly, there's no other word to describe it. I'm sure everyone is going to have a good time watching this, and I hope that the coaches and analysts will have just as good a time up here. I imagine it's going to be a little bit confusing to think about what the drafts of these players on the side of the Homebois will be, but Ryzen and Rexmin for SUHAZ, as well as Saiful and Zakas for the Homebois, will be there with their team to provide the best drafts you've ever seen.
I don't know what they've got in preparation here, but let's see what the drafts are going to be looking like. What moods are they feeling today? It could be a serious match coming in from SUHAZ, but considering that the Homebois are going to be bringing up some interesting players, could be a different story. But let's look at the keys of victories. Number 1, jungler impact.
Now, that for the jungler on the side of the Homebois, I am pretty sure that Chibi will still be playing, so we can talk about how Chibi interacts in extent with Razin here. In comparison, Chibi has been a much more accomplished jungler overall. His gameplay performance always very strong.
I mean, overall, like, he can hard carry games by himself if given the opportunity to. I've seen many of his games, and especially when it comes down to creator clashes, that he still stands out amongst the rest. But if you're looking at executing that catch potential, I don't know. The fact that Ombong is going to play, do you think he's still got it?
That is a good question, honestly. Now, I personally have not had the chance to witness these players play before. Ombong as well as Owl. I know that they are household names among the MLBB crowd here. So I imagine it's going to be a bit of a heresy that I have not seen them play before. I'm personally quite excited. I don't know how well they will be able to perform in terms of catch potential, but well, there's a reason they're up there on the stage.
That is true. I expect SUHAZ eSports to be able to hit these keys to victories every single time, especially when we're talking about objective pursuit. Rexvin is going to keep them in check. Hey, still, have a fun time, but let's play to win.
Objectives, always a very important thing. Now, we have definitely seen games where people have won without taking towers, but that doesn't mean you should ignore it. And that also doesn't mean you should ignore the voices of the fans, the Homebois having quite a bit of audience support.
Absolutely. The families here coming in from SUHAZ eSports, making up that 40% of that QR code scan here live at Quill City Mall Arena. SUHAZ have got their own fans ready to go.
Always nice to see the fans coming in to provide support to their favorite players and their favorite teams. You know, having those cheers in the background just go a long way. You think the players, they're not gonna hear, but they will be able to feel the atmosphere of the cheers. So, if you guys also want to contribute to the atmosphere, make sure to participate in our hashtag MPL Predictor. Share what your prediction will be for this match. Who's going to be the winner? What is the score going to be? Along with your most creative comment, including your game ID and server ID, so that we can give you some prizes.
Yup, 749 diamonds worth of a skin. Don't miss your opportunity to be part of the MPL Predictor. We have it every single best of 3. All you gotta do is follow the simple steps that Sadafa has stated out for you. Too late, didn't see it, better pull back. But don't forget, playoffs is going to be right around the corner. And by the way, did you know that it's completely free of entry?
Yup, as compared to right now, where we are having the regular season up here in the convention hall. The playoffs will be happening at the Quill City Mall concourse, wide out in the open, so anyone can walk right in and have a look at the festivities. Of course, we do also invite all of you to pre-register now, because the people who pre-register will get the chance to get their hands on some goodies. And from what I've heard, the people who show up may have a chance to get something, I don't know, maybe related to M4?
Yep, keep your eyes and ears open until the very end of the show. Hey, even Daddy Hood coming in person to check out his team play on that live stage in his own merch.
Why not? When you got the chance, just flaunt it. Why not? It is, of course, going to be their last game here on the MPL, so let's make it one to remember. Starting things off, it's going to be the drafting phase.
Let's jump right into it. Homeboys on the blue side, SUHAZ eSports on the red side. Akai getting banned out for the side of the Homeboys. Rather interesting. Paquito, the follow-up from SUHAZ.
Now, this is going to be the big question on everyone's minds. Owl as well as Ombong, which is going to be going by O here, going to be playing on the gold lane, and it looks like potentially the probably the roam, respectively. We're not too clear on their hero pools. If people watch them, they probably have a better idea. I personally have no idea, so I want to see.
The fact that Zackus is being put on the sideline, I'm expecting O to be playing in the roam position. It wouldn't make too sense if he goes anywhere else unless denying Chibi his jungle, right? That would be very funny, but also rather interesting to see how Chibi will perform as a overall support roamer.
It'll be very interesting if they do decide to swap out those roles. I imagine probably not. After all, he's been performing really well in the jungle. We already pointed out these two players earlier, Chibi and Razin. If you compare the scores in terms of GPM and DPM, Chibi miles ahead of his counterpart here. Unfortunately, Razin has not been having a very good time here at the MPL.
I mean, overall, the game losses coming in from SUHAZ eSports have really helped to deteriorate the overall stats coming in from Razin, but it doesn't mean that he's completely out of it. The games that he has won, and even some of the games that he has lost, have been very close.
Absolutely. So you cannot count them out just yet. SUHAZ eSports, while their performance has been less than stellar this regular season, they have been steadily gaining experience. You're definitely seeing a little bit of growth in them, the same way we've already witnessed an evolution in Team LUNATIX. So, since Homeboys will not be fielding their primary lineup today, this could be a chance for SUHAZ eSports to really prove themselves to the world.
Yup, now SUHAZ eSports have already banned out the Julian. Homeboys, with their final ban in the first phase, take out the Valentina. It's looking pretty meta right now. I don't know. We'll see what the picks are going to start looking like for the Homeboys, but I think SUHAZ are taking this quite seriously.
Yeah, those are very smart bans coming out from SUHAZ. The Paquito especially, because Homeboys loves to flex the Paquito very early on. Both GB and Sapat are excellent players on it. And they're gonna ban out the Cho as well as the Julian before this as well. So mainly targeting flex picks for the Homeboys.
I think it's a good idea. It's a good way to start. Kind of gives you a very clear idea of what the Homeboys' draft is going to look like. But that does mean that Farm gets let through SUHAZ eSports now to respond.
I think we have to note as well that Vinz is going to be playing instead of Bang today, even though Bang has been doing very well in terms of his chemistry with the rest of his team. So we'll see what Vinz is going to be bringing to the table. The Fairness is definitely a hero that suits his style a little bit more compared to Bang, so perhaps that is what Homeboys were targeting.
Okay, so what's the pair up here? We've seen this happen before earlier today. We see the claw get locked in. Do they want to go for a Ling? No, instead it's Lilia.
Interesting. So SUHAZ eSports definitely going for a more classic style. The Lilia and Claude both have a lot of AoE, so since they know they're dealing with the Cult Altar, they're going to be bringing in that AoE damage. Homeboy is going to be locking in the Grok.
I don't know if this is going to be Grok EXP or whether it's going to be Grok going as a roamer. It's a little tough to say as of right now, but you know, I'm just gonna hold on, keep my foot just above the brakes until we see otherwise.
Yeah, this is a very powerful flex pick for the Homeboys as well, because we know that even though Grok typically should be played as a roamer, we have seen Sapat go damage Grok in the EXP lane in the past when Grok was a terror in terms of DPS, so cannot count him out. the Melissa going to be the final pick for Homeboys in this first phase.
Ah, interesting. Okay, so they have a lane bully. They have a way to actually engage as well as team fight reinforcements in literally just Faramis alone. The ult may not necessarily be as strong as it used to be. There have been changes to how much temporary HP you get from the Call Altar, but I don't think that's going to be an issue for SUHAZ eSports for the time being.
Yeah, they'll have plenty of AoE to break through it. As for what they're looking for right now, I think picking up a Lolita at this stage would not be a bad choice. Mienzal has shown himself to be incredibly proficient with this hero specifically, and the AoE of the Numanon Blast would combo well together with the heroes they've already picked up.
And there you have it. Good call there, Stafa. Lolita gets locked in for the side of SUHAZ eSports. Good disengage, good re-engage, but most importantly, able to block the auto attacks coming in from Muddles. SUHAZ eSports now begin the second phase of the ban. What are they going to be looking for? We haven't seen a jungler for the side of the Homeboys. We've pretty much somewhat secured the mid lane. Maybe they might focus hard down on the junglers or arguably the EXP laners.
I think they probably should respect the Esmeralda at the very least, because giving that away to Sabat would be not so ideal. SUHAZ eSports, they want to be able to farm up into the late game, and if the Homeboys have a scaling hero on their side that can split push the other side of the map, it makes SUHAZ's teamfight approach a little bit more difficult.
Well, speaking of split pushing, SUHAZ immediately get rid of that Ling. Lapu, the follow-up for the side of the Homeboys. You don't get to see this very often here in MPL MY.
It is quite surprising to see how the hero has suddenly risen again in prevalence, even though the only thing they did was increase the damage of his Raging Slash. Goes to show, when the meta shifts, you never really expect which heroes are actually going to get picked up in terms of the buffs, in terms of the nerfs. SUHAZ eSports going to ban out the Natan.
And Natan goes, okay, let's see the message. See you when I see you, I would assume. Yep. There we go. Hey, Homeboys now holding priority here. Are they going to keep targeting the EXP lane? Are they going to think about getting rid of Esmeralda? Or do they not mind? Because technically, if SUHAZ eSports wants to hold the EXP lane for their very last pick to ensure the countermeasure, I don't think that's that bad.
The Esmeralda obviously is always a safe choice, but because SUHAZ are in the position to first pick, it would be very easy for Homeboys to counter pick with the Daroff instantly. A little bit boring, but hey, if it works, why not? Instead, maybe going for something safer like the Benedetta or the Masha might be a safer choice.
I think Masha for the side of SUHAZ, you were saying?
Yes.
For the side of SUHAZ, I doubt it because Melissa is really good at making sure that Thunderclap doesn't connect on top of her. I would argue that Yuzong is not that bad. Oh, Hayabusa going to be shown first. So yes, they are going to be holding the EXP as their very final pick.
Hayabusa, a hero we have not gotten to see in a while, and the few times that he did actually show up, he didn't really get to show up very much. Unfortunately, in terms of the meta right now, Hayabusa as a hero does lack a bit of consistent damage in order to be able to truly snowball out. However, in the hands of a skilled player, I'm confident that the hero can still show its stuff. I'm just a little bit worried that this could be a little bit of a handicap for Razin.
Well, Homeboys, they're going to be locking in the Esmeralda as well as Karina. Let's see if SUHAZ eSports wants to lock in Dairoth for Arash. I don't think Hayabusa is too bad. Now that the changes specifically to how people scale up with magic resistant armor and also the changes to penetration, I would argue that even with a Hayabusa, you can make it work.
Okay, I mean, I agree that depending on how you play, depending on how you build, depending on what you're up against, any hero is going to be effective. I just feel like Hayabusa right now is not the best choice. Like even earlier, we already saw that Lancelot is actually not too bad under current circumstances. So I would have thought that they'd go for something a little bit easier to go on, but we will see. The Esmeralda, obvious counter is the Daroff, but kind of lacks AoE against the Cult Altar. They'll still go for it because winning now that EXP lane will give them a lot of map pressure.
I think that's generally fine, right? If you want to disengage from the Cult Altar, you have Lolita, and just in case you need to absolutely shred through the Cult Altar, you have Blazing Duet as well as Gloom from the side of this Lilia to make sure that somebody is forced to respawn. I think at the end of the day, SUHAZ eSports, pretty stable composition. It's just the Hayabusa we have a big question mark on.
Yeah, and that's going to be a question that I'm looking forward to see answered. Overall, both lineups looking to be fairly balanced. Good amount of early game damage, good amount of late game scaling. So it is going to come down to the player's own execution. Homeboys obviously want to create space for this Melissa and Esmeralda to create havoc alongside the Cult Altar, whereas SUHAZ eSports will want to go for the big team fights and preferably win out that EXP lane to turn that early game snowball on the Hayabusa. What will we witness today on the Land of Dawn with these brand new, or per I say, older players joining the ranks of the Homeboys?
Well, let's find out here in our first game of this BO3. Homeboys on the blue side, SUHAZ eSports on the red. Is going to be playing on this Grok to clear it up, help speed Vince up, and at the very least have some control.
Interestingly enough, I do see that Chibi, he's elected to go for Mystery Shop on this Karina as well.
It looks like he's probably going to build full damage. Sapat, he's taking way too much damage here, and Arash instantly kills him solo at level 1.
What? That is incredibly strange from Sapat, especially. He should absolutely know how this matchup works. That's a big miscalculation. Now a big fight happening. Razin losing a lot of his HP. He will be fine. Already managing to secure the Litho.
Yep, and now he's going to be making his way to his purple buff. Mid lane control, quite important in this particular aspect. That's why Jenny and Minzal, it's all about timings, right? Whether the jungler needs the pressure or not. If they don't need it, sure, have first rotation. We just need to inform the rest of the team what the situation is going to be.
But then it depends on whether the team can actually respond. Here, Abumon will be fine because the enemy doesn't quite have enough damage yet for the Homeboys to get that pickoff. But overall, even if they are willing to give up mid priority, I think it is quite dangerous, and especially when you have a hero like the Hayabusa that wants to start moving around the map, having that mid control is quite important.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm more worried about bottom side here. There's so much pressure coming in from the Homeboys on top. And Jenny, he ends up dying there!
Alright, Chibi getting a nice kill, and now up here they're still looking for Abumon and Mianzal. Chibi coming in, he's looking for it. He's already level 4. Mianzal trying to stop him. Battle Mirror Image stops him. He gets in, finds the kill on Abumon. Chibi finds the double and dashes out.
Beautifully set up by All In as well as they immediately start turning their targets on towards Abumon, and now at this stage of the game, getting that double reset allows Chibi to live as he dashes out with the Shadow Execute, making his way away from turret rage.
Based on his damage as well, it does look like he is most likely going for the damage build, but we can only confirm once we actually see the item. SUHAZ eSports, they did make the smart choice, go for the turtle, because they're not going to be able to fight up top and come in time to provide the backup. And SUHAZ, they're actually okay with this because they do have the good late game scaling. In a bit of danger, forced to use the wild charge to escape.
Yep, he makes it on out of there, and now for the time being, I think Minzal is just looking to control this side of the map, knowing that Karina is going to be on his purple buff side. SUHAZ is going to play a little bit more passively because Hayabusa not going to be doing too much until he hits that first item.
Well, so far we are seeing that Homeboys are being the aggressors right now. A little bit surprising. I thought that we'd see a lot more movement around with Razin, Jenny, and Mianzal to try and secure some early game advantage. But Homeboys are the ones trying to dictate the pace. They're allowing Sabat to just wait in lane and try to gank the gold lane, which now, fight starting, Mianzal dropping real low. Chibi, he's gonna be able to flicker away. Numenam Blast not going to land before he gets taken out by the Karina. Cult Altar keeping the Homeboys alive. Jenny going to be the next casualty. Able to walk out to safety. Razin drops as the unstoppable streak to Chibi, but gets shut down because he stayed under the tower a bit too long.
2-for-1 trade so far in favor of the Homeboys. I mean, Chibi is getting really far ahead, but Abumon, he could look to try and kill this Vince. He's going to get on out of there with All by his side. Sapat continuing to hold on to the EXP lane.
Unfortunately, not enough mana on the Claw to actually be able to follow up on that, so a bit sad. He could have actually gotten at least one kill onto Vince there, and that would have been really helpful for Abumon. He is sort of the win condition here. Now Arash being ganked 1v3 has the flicker away. Jenny here to back things up and Homeboys will have to back it out.
As long as SUHAZ leave Arash on this island against the bot, he should continuously win it. He's already a level up, and now the dive.
Down movement on blast, going to miss. Owl just slightly out of the range. Wild charge in the mid lane, looking for Jenny. Not enough time to get out the black shoes. They take the gold shield in the top tier 1, but they lose the turtle in exchange, secured by GB.
Yep, Razin and Abumon doing the work here. Is all now popping Inspire to get his health back up.
Yup, really nicely played. He's gonna be able to chunk down both Razin and Abumon quite heavily, forcing them back. And this could be go time for the Homeboys. Mianzal out of position. He's gonna actually get saved. Oh! Pulled back over the wall. Beautifully done. But he's still very tanky. Owl jumping in with Muddles. Will he find it? They're gonna dive it. He should be able to get it. Yep, Vin secures the kill.
Yep, once again, they are finding just kills all across the board. 8-2 is the score so far, and SUHAZ losing control very quickly. GB is starting to become a force of nature.
Yep, and they're gonna be playing around this Karina very heavily. Blazing Duet, chunking out Vins and Owl, forcing out the Cult Altar, and Abumon will actually be able to BMI out. Now the rest of the team coming in. Vins no longer having his ultimate, will fall to the hands of Razin. Jenny, unfortunately, not able to pick up the kill onto the enemy marksman. Chibi nearly taking out Lilia as well.
Yeah, Chibi missing out on his full combo there. Gets a lot of damage down, but he's not that...
Oh! Yep, the wild charge sets it up. Chibi finally finds the kill on Jenny.
Punished straight away. Jenny 0-4, no black shoes, no sprint.
Yep, Razin has to get out here, but luckily he did take the buff right before this, so he is fine.
Right now, SUHAZ is in a pretty awkward spot, right? They're not losing too much gold, but neither is Jenny getting as far ahead as he wants to. He's taken the Magic Worship, so yeah, he can burn people down, but he still needs items to stay relevant in this game.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal to be 0-4 on the Lilia. He has the black shoes. Honestly, he should be the ones with the least deaths in his team. Homeboys are just rotating really well, but Abumon already starting to farm the rest of the map as well.
They're funneling gold back into him. Jenny knows that he's out of the game for a while.
Oh, gonna find the Tree-Man wild charge, but the rest of the team cannot follow up. Vince has to use the Cult Altar, the Numan on Blast, putting them in danger. Oh, nearly dropping. He will. Mianzal gets the kill. Owl has to back things off, taking a lot of bursts from Jenny. Chibi finds 2 instantly. The double kill. Here comes Arash. Misses the flicker of Business Strike. Chibi gets the triple. He's looking for the Maniac, and he secures it.
Cleanly done. Chibi just giving high fives to Mr. O himself, sitting right next to him. They set it up perfectly. Put up the pins. Chibi comes in to knock him down.
That's unfortunate for SUHAZ. They expect to be able to take these team fights, but they're not scaled up enough to go for the big 5v5. They should be playing around pickoffs with Razin. And unfortunately, Chibi is just way ahead right now in the jungle.
He has so much damage. It is ridiculous. Like, Razin is a full level behind him, but 10-1 and 10-1 and 1? There's no contention here whatsoever.
Yeah, this has to feel really bad for SUHAZ. They're looking for Owl to at least make it up. The ultimate from Melissa will keep the Lolita away, but not Jenny. They get that kill. Here comes O. He's looking for the setup, but the Numenon Blast forces him to wild charge to safety. SUHAZ eSports should be able to disengage.
They back off. Oh, he's trying to lock somebody. Oh, no, he doesn't get Jenny.
Cold Altar popped again. They're still looking for it. Chibi jumping in, secures the monster kill on Mianzal, jumping onto Jenny straight away, but he's overextended. Abumon gets the shutdown. That is going to be a lot of gold. Jenny gets the kill onto Grok too.
Yep, 14-9 now. SUHAZ bounced back from the initial damage, and that's why we see Tank Arena is good to survive situations like that, especially when you have a team that chunks them out so much for you. But GB, he cannot just 1v5 by himself. If he doesn't have enough items to execute or one-shot somebody with his ultimate to get the reset, then, well, he's got to figure out a way to escape.
Yeah, GB definitely got a little bit greedy there. Can't really blame him because he's been doing so well already, getting that Maniac right before, but you can't afford to get sloppy at this point. SUHAZ eSports, despite being down on kills, they're actually still matching up in net worth, and their late game scaling is not at all bad.
Let's see whether or not they can make it to that point, right? Because Razin, he's been doing a good job getting in and out of fights. He's been picking off a couple of kills and actually keeping up with Chibi's farm now, both at level 12.
That's going to be an important factor here. The fact that the Hayabusa can actually somewhat match up, but now they're jumping in. GB onto Mienzal will pick up the kill straight away. Cold Altar to allow him to get out. They're now re-engaging. Jenny pops the black shoes right into PGB's path. He gets the double kill. Jumping in again. Blazing Duet actually doing a lot of team damage, but the triple kill goes to GB. They're setting up for the Maniac. Once again, GB gets the shutdown. He gets the Maniac. Will he get the Savage? They're taking the tower. Savage going over to GB.
Finally, a Savage achieved coming in from the Homeboys. GB with a team like this supporting his back. They're trying to give him the most kills in the game.
That has got to be a big psychological blow onto SUHAZ eSports. It's already bad enough to be losing at this point. It's even worse to give up a Savage to the enemy jungle. 16-2 on this damaged Karina right now. Chibi is proving that everything we said about him being one of the best junglers in the MPL is true.
Yep. I think there's no doubt about it that Chibi is a strong overall jungler, but let's see how SUHAZ handles this situation around the Lord Pit.
Yep, they're dancing around it right now. Lord dropping real low. GB has a lot of damage. SUHAZ looking for the re-engage. Numenon Blast coming out. Cold Altar already popped. All the temp HP is gone with the Blazing Duet. But GB jumps in, finds Arash. Now they're looking for Mienzal. He's trying to delay them. Chibu already picks up the Lord. Razin jumps in. Ogi shadow kill, but there's literally no damage. Chibi is in the back line. He finds Abumon. He finds Mienzal. Another triple kill going to the Karina. Jenny will slow him enough to make sure that he's not another target. And actually saves Razin there with the wall.
So very close. I mean, it connected a bit, but the shield protected him from the damage. Not securing that kill is a little sad, but Homeboys have a hefty lead. They've developed an almost a 5k gold lead against SUHAZ so far. 22 to 10 kills.
Yeah, GP's just looking to completely upend his KDA score here right now. 19-2. I wonder how much higher it's going to get. This is going to be a tough defense from SUHAZ eSports. They don't have the best wave clear, and they have to use a lot of their cooldowns to do so. Cold Altar going in. That's a big Numenon Blast. Vince instantly falls. They find the inhibitor, but Chibi is taken down as well. Blazing Duet gonna find 2 more, and the double kill going over to Abuman. Gonna flicker over the wall to try and escape, but there's no way he's getting out of that one. Arash picks it up. They basically wipe Homeboys.
Yep, and now the goal lead from what used to be about 5k has shrunk down to 1.4. Now SUHAZ can easily bounce back into this game. They have heroes that scale really nicely, and Homeboys, their snowball is starting to slow down.
Yeah, they definitely threw way too many bodies at that, expecting the numbers game to just work because they have the Lord. So SUHAZ eSports did a very good job of defending it. Again, you have to note there's a lot of AoE damage in both Abumon and Jenny. Homeboys needs to respect that.
Yeah, at any point, Jenny or arguably even Abumon could just jump in and blow up your backline. So I think All has to be extremely careful. He's 0-3 and 13 as of yet. He hasn't been able to pick up too many kills, but these assists, the assist goal will slowly start to stack as well.
This is honestly kind of bad for the Homeboys here. Yes, their late game scaling is alright with the Melissa and the Esmeralda, but in comparison, SUHAZ will have actually a much better time. Now we can see Oki Shadow Kill used by Razin to chunk out Chibi and Vince. They are still fine for now. They want to try and secure this top lane.
Yep, top side again. The pit being played around. With 40 more seconds, there's no need to be here. You just need to focus on the waves, and SUHAZ make the smarter call.
Yep, Sabat gonna get slowed heavily. Falling Star Moon used to clear the wave, and Muddle's gonna force Jenny back as well. They might be looking for the 5v5. But right now, Homeboys needs to be quite wary about going for these big team fights. SUHAZ has a lot of AoE.
Yeah, and especially with the disengage coming in with that wall charge could really disrupt the team. Now, Homeboys haven't been too diligent, but now the attack from Razin forces out that call Altar. Where do we see Homeboys attack again?
Yeah, and now SUHAZ are instantly engaging onto They realize he's separated from his team. He flickers away from the Numenon Blast, but not from Arash, who picks up the kill. Here comes GB, Blazing Duet, chunking them out. 3-man Falling Star Moon by Sabat to stun them in place. But the Esmeralda dropping real low. Owl, his shot's gonna get blocked in the base. The minions are pushing in. Homeboys trying to delay, but SUHAZ will be able to make it back home to make sure they're not taken out.
For the time being, All now getting some really strong items. Berserker's Fury is gonna significantly boost up his damage, but we're seeing 2 Malefic Roars, one from Mirage and the next
from Abumon. So with the goal lead being so marginally very little for SUHAZ eSports, they're basically on equal footing.
We've seen today a lot of base defenses that resulted in the team being able to extend the game. SUHAZ does have the tools for that, but now they're fighting over the Lord. Cold Altar comes out, GB secures the Lord, Numenon Blast, going to not find it. Wild Charge stops him as GB picks up a rush, dashes through Mianzal, dashes through another. Abumon goes down, double kill, but 4 members of HOMEBOIS already taken out. A triple kill by Razin in return.
Jenny just picking up kills left, right, and Razin picking up kills left, right, and center. Now Razin is in trouble. He has to get on out of there, but Sapat, he might just chase him all the way down.
And Razin's just juking away with the quad shadow. It's going to be very difficult for the Esmeralda to actually catch up to this, even though he's not going to give up his pursuit. He wants to keep Razin on low HP as much as possible for the Lord to push in.
Now, with this Lord on the bottom side of the map, SUHAZ unfortunately can't do a lot about it except play for high ground defense, maybe push out a little earlier. Maybe they could use the Magic Sentry to get that info?
They probably should, and that's exactly what Mianzal is doing now, making sure where the rest of the HOMEBOIS are. They should know now that there's actually only 3 of them, but they will safely take out the Lord from a distance. That inhibitor already down previously, so SUHAZ don't lose anything from this, but HOMEBOIS wants to look for more. Cold Altar, they're jumping straight in. Mianzal charges up the Numenon Blast. They will find 2, but the Winter Trunkin gonna keep them alive. They're going in. The crystal is exposed. Blazing Duet not doing enough damage to pick up the rest of the HOMEBOIS. GB on top of the crystal. Sambat buying time. HOMEBOIS want to take the victory, and that is what they will get.
Let's go! Finally, we're getting some wins with 100% win rates on Ombong Haha, as well as All, who's having a pretty rough lane with so many ganks coming to his side.
Yeah, but the HOMEBOIS were able to follow up on it. This was basically just a chibi highlight reel. The Karina having the best time of his life, getting multiple triple kills, a maniac, a savage. Need I say more?
They've done well. They've done well for themselves, setting it up 1 by 1, just like bowling pins here for Chibi. The ultimate bowling ball to go smashing through and getting reset upon reset upon reset.
Really well done. Honestly, just a pleasure to watch. And at the same time, you could tell that the HOMEBOIS weren't trying to play too hard by the book. They were just having fun. They were enjoying it. They were clashing with SUHAZ eSports on their level, and they just came out better in terms of macro and mechanical play.
Yeah, I mean, it's just good setups all across the board. I'm surprised that both Ha as well as All were communicating well with the rest of the team. It seems like they've got that down to a science.
Well, these players have been around with the team since the beginning of the season. It's just that we haven't actually seen them play for reasons that I think are obvious enough for all of you watching at home. But looking at the item builds here, well, it's actually fairly even because the gold didn't actually lean too heavily in one team's favor the entire time.
Absolutely. They were playing around, I would like to say Melissa, but even All understood that, man, this is a tough matchup. I'm only going to get my Berserker's Fury as my 4th item, not as a 3rd. He took a Winds of Nature, knowing that Abumon wants to all in him as soon as possible, so I might as well get a Winds of Nature to protect myself.
I think it's quite safe to go for that Winds of Nature, not just for Abumon, but also to counteract Razin, right?
Yep, it's good. It is very, very good. But the problem is that Razin, he is picking up these kills, but the rest of his team isn't scaling as hard. I mean, Karina is making sure that the squishier targets like Claude and as well as Lilia continuously get punished. I mean, look at the lead he developed by himself. 22 out of the 26 kills you see up on screen are done by Chibi alone.
That's just kind of crazy. Even going for that Blood Wings there because he knows he wants to be in the thick of the battle and doesn't want to lean into the more typical tank Karina build. That's just the Chibi style for you, and the MVP will obviously be going to him. No way it's anyone else when he had a savage, a maniac, multiple triple kills under his belt.
He also purchased Blood Wings, one of the more expensive items in the game. He didn't bother to go for a Holy Glaive. He's looking for, like, give me a concentrated energy, give me the Calamity Reaper. I want to make sure I have a lot of magic damage with the Holy Crystal. You know what? Let's give myself even more magic damage with the Blood Wings.
Yeah, this is not a classic Karina build, even when you usually go damage. This is very much a snowball build. This is very much a flex build.
Absolutely. And 92% kill participation, man. What a driving force for the homeboys. That's why some of the talents we were talking about are dream teams. Let's check out the highlights here real quick, brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. These resets coming in from Chibi are not done by him himself alone.
Yeah, it's because the rest of his team was there to set things up from him. Even from the beginning of the game, you could tell that the communication on the side of the homeboys was really tight. They knew exactly what they were planning. They knew exactly what they were capable of. Chibi obviously playing out of his mind the whole game, so his team being able to follow up just adds to the pressure SUHAZ was facing.
Yeah, the execution was so very clean, and you have to give it all. He tried his hardest not to die to Razin specifically, but it's a little tough to get away from. He can't protect you from the Oki shadow kill.
Yeah, but this is one of those situations where even though Owl gets picked off in a lot of these fights, Chibi is already so fed, and they have so many ways of supporting the Karina in like the Cult Altar and the Wild Charge that it doesn't really matter. It's kind of a similar situation to Sasa earlier in the day. It's just like, well, you got our marksman, but what did it cost?
But what did it cost indeed? I mean, even Vince, like, he's trying to catch up in terms of assists to all, but All's just looking at Vince and is like, listen to me, I'm the support.
Why not? The sacrificial play, right? Yeah, if you want to come in onto the MPL stage for the very first time, show off to the players, show off to the fans a little bit. If you can't do well, then at least you can die for the cause.
That's true. I'm curious to see whether they're actually capable of taking another game off of SUHAZ. And based on that first one, it's looking real good.
Now, the big question is, now that they've successfully taken game number 1 with a pretty standard draft, and they're feeling confident in themselves, is it time for something more unique?
Moskov maybe coming from all that is sort of his shtick, his thing when he goes live on stream. I don't know, we might even see a Bruno for all intents and purposes. He has been recently, I don't know, buffed up at the patch.
Yeah, just buffed up a little bit. To be honest, I personally didn't consider it a very big buff when I read the patch notes myself, so it surprises me that players are picking him up a lot more. I think all they really gave was extra movement speed when trying to go and catch the ball. That's about it. Otherwise, I guess Bruno was already quite a strong lane bully.
I mean, he is a strong lane bully, but with these small tweaks, especially to catching his ball and the initial damage that you get from it, it's big. It means that you can kite a little bit better. It's easier to catch the ball. It's so easy to get free damage off of the Bruno, so that's what I'm hoping to see. But let's recap the first initial game. The resets coming in from Chibi, they had a relatively fast game off of that one. I don't know, I want to see more out of All. He's doing 63,000 damage alone on the Melissa.
But of course, that kind of pales in comparison to what Chibi was doing on the Karina, which also pales in comparison to what Abumon was doing on the Claude. Like, you would not expect this, but a lot of those fights, the Blazing Duet was causing a lot of impact. It's just unfortunate that the rest of SUHAZ weren't farmed up enough to follow up on it.
And that's the thing. It always comes down to the items. And I mean, Abumon, he played as hard as he can, but with Chibi being so very strong and no items to actually protect yourself against them, it's like, oh, what are you going to do? Get an Athena shield? Is that going to protect you? No, true damage, and you're dead.
Yep, unfortunately, SUHAZ eSports, they have a very front-to-back lineup here. And yes, that's standard, that's safe, but if Chibi gets into the back line, all of a sudden, it's a free feast. It's basically a buffet for the Karina, and there's not much you can do about it.
There really isn't much that you can do about it. Even Minzal trying to peel Chibi off the rest of his team was hard enough, especially when he has to deal with the Call Altar. It's like, oh, now he's back up to live. I'm going to proc my passive, and Sabat steals the shield, and it's just like, it doesn't feel like you can get anywhere with it.
Yeah, but looking at the lineups again, I have to ask you, were you expecting this kind of lineup for the homeboys when they brought these players in?
Well, to a degree. I was expecting a marksman coming out of All. I was expecting an assassin to come out of Chibi specifically because he's been playing the fighters and tanks for so long. It's good that he can actually show up and have some fun on a Karina.
Yeah, but the thing is, when he plays these fighters and tanks, especially the Bakido, he's basically playing it like an assassin anyway. Looking at his GPM, pretty high for a jungler, especially one that participates in fighting as much as Chibi does. 70% average kill participation. in a team like the Homeboys, that's quite impressive.
I mean, Homeboys, they fight as a team. They skirmish together as much as they can. Look at that total KDA with 130 kills on his side to 72 deaths and 167 assists.
Yeah, that's just a stellar record right there. That's exactly the kind of numbers you want to see on your core players. So Jimmy already showing us how it is done. SUHAZ, I imagine they're going to have a bit of a rough time here. Obviously, there's no pressure on them. They, unfortunately, will already know that they're going home after this. But ideally, they want to be able to at least take a game off of the Homeboys.
Yeah, and honestly, Razin, I mean, look at his total KDA. He's 80 to 81 here. Very close margins overall to break that 50% KDA, 0.5, or sorry, 1 KDA. Eventually, if he gets a little bit more kills. But with an average kill participation of 63%, it does beg the question about SUHAZ eSports. Is there a plan in mind? Is there a way that they want to rotate together? I feel like they have a macro idea of the game, but when it comes down to the micro, there are certain things that they are uncertain of, the steps to which they need to take to make that macro play work.
Yeah, there seems to be a lack of experience in this team's execution overall, and of course, we can't really blame them. It's because they are a very new team. These are very new players, first time on the MPL stage as well. So, you know, they got a slight pass. Could see Bang there in the crowd watching to see how his team is performing, and I think we all are just as excited to see how his team will be performing. So let us return into the drafting phase.
Back into the draft, Homeboys once again on the blue side, SUHAZ eSports on the red. I don't think the bans are going to change too much for the side of the Homeboys, but let's see how SUHAZ eSports adapts.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question, is it? Are they going to go with the same bans overall? Paquito definitely as a hero needs to go. You cannot give that away. But previously, they also banned the Julian, they also banned the Cho. Very heavy emphasis on flexible hero picks.
Yep, they want to make sure they have a clear idea of what Homeboys is trying to do every single time they get a lock-in. Valentina going to be the follow-up ban for the side of Homeboys. SUHAZ eSports, I'm guessing we're looking at Julian here. I would make an argument for Wanwan for either side.
1-1. I mean, the hero was let through completely the last game, though. Literally, no one cared about 1-1.
Exactly, and that's why I want to see it, because they have changed her weakness points to, her ultimate a little bit. Basically, when you activate your ultimate, you can only activate it and start shooting that crossbow tank against targets who you've procced all 3 weakness points on before she starts changing target. So you can't just proc it, walk into the enemy backline, and then just pop it whenever necessary.
Yeah, I think that makes the hero more balanced. But personally speaking, the problem with 1-1 is that she's a very high complexity hero. And the reason why a lot of people were playing her was because she had a really OP ultimate to make up for that complexity. Now, she's in a much more balanced state, but because she's balanced, other marksmen are easier to play.
This is a good point. I still want to see it. Somebody show off. Show us what you got. Flex those mechanics here in this matchup. And now it's going to be SUHAZ with the final ban on the red side for the first phase.
So they did decide to ban out the Grok instead of the Julian. So they will either have to choose between the Julian or the Cho if they still want to repeat their bans from previously. Do they want to prioritize the Faramis, maybe?
I don't think Faramis is that bad. I do think that getting rid of Cho, just to limit O's hero pool would be great too. Looks like they're hovering over Fanny here, and they ban it out. Homeboys, initially they are the ones who banned out the Fanny, but this time banning out the Claude.
An interesting choice from the Homeboys, but since they are on the blue side, they could pick up the Fanny for themselves. I understand why they would let it through. And since the Cho was let through, Homeboys instantly snatch it up.
Yeah, another signature pick here coming in from O. I think he'll perform quite okay considering his Grok gameplay just now. It's not bad, and now with even more playmaking capabilities, let's see what he's got.
Yeah, but with more playmaking abilities also comes with more complexity, and I do kind of wonder, obviously, he hasn't played on the MPL stage in a long time. I'm sure that he streams a bunch, we can probably watch his gameplay a bunch. but I don't know whether or not he still has the finger skills to play with that choke.
I think, I mean, the fact that he's playing with the Homeboys environment is very casual. I mean, look at him. He himself is just the charisma that's coming out of him on a stage where people have put blood, sweat, and tears on the line. It makes it, he looks like he's at home.
Yeah, I guess that is fair. He did come up on stage in the Akatsuki jacket as well, so I'm pretty sure he's ready to shed some blood too. Looks like, oh, well, we discussed the possibility. Here it is.
There we go. Signature picks coming out for the side of the Homeboys. SUHAZ, however, have locked in the Julian as well as the Farmist, so you got to keep in mind here, it might not be as easy for Vins to pop that real-world manipulation and for all to get a lot of damage, especially when he has to deal with the Cult Altar. People are going to be running at him.
Yeah, the Moskov is going to have a bit of a rough time here because he's very single target as a hero, and when you have the Cult Altar to deal with, you kind of have to hope that all of your enemies line up like a skewer.
Yeah, they just gotta they gotta get into line. It's like they're lining up for Assembly Hall, and then they just run at you, and you just pray that they maintain that formation the whole time. Lapu Lapu gets locked in for SUHAZ.
So Homeboys were onto something when they banned out this hero in the second phase previously. SUHAZ, they want to play it, it looks like. So this time, not going to let the Homeboys ban it out, locking it in at this phase of the pick, I think is fairly okay, fairly safe. I do feel like as a hero, ideally they could have picked up something with more disruption to knock Eve out of the real world manipulation, but hey, who knows?
There we go. It's going to be Esmeralda as well as Balmon getting banned out here. I mean, to be fair, the Lapu Lapu can dive into the backline to chase down all on that Moskov, and technically he can also cancel out that real-world manipulation, maybe not as reliably, because the animation is quite slow, and there is a possibility Vince just decides, you know what, I'm just going to take the Purify.
And Vince, all he has to do is really wait for the Bravest Warrior to be expended, which it is definitely going to be every time Arash wants to jump into a fight. And then he just pops the real-world manipulation after that, and there is nothing a Lapu Lapu can do about it.
Yeah, he just has to fight at that point, and hopefully that's going to be enough. SUHAZ eSports holding priority, looking like they're going to ban Ling. That is a good ban against the Homeboys.
Yeah, but it's very difficult to focus down on Chibi's hero pool overall. Yes, he banned the Ling, but the Karina he played in previous game is still there. Plenty of options are still there, so SUHAZ can't really do much about it. The Ling just has to be removed because of the utility and damage that the hero brings to the table.
Speaking of which, let's see where the damage is going to be generally coming from SUHAZ. I'm expecting Abumon to be playing Irithel, arguably. Man, missing a jungler as well as a roamer. Could be Lolita for the side of SUHAZ eSports. I would much rather a Grok, but they already banned it out.
Grok, yeah, I would have to say that even with the Grok, I'm personally not a big fan because the magic damage from Eve would prove to be a problem. Maybe something simple like a Ruby would not be a bad choice. Counters the choke, counters the Eve. Instead, oh, they're going to be the ones to pick up the Bruno.
Man, every single time he's just like, all right, I'm going to have some fun. He either gets ganked, and now he has to deal up with a really big lane bully too. Homeboys, they lock in that Benedetta. I guess it's going to go on Subbot. Who knows? Chibi, let's see. What's the jungler this time?
Ideally, something that has a good amount of AoEs, trying to scour in my head. I mean, going to Karina again, not a bad choice, but a little bit less ideal because the Cult Altar Temp Haste P will make her ability to chain kills a lot more difficult.
Here we go. It's going to be the Amon. Kill secure is going to be the objective. Let the AoE be done by the mage.
That's quite risky here when the enemy team has the Cult Altar. The Ruby will be the final pick, so yeah, looks like I did call that. I think it's a good choice at this stage. A lot of CC in one package will do wonders against the Homeboys draft.
Yeah, it does well against pretty much everybody, against everybody on the lineup of the Homeboys. Just really disruptive, really annoying, and more importantly, the I'm Offended, a good playmaking tool to punish opponents out of position and force the fight against the Homeboys.
Well, speaking of fights, the lineups are now complete on either side. SUHAZ eSports going for a very big fighting lineup, whereas the Homeboys going to go for a very off-meta set of picks. They're going to be playing on their comfort and seeing whether or not it will work out on the MPL stage. If they can clean this out in a 2-0 sweep, that's going to give them quite a bit of a mental boost preparing for the playoffs. Whereas SUHAZ eSports, we'll see whether or not they will be able to overcome the difficulty that is the Homeboys as we re-enter the land of dawn.
Welcome everybody, this is the second game of this best of 3 match point for the Homeboys. If they can 2-0 SUHAZ here, let's see whether or not this Amon jungle is going to be worth it.
Yeah, this is going to be my big question here. The Julian versus the Amon jungle. Julian needs to hit level 3, Amon ideally needs to hit level 4, so Razin can actually start making things happen a little earlier.
Yeah, and I think Razin should. Honestly, he should take the fight straight to Chibi, and with the Ruby on hand for the side of SUHAZ, they could probably make an invade happen.
Oh, but speaking of invading, Mianzal in a lot of danger. He already used his flicker, so Sabat instantly gets the first blood. Shadow Stampede gonna pull a few people back. Arash is here as well, but he's only level 2. Labu Labu needs that ultimate to really contribute to team fight, so there's not much he can do here.
Bad communication coming in from SUHAZ eSports. They should have known for a fact that Sabat is going to be able to make his way out of lane relatively quick, especially since Lapu Lapu isn't strong at level 1 or at level 2.
Yeah, exactly. That's why looking at about the lane matchups overall, Sabat is going to have a really good time down here against the Lapu Lapu, at least before level 4, which means that we can expect Homeboys to put a little more attention towards Owl's lane.
Well, let's see where the care and lovin' is going to be. Razin, he sees the, oh god, oh, he's in trouble, but Owl is going to get hit and knocked up.
Yep, they're going to be doing a lot. That is a Bruno after all, early game damage inbuilt, and Mianzal is here to pick up the kill. I feel like he could have given that to Abumon instead.
Ideally, it should have gone to Abumon, but let's see the response. Vince and Chibi zoned them from the rest, but notice that Sabat has proxied the jungle and might actually return to join the fight by Turtle.
Yeah, that's something they have to keep an eye on. Arash trying to clear the wave himself, but he's going to be a lot later than Sabat joining this. Sabat still has Petrify, gets pulled under the tower, but eye for an eye gets him out. Homeboys in a good position to secure the turtle, but they should be aware Arash is waiting behind them. Jumping in, Bravest Fighter already expanded. Here comes the Cult Altar. Sabat instantly cuts off the back line, not allowing Mianzal to join his team. GB securing the turtle, and now the Endless Shards lands on Jenny, picking out the Faramis instantly. Ruby gets taken out, the kick onto Razin, and Hand Sword actually gets him escape.
Nicely done by... Oh! Spirit Destruction almost connecting onto Razin there. Moments before disaster for SUHAZ eSports.
That is scary right there. You can tell that this is Owl's main hero. He does take a lot of damage from Abumon. Oh, gonna force out the flicker. Nearly dying as well, but Abumon shouldn't be able... He actually... Oh! What? He gets that? And now the I'm offended from Mianzal sets up the double kill.
You can see Owl's face is like, oh man, I may have trolled there. I may have trolled. I may have made a mistake. It's a big oopsie for the side of the Homeboys there. And it looks like he didn't have his knockback in time for that fight, because I can see the idea. The Moskov wants to angle himself so he can get the extra attack speed after his step and instantly start chunking out the Bruno to win the trade.
I was just expecting Owl to throw the Spear of Misery and knock him back. Like, I thought that was what was going to happen.
But he used it earlier, so he's waiting for that cooldown.
I see.
So all, like, yes, O is baiting and may die in the process, but wait, bot side.
Arash gonna get caught out. The Petrify inside the Electo final blow to set up for Chibi. An easy kill. 3v3 up in the top lane. Oh, gonna get pulled back. Mianzal looking for the hook. Cho will be able to get away, but that's a lot of tower gold going to Abumon. This Bruno getting funneled heavily. Here comes Razin, looking for the Cho. Kick on to Razin. Cold Altar keeps him alive, but they're now inside the real world manipulation. Razin waiting for the cooldowns. Goes for the enhanced sword. I'm not sure if that was the best choice, so he gets taken out. Endless shards nearly kills Jenny. He survives, and Chibi dies instead. But Mianzal will be traded away. Oh, you don't want to be here right now. Abumon looking for the kill. He does get it double, but Owl pins him against the wall, gets the shutdown.
Oh, the misery coming in from all that spear. So very good. Gets the collision against the wall. But you have to admit, Chibi, what was that against Jenny? He almost 100 to 0 him instantly with the ult alone, as well as the passive from his auto attack.
And he didn't even stack up the shards beforehand. That's kind of crazy. I'm pretty sure Chibi was actually expecting that to one-shot him as well. But now Owl in danger. Mianzal looking for the CC. O is here to save him. He's gonna actually escape the enhanced chain. Razin just a little bit out of range. The kick by Joe, not gonna find Mianzal under the tower, so O will survive. They are looking to extend this. Here comes Sabat looking for an electric final blow. Petrify on Mianzal into the real world manipulation. They flicker out, but the cult altar is popped, meaning that they have to re-engage. Slight miscommunication there, so Sabat goes back in, drops Jenny real low. Here comes Arash from the side, and Hand Chain finds Vince. Oh, gonna be left by himself, so he will die. Chibi looking for a kill for himself. Endless shards onto Razin, instantly takes him out, but Chibi nearly dies to the footballs as well.
I mean, he can regenerate at this point in time. Look at him. Look at him. He's already back up to 50% HP, and he's probably going to do it again. There's nothing much because Razin is dead, but Arash comes in.
He's still looking for Owl. Gets the 1v1 kill up in the top lane. They get the Landshaker onto Chibi. He's looking for the red tree, but he is dead. They get the I'm offended on Vince, and he falls too. Turtle going to SUHAZ.
All right, so All now finally getting to play the game finally. 3-1-1, especially now that he's basically out of the lane. He's greeting out for this, but O is here to back him up.
Yeah, he knows that the show is there to keep him safe, so why not? If he can shove his tower out at this stage of the game, it's just gonna give the homeboys more map control to do crazy plays with.
I mean, let's look at the gold ranking, right? Sabat has been doing some good proxying overall. Sabat? Okay, he manages to get on out of there. And so is Abumon. All is 400 gold behind Abu.
Oh, Arash going to miss the final hit of the Raging Slash. Petrified by Sabat, keeps him in place, and he will get out with the ultimate, leaving the kill to Vince. But Arash actually times the dash, and Owl gets ganked in the top lane. They want to trade Lapu for this. They lose the tower up top. Sabat is here to pick it up. What? Wait, he gets out! And okay, that was close.
Oh man, the passive, the jungle warrior movement coming in from the side of Lapu was looking real good here. Razin is still going to be alive for the time being. The cult altar actually being activated to ensure that nobody dies at this point of time. But again, gold lead not really going anywhere.
TB gets pulled in with the I'm offended. The ambush in the bush. Abumon gets some revenge onto the Amon.
For now, I think things can start to calm down. With 30 seconds on the clock, Mianzal with an aggressive position. Sabat starts opening up the map as well.
This Ruby may be in a bad spot. Forced to flicker away. Here comes Arash. Jenny looking to back it up. I think Cold Altar is still on cooldown, but they find Owl with the enhanced chain, and that is the most important target they could have picked up. So that means they're going for the tower. Abumon looking for it. He will get it very easily. I'm offended is back up again on the show, but SUHAZ will not invest too far.
Yep, and we do see Razin actually picking up that Feather of Heaven, almost getting the solo kill onto Sabat. They're going to be sitting on top of the Lord, and now Homeboys, they might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, looks like relying on the comfort picks may be costing them a little bit here, because their fighting potential at this stage of the game is going to pale in comparison to that of SUHAZ eSports, who have a lot more damage and utility inbuilt into their kits.
I think he needs to be really careful here. Abumon is 6-2-2. He basically can't 1v1 all unless at the very least Abumon gets CC'd. That's the only time All could look for the punish.
Yeah, that's gotta be pretty rough for Owl. But it is understandable. The early game from Bruno is going to be way better than that of Moskov, and Owl's gonna be very dependent on the Inspire before he can actually get his items. Abumon looking for it, but Owl will not walk up.
Good game sense. Good game sense. They spotted Abumon rotating towards the bottom side. They didn't know where exactly he was, so better not go for the face check.
Mianzal though will go for the face check. He finds O, gonna miss the hook onto Vince. So there will be no casualties on the side of the homeboys. They want to delay them to see if they can stop the Lord up top. But Abumon has a lot of structure damage.
Yep, I mean, look at him absolutely just taking out these minions, chunking out turrets at the same time. All himself will take out the Lord, but again, no commitment here. SUHAZ are just using it for economic value.
They're looking for an ambush right now. Oh, going to be the target, but he gets a two-man Chicken Go, gets the kick onto the Faramis. No Cold Altar, right into the AoE of Sunbat, who is picking them off one by one. A double kill by GB. Spear of Destruction finds Mianzal, but doesn't slow him enough for the rest of the team, though the damage is already done.
Oh my goodness, Arashi might be in some trouble here. He's got Jenny by his side for the time being, but what a combination from the homeboys.
SUHAZ eSports, they can't stack up like that. Once the Cult Altar is no longer a factor, really well played by O to find the fairness out of everyone there. SUHAZ eSports are lacking a lot of their fighting potential.
I think that answers the question. Oh, he's still got it, man. He's still got it. He knows how to do the mechanics. He's communicating really well with the rest of his team. I mean, the timings of that could have gone horrendously wrong, because if somebody missed out their CC, Jenny instantly can pop that Call Altar and save the entire fight.
Yeah, the CC chain from the homeboys was excellent and exactly what they needed because, yeah, as you mentioned, the Cult Altar would have changed that fight entirely for SUHAZ eSports. Instantly, though, the network lead will skew towards the side of the homeboys, and you can imagine this is going to affect SUHAZ a little bit. They were playing a lot more confidently before.
Yeah, Razin actually opted to go for a more sustainable build here. Feather of Heaven, Genius One, as well as the concentrated energy to make sure that he's got not only cooldowns, but enough attack speed to get empowered auto attacks after he's used an enhanced ability.
Yep, right now though, homeboys, they're looking for something. They've definitely gained a sense of confidence after that last engagement. They know they're strong, they know they have a lot of damage. Concealed play from Mianzal. He's looking for the Ammo Bandit. Finds two, but where is his team? That's a little bit early. Chibi, though, gonna be poked out heavily by Arash. Oh, trying to delay the backline. He's by himself as well. These players are just scattered. And right now, Sabat, are they gonna go for him? Nope, they're gonna go for the Lord.
Yep, it's a 4v5 situation here, and honestly, Amon can't really do much. He can't tank, he can't actually deal with the damage. Sabat trying to get on out of there.
Oh, 3-man Petrify, and that's a lot of damage. I kind of want to see what Sabat is building right now on this Benedetta. I don't think it is a tank build, and that's why SUHAZ was taking so much AoE damage in that fight before.
Yeah, that felt kind of gross, honestly, and all right, let's see whether or not he will scale for the later part of this game, because SUHAZ right now going to be utilizing this lead and as well as this Lord push to try and get an inhibitor at the very least. And now that Abumon pretty much at 3 items should be able to take out any objective pretty fast.
Yeah, but ideally SUHAZ want to be able to win a fight before this Lord pushes up, because it is the first Lord. But speaking of fighting, Abumon is just dead. Cult Altar wasted on no one but Jenny himself, who is, by the way, also dead. Razin just barely managing to get away. Mianzal as well. The Lord will connect to the top inhibitor, but it is the first Lord. As long as Homeboy sends someone, actually, that is actually gonna go down.
Is it? Is it?
I think it's yeah, that is.
Oh, it's too late. Oh, doesn't have enough damage. And yes, the crits are looking amazing. Look at how fast he takes it out, but not fast enough. He does pick up a Winds of Nature to actually challenge Abumon in these 1v1s. So I think now he's finally hit his power item spike to actually go for it. Oh!
Oh, he gets the kick onto Razin into his team, but the enhanced sword will keep him alive. GB finds Mianzal in the backline. Subbat finding Razin for himself. Double kill on the Amon as Jenny is picked off, so no Cold Altar. Arash stuck in the Eve ultimate. Triple going to Chibi on the Amon. He's looking.
Oh, he tries!
He doesn't get the mania.
No! The Spirit Destruction doesn't connect. It was such a close attempt. Such a close attempt, and even the homeboys slightly disappointed about it, but hey, they won the fight. That's what's important. Now they start taking back control.
I was just kind of disappointed by that one myself. That would have been so cool. Abumon Abumon trying to defend the base by himself, but he's taking a lot of poke damage. He will successfully clear the wave. Mianzal looking for the hook, but Vince will be able to slop him. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to catch up.
Well, let's see how they play out this next Lord fight, because so far, SUHAZ eSports have been claiming every single Lord this game. And Homeboys, it depends. Do they get picked off here, or can SUHAZ eSports stick close enough together, but not close enough for Supat to get an engagement on them when his Petrify comes up?
SUHAZ's positioning in this game is honestly very difficult right now. Oh, the I'm offended onto O. He did still have one more dash though with the Shunpo, so he's fine. Right now, SUHAZ, they have the balance between, like you mentioned, close enough to get it to back each other up, but not close enough for the big Electro Final Blow Petrify to land on them. But at the same time, you can see that O and Chibi are just trying to separate them as much as possible.
Yeah, oh, look at how fast he is! Look at the man go! He's already popped this Inspire to ensure that the tier 2 falls quickly and maybe pull a bit of attention to himself down to the bottom side. But SUHAZ, they do not budge.
Yeah, but that's gonna be no Inspire for the Lord take, so the Homeboys needs to make sure that SUHAZ cannot contest. Sabat will be doing a good job of clearing up the wave, and I don't think that the side of SUHAZ will be able to do anything to catch up to him. They want control over this top half of the map.
Yep. Now, wait, hold on.
They're
Come on,
for
Chibi.
it.
Oh,
he's in danger. Winter Trunkian will stop the enhanced chain, but the I'm offended timed perfectly. 3-man Jeet Kundo, but the Cult Altar is there to save the rest of SUHAZ eSports. Abumon gets kicked out of the real world manipulation. Not ideal. Now Vince will fall. Sapat, Immortality pop. Oh, gonna get taken out. 3-man Petrify, but Sapat has no HP. Shut down. Double kill going over to Abumon. And the top lane is empty.
There's nothing you can do here. What do you do to defend? The next wave is coming on over, and All is the only one who can hold them off. It's your time. It's a 1v5. Let's see it happen. Instantly dead.
Oh, he's just dead. There's nothing they can do about it. SUHAZ eSports will even up the game 1-1. We are going into yet another game 3 here on week 8, day number 3.
The combinations from the Homeboys are impressive, but the inevitable finally happening as SUHAZ using the objectives to their advantage and eventually taking the game off of the Homeboys.
Unfortunately, I think that just all came down to disrespect. The Homeboys, they were just too confident, and I can't exactly blame them. They're trying to have fun on the MPL stage. They're playing with comfort picks, but no matter which team you're up against, you cannot afford to just give an inch, and a single fight was all it took for SUHAZ eSports to turn the game around.
Honestly, a single fight is all Homeboys needed to turn things around as well. I mean, SUHAZ, they're collapsing on the right targets, but there's so much time bought, but there's the lack of follow-up, and then the random ego challenges happening across the map. Some macro decisions could have been done a little bit better, but overall, hey, I mean, it was a cool showing coming in from O on his Cho. I think he did perfectly fine. All a little bit questionable with some of the moves that he was making, especially with the use of Inspire. A little sad to say because, again, it could have been some really big outplays.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just ended up with Chibi getting caught out in the side lane, and that's why you can't really take the risk of split pushing the map on these particularly squishy heroes, because you just see SUHAZ instantly rotate up. Homeboys, they want to keep him alive for obvious reason, but because they responded like that, they lost too many members. I don't know why Owl was not participating in that fight. So yeah, it was just kind of bad.
It was. And I think, you know, All was coming back, recalling in and walking from base. By the time he was actually making his way over, the fight was already done for. So you have to give credit where credit is due. SUHAZ instantly flanked them, stopped the real-world manipulation, made sure that Vince isn't able to disengage. Cho was already kicking his targets outside of the real-world manipulation, and even Sapat, coming pretty late to the fight, couldn't do too much despite having a pretty decent damage build.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sapat just came a little bit too late. By that time, most of his teammates were already taken out of the fight. And yes, he has a lot of damage, he has a lot of escape, but when he is 1v4, even he is not going to have much to do about it, especially since he did go for a lot of damage, so his survivability is going to take a hit.
Yeah, I mean, even with the brute force breastplate, it's a bit of survivability, but he's relying heavily on the vamp, the spell vamp in particular, to stay alive. I mean, Abumon had a good game. He got his lead, he made sure to hold on to it, and the rest of SUHAZ eSports had to just play around him.
Yeah, it's just quite unfortunate there, but SUHAZ eSports definitely feeling quite satisfied after a victory there. So let us reward the MVP over to Abumon on the Bruno. Him winning the gold lane made a big difference.
It did. I mean, he is a lane bully, to be fair. Moskov didn't really stand too much of a chance without some outside intervention. So as soon as that Berserker's Fury was done, that lane was over.
Yeah, that's gotta be rough here. You could tell he's already nearly finished with his build, and a lot of these are not necessarily cheap items, so you can instantly tell that along with the Weapon Master, Abumon's late game damage is going to be quite terrifying.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a Scarlet Phantom, but instead he opted to go for the Endless Battle on top of the Swift Boots to give him that extra bit of attack speed to make sure his attacks hurt. However, that's why we're seeing, again, just the kiting capabilities, making sure that he's not weaving auto attacks in between, picking up the ball. So, I don't know, it could be a change of style for Bruno.
Well, let's find out. But once again, we're gonna review what happened in this game here in our highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, where we could see that Homeboys were making very good use of their early game power spike. Obviously, we know that the Amon will be able to one-shot anyone once he gets that ultimate, builds up a few stacks, but then you could start seeing some cracks showing up.
Yep, I mean, oh my goodness, just the damage coming in from Chibi specifically is rather ridiculous. That was a single ult on top of Jenny, and it almost 100 to 0 him. Maybe we have to review back on whether Amon is going to be relatively useful here for competitive play.
I still think the hero overall is very niche. Like, yes, he does a lot of damage, but that is to one single target, and if you don't time it correctly, then it's a long cooldown that's just basically wasted. I think, unfortunately, yeah, as we can see, Owl found himself caught out in a lot of these fights, and while they did have a pretty ridiculous teamfight combo when they were able to execute on it, I like that SUHAZ eSports, once they realized, okay, we cannot group up like that, they just didn't.
Yep. I think, again, it's a lot of adaptation for the side of SUHAZ eSports. I think Homeboys played as good as they could possibly get it to be. It's a tough composition to execute because your win conditions are pretty niche, right? You're looking to get these big combos off, and especially since, yeah, All is actually protecting the base down by topside because they don't have an inhibitor, so he couldn't participate in the fight even if he wanted to.
Yeah, Homeboys, I feel like they needed to just make the choice there to give up on Chibi because, yeah, not having him is bad, but yeah, we saw what happened when they tried to save him.
Well, but this does mean for you at home and everybody in the arena, we get one more game coming out from Homeboys and as well as SUHAZ eSports. Pretty much, I'm interested to see whether SUHAZ is going to take it a little bit, I don't know, have a little bit more fun with it.
Well, we'll see whether or not Homeboys will continue having more fun with it as well. But we're going on a short break. We'll see you guys right after this.
little friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. 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 I'm a rock star.
They say good things come in threes, and here on week 8, day 3 of MPL MY, we are officially going into our second Game 3 of the day after SUHAZ Esports were able to put the Homeboys' dreams of a clean sweep to rest. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the English cast with me, Staffa, as well as Gideon.
Yes, once again, this is going to be the third game of the Homeboys up against SUHAZ Esports. And right now, I mean, SUHAZ Esports, they stick to their objectives. They're looking good. Homeboys, on the other hand, with the weirder picks and very difficult win conditions. I mean, it's all about like expertise on making the play happen. It looks visually great. It's very aesthetically pleasing, but it's very ultimate based, and I think that's the main problem with that second draft lineup.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think even the Homeboys themselves weren't expecting it to come crashing down all so quickly. Like, they thought, okay, we may lose a fight or two here and there, but it should be fine, right? And then they lose one big fight and lose the game straight away off of that.
Yeah, I mean, they sacrificed so many pieces to make it happen, and Subot coming in with 74,000 damage there. My goodness.
He was doing a crazy job that last game, to be completely honest with you. Going for a semi-damage build is obviously quite risky on a Benedetta, especially in the way that Subot plays it. But hey, he makes it work. It just unfortunately didn't work towards the end.
Oh boy, frustrating indeed, but hey, there's no stakes on this game, so truly it's about how cool you look in the process. I mean, that's why he's our impact player here up on the recap screen. But with 1 minute and 12 seconds, I don't know. Honestly, I have no expectations for the Homeboys at this stage of the game. I'm not entirely sure whether they want to fully commit to a lineup, to a draft of that sort, but it looks like SUHAZ Esports are going to be swapping out Minzal in for Ikimon.
That's a curious decision here by SUHAZ Esports. I guess they just want to allow some of their backup players to get a little bit of time in the spotlight before the regular season ends for MPL. Because just off of performance, I personally feel like... Oh, wait.
Hey, wait a minute. Chibi is not playing this time.
A player swap on the Homeboys as well. Expedia going to be coming in. Now, the strange thing about this is that Expedia is not a jungler, so we are going to be seeing some role swaps.
Yeah, that means Oh is going to be playing in the jungle, right? That's the only logical explanation.
I guess so. All right, like, we already went into this game tree not knowing what to expect, and now I think I don't really have much of a choice but just to keep an open mind, because this is uncharted territory here, ladies and gentlemen. So let's find out who is going to be the king of the open seas. SUHAZ Esports drafting on the blue side, Homeboys drafting on the red.
Immediate Grok ban coming out for the side of SUHAZ Esports here. I'm curious to see what exactly the Homeboys want to show today. I mean, we've seen O play the support role. He was doing a fine job on both of those games. Now that Expedia's coming back on that roster, I mean, don't have to worry about the roamers. Now we got to worry about the junglers.
Yeah, that's the big question, right? Does O want to play the tanky junglers? Does he want to play the assassin junglers? Take a page out of Chibi's book. Will he be able to replicate the same sort of success? These are going to be the questions swirling across not just our minds, but of all the players on the stage as well. And that's something that they're just going to have to figure out.
Yep, SUHAZ now still holding priority here as the Homeboys have already banned out the farmers. They're thinking about the Julian. They don't like dealing with it. I mean, they picked it up for themselves the previous game, but this time around it's a little different. Julian gets... Oh, no, sorry. It's going to be Yves getting banned out for the side of SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, I think SUHAZ will not want to ban out Julian here because they are on the blue side. Razin, so far, has still been incredibly successful with the Julian specifically. They already won last game with it. Why would they ban it when they have first pick?
Yep, and Homeboys banning out the hot pick for the blue side, making sure that Paquito is gone.
I feel like Homeboys could have actually let this through.
Really? I'm pretty sure that SUHAZ Esports would have instantly taken it.
But then Homeboys could have gone for Julian themselves, you know?
Is it worthwhile, though? Is it that worthwhile? I feel like as good as Julian is, Paquito as a jungler overall, especially with a full damage build, it doesn't feel fair sometimes.
Okay, I guess I can see where you're coming from, but I was hoping to see, you know, Paquito on the Land of Dawn again. It's always very interesting. Maybe end the game a little bit quicker, you know? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean there. Diggy going to get banned out for the side of SUHAZ Esports, which means that they want to play with strong crowd control, possibly Atlas, possibly Franco, but Akai gets banned out for the side of the Homeboys. Again, very hot picks for the blue side, so Homeboys making sure that they're sticking to the meta.
But that also means that Homeboys are okay with letting the Julian through into the hands of SUHAZ Esports again. Will they want to go for that first? I don't really think there's other heroes that they would prioritize over it as of right now.
I would agree with that. I think it's a pretty decent opener, and both sides haven't touched Wanwan either, so we only expect to see Wanwan get banned out in the second half of the picks and bans. Homeboys, unless, oh, you want to try your luck here with the Wanwan? No? Selena gets locked in for the side of the Homeboys.
A classic pick here. Have not seen Expedia on the Selena in quite a long time, and although his performance on it can be a little bit inconsistent, the hero is still very strong in creating early game map pressure, which is something that we know Homeboys wants. They do like to fight after all.
Well, let's not make assumptions here just yet. We've seen Expedia play it before, but Vince, it's one of his signature picks as well. And Moskov gets locked in again for the Homeboys. Give him a lane bully. SUHAZ, you know what to do.
Yeah, absolutely. If they want to pick up the Bruno yet again, just to win the lane against the Moskov, then that would not be a bad choice. But I get the feeling that the Homeboys went with the Selena this time because they might be looking to babysit Owl in his lane.
I suppose. Maybe a Popo and Koopa here. I think that would be even safer than the Bruno itself. Arguably even the Melissa too is also a very good option.
I think I like the Popol and Koopa merely because of the fact that Koopa can block the Abyssal Arrow, he can put down traps to try and match the traps from the Selena, get a little bit more map pressure, but we'll see whether or not that's the choice. They go for the Claude instead, as well as the Matilda.
Okay, so Claude late game scaling to item power spike, and especially against Moskov, who needs 4 items before you really feel him hurt. Well, 3 items to really feel hurt, 4th for the situational one. But finally, we get to see the Hayabusa coming out of... Oh, it's been so very long!
I'm not aware of this, but just based off of the reaction of the crowd, I'm going to assume that this is a comfort pick here, and so I will be very excited to witness it. In this game specifically, I think there are a good amount of targets he could go on with the Ogi Shadow Kill, and if he combos it well enough with the Abyssal Arrow, that could be a recipe for the Homeboy Snowball.
Well, let's see whether or not SUHAZ Esports wants to group up, and I think this is a good opportunity, right? Because Homeboys, if they want to go for the Grok, it's banned out. But we're thinking along the lines of like grouping up CC. I'm thinking along the lines of like Atlas maybe. Force them together. Think that, hey, Hayabusa, Oki, Shadow Kill, let's minimize that damage. Group up together, pull them in with a Fatal Links possibly.
Okay, I see where you're coming from there, but I feel like that's also hedging their bets a little bit too much. And plus, I know that we're still considering that the Selena could be Expedia or Vince's hero, but I am still thinking that it's probably Expedia's just off of a gut feeling.
Gut feeling? All right, all right. We'll see, because Valentina is technically still open here, so they could ban it out.
But do they want to? I mean, the thing is, I don't really feel like Vince plays the Valentina. Like, it just doesn't feel like a hero that he's picked up in the past, so I think SUHAZ are safe enough to let it through. Just have a sort of gentleman's agreements, like, we're just not going to think about it.
That's true, that's true. That's a good possibility with 15 seconds on the clock. SUHAZ, what's the discussion here? Esmeralda is already banned out. Do you want to limit Sapat, or do you want to look elsewhere? And it looks like Lilia is going to be the go-to.
So they as well are thinking that this is going to be Expedia Selena. They want to avoid Homeboys having a lot of AoE control as well as slow. That could set up for the rest of their damage. Homeboys, they're going to start off by... actually, this Ruby pick, where is this going?
I feel like Ruby is not bad here. It can stop Julian mid-combo. It can also stop the Blazing Duet. There's a lot of different ways that you can kind of play with it and the flexibility, and not to mention that you can throw it in the EXP lane if you don't want it as your support. So I don't think there's anything wrong with this pick from the Homeboys. It keeps them flexible for support EXP flex. And SUHAZ Esports now need to make some choices here. It's going to be the Phoveus as well as the Baxia, right? Okay.
Hold on, the Baxia? We have not seen the Baxia in any position other than jungle for like ages. And if he's going into jungle, that means that he's not going to be playing on the Julian. Okay.
So Julian's going to go into the mid lane. Matilda's going to be your support. Baxia in the jungle. It's going to be the Phoveus. And I mean, there are a lot of dashes. 4 dashes are guaranteed for the side of the Homeboy. So a lot of Demon, a lot of his ult is going to proc very easily.
Okay, I can see that. SUHAZ Esports right now, they have a pretty nice curve, honestly. Their late game scaling and teamfight disruption is pretty strong overall. Okay, I stand corrected. All right.
That's so funny. That's so funny. It goes both ways. I can't wait. Wait, someone's playing in the EXP lane.
Vince is playing Ruby? Vince can play Ruby?
Oh, this is interesting. Let's see whether it's what we think it's going to be.
I am so confused looking at this draft right now. You look on SUHAZ Esports' side. Alright, that's a pretty standard draft. I can see where they're going. The scaling curve is there. And then you look over on the Homeboy side. The heroes together makes sense. But then you look at the player names under them and you are just completely confused. Blown out of the water. Let's find out how this will work out. Homeboys, they're taking a risk right now. They already lost last game relying on comfort picks. They're still going back to the Moskov, but now they're even swapping around the heroes that they are known for playing. So honestly, I have no idea how this will end, and all we can do is bear witness to the chaos that is about to unfold.
Let's find out together here in our final match point of this BO3 second game of the day. SUHAZ eSports on the blue side, HOMEBOIS on the red side. Bit of a leash here coming in from Abumon as Ryzen's going to finish up his first clear. Now, is Valentina EXP. So we were correct, Vince is going to be playing that roam role.
Honestly, what I'm most disappointed about is the fact that the Ruby has no skin.
That's what you're disappointed about?
Yeah, that's what I'm disappointed about. Just that.
I mean, the default skin looks fine. I think it looks alright.
I have nothing against the default skin, but I'm like saying, like, if you're gonna bring Ruby onto the MPL stage, you better show off something with it, you know?
That's hopeful. That is hopeful. Some people like that default skin, like me. I do enjoy the default skin until they come up with a collector's one, then maybe not.
Oh boy, if they come up with a Ruby collector's skin, I'm gonna have to reach into my wallet real deep here.
I think that's a fair argument. Top side, however, Phoveus has been getting some really good trades against the Valentina. Rather surprising here because Arash, technically it is a range versus melee matchup, and more importantly, I'm pretty sure Supad should have a slight advantage.
Actually, considering things, you'd expect Valentina would have the advantage in that lane, but Phoveus has a surprising amount of staying power in the early levels because of the shield that he gets, and Valentina doesn't actually scale that well in terms of damage at level 1 and 2.
Well, that's true. He once again has to deal with Abumon. He's not that strong for now, but give him some time. Eventually he'll pop off.
Yeah, he definitely popped off last game, but now it's going to take a lot longer. He's not going to be able to bully out the lane, as now Razin may have jumped into the wrong bush. The two-man enhanced chain is going to be absolute chaos as the demonic force is popped down, chasing down Vince and Supad. He is going to be able to get that final hit with the Astro's Eye.
That's what we want to see. Arash just proccing the demonic force again and again and again. Supad, unfortunately, he survives the ordeal, but at what cost? Now, once again, has to deal with the Blazing Duet. At level 4, it gets a bit difficult to dish out damage, and especially trade against what's his name? The Claude. But now, Hayabusa has already started to move around the map very actively.
But I personally think this is a bit of a problem for the HOMEBOIS. They gave up the turtle. They're already losing out on their gold lane, the EXP lane not making a lot of headway as well. So SUHAZ will be able to get a good grasp over this early game, and HOMEBOIS does need to rely a little bit on that early snowball to hit their power spike.
I guess, but even the later stages of the game don't seem the worst for the HOMEBOIS. I think what it boils down to is whether mid-game falls into their favor and how many towers they're actually able to get. Oh, potential punish.
Oh, the Blazing Duet dumping it. That's a lot of damage at this stage of the game. The I'm Offended gonna cancel it. He will jump back, but the Ogi Shadow kill follows him and gets the kill.
That quad shadow connecting before Abumon could take back his battle mirror image. Nicely played by, he still got it. Fast fingers for the man.
Yeah, there's a reason why people cheered when they saw this hero. I am certainly learning that now. So that evened things up a little bit for them. HOMEBOIS will be playing mainly around this Hayabusa in the next few moments. And I imagine SUHAZ eSports will need to group up to try and counteract it. Demonic Force on the Quad Shadow. Flame Shot finds him! Arash, well played, getting the kill. Trying to follow up onto Supad, but Supad will not allow the dashes.
Yeah, and even wasn't going to... come on, he gets hit by the Abyssal Arrow, but Expedia doesn't do a lot of damage without the full combination of the trap as well. But for now, I mean, has already got his first kill. He's going to try and extend his lead as much as possible, but I'm a little worried that Arash might get a little too out of hand.
And now Circling the Eagle pushing Vince back into the enhanced chain. A nice combo, even wasting his flicker. He's not able to survive. Owl, I don't know what he was trying to achieve by hiding in that bush alone, but he's gonna pay the price.
He thought he could do a lot more damage there, especially with it. No, does he steal? Oh my goodness. Was so very close to stealing it. But yeah, was trying to go for a big play. When you have Inspire, you dish out a lot of true damage, and he was hoping for the best.
Yeah, but hoping in that situation isn't going to get him very far. Going for that ambush is just not a smart idea. But looking for it right now. Not sure if he has the Ogi Shadow kill, but I think it's better not to go for the full dive there.
Yeah, there's no need to, especially when there's two in the wave already moving up at the same time. Again, there's just too many bodies to hit with the Oki Shadow Kill.
Razin right now is going to be quite a force to be reckoned with. At level 9, 2 levels up on the Hayabusa, on Homeboys, he's going to be very hard to take down, and the Homeboys right now don't have enough damage to respond to him, meaning that he can just run around and not care too much.
Well, for the time being, Abumon, whenever he feels like, I want to recall, he just has the Blazing Duet. All cannot match that sort of wave clear. And with the added support of the mid lane, it becomes even more difficult. Expedia, the most he can do is actually clear out this Tribe Brush so he doesn't get dove under turret.
Sapat now going to be matching up in levels. That's honestly impressive for Arash that he's still matching someone in EXP against a Valentina. Razin gonna get pulled under the tower, not for long. He is still alive, very tanky like I mentioned. Vince dropping real low. No casualties yet on either team. Ikimon, does he actually want to engage on this? Nope, he's just taunting.
Yeah, he doesn't want to because he knows that Ohm and Expedia are nearby and they can instantly pounce on top of him if he does commit. But here we come. Here comes the dive onto all.
That's 4 members and Hans Chain finds him. No way he's getting out of that, already using his dash. This is a bit of a problem for the Homeboys.
Quite the problem indeed. Sapat is just matching Arash. Every single move that he makes, he's there with him. Okay, Shadow Kill being used to clear out the wave, but he shouldn't be under threat of death. He's nowhere close to lethal damage. And again, we go back in time, and we see the turtle come back up, and SUHAZ immediately moving towards it.
Now, thinking about what Homeboys' goal in this game is, it is to prevent Abumon and Arash from scaling up into the late game. Unfortunately, Arash is already scaling. He's got 2 and 0 on the Phobius, so not the best spot to be in. And obviously, Abumon is winning out the lane against Owl as well. So right now, Homeboys not in a very healthy state.
Well, not healthy, but let's see how much of a lead. Because one fight could change everything here. Oh,
Crystal Arrow right into the I'm Offended of Vince, but here comes the Demonic Force. They do secure the turtle on the side of SUHAZ eSports, so Homeboys loses out on that once again. Expedia will be able to avoid the Demonic Force with Vince there, CCing him away. Sapat now popping the Demonic Force, but he jumps in just to die. Blazing Duet doing enough damage for Razin to get the double kill on the Ruby.
One attempt coming in from Sapat, using the Demonic Force to jump into all 4. Everybody sees this happen. Everybody just decides we're not gonna dash. Let's take him out straight away.
That's like a comedy show moment right there. Sapat thinking, leave this to me. He jumps in with all the gusto in the world and then explodes upon hitting the ground.
Yeah.
That's quite sad.
It is quite sad. The damage is there, but now all trying to go for this trade, but it's not looking good. The amount of damage Matilda does, the killing spree instantly achieved.
And now Expedia dropping real low as well. Another kill going over to Abumon. They pick up O in the backline as well. Blazing Duet chunking out Sapat and Vince. Sapat still circling Eagle, but not the ult he was looking for, nor the target. And he ends up dying to Ikimon.
Yep, nicely done. Abumon there. Man, that Blazing Duet saved his life. The shield that he gets from it, and more importantly, the damage coming out of it. Look at that. Doubling Expedias.
This is pretty bad for the Homeboys right now. Their heroes, yes, they do have some late game scaling, but in comparison, they really do not want to be this far behind SUHAZ eSports. The damage done by Claude at this stage is something you'd expect to see maybe like 5 minutes later.
Oh, well, that's actually true. You do want to see it 5 minutes later, at least around the 14 to 13 minute mark. But for the time being, SUHAZ with such a hefty lead. They basically win every single fight here and all taking so much punishment.
They're even being chased out of their own jungle at this point. There's not a lot of steps to victory for the Homeboys. They just have to hope that Owl and Sapat do a lot of damage, because otherwise there really is no way to fight back against SUHAZ.
Yep, all just getting his Berserker's Fury. He's slowly scaling up. He's like, hang on, boys, I'm almost there. I'm so very close.
Yeah, but are we going to end up with him jumping into Explode like before?
We'll see. We'll see, because last time they were missing an inhibitor. They may be 8k behind, but at least they have their inhibitors.
At least, right? But I'm expecting that if SUHAZ eSports continues playing at this sort of aggression, they're not going to be standing for too much longer. So very important for HOMEBOIS to keep those alive.
Hey, what's going on top side here? It looks like Boxia is actually chunking out Supa, and they want that tier 2.
The Abyssal Arrow gonna find a rush, but he's absolutely fine. SUHAZ eSports wants this tower. I feel like HOMEBOIS, their best efforts are not gonna be enough. That tower is going down for sure. So they only have one external tower left. Abyssal Arrow finding the Phobius once again. Here comes the Demonic Force. Here comes the Blazing Duet, instantly melting down the members of the HOMEBOIS. Finn's gonna be left alone by himself. But if he's the only one they sacrifice, that's actually going to be worth for the HOMEBOIS. And that is exactly the case.
Yep, they only sacrificed one person there just to ensure. I mean, ideally they would have protected the tier 2, but SUHAZ eSports now with a man advantage going to muscle their way in.
Well, we talked about them needing the inhibitors alive. Let's see if they can keep them alive, as now SUHAZ eSports are sieging the base. Lord pushing down bottom lane. HOMEBOIS trying to defend. Razin just zoning them all away. The Baxia by himself. Ikimon gets pulled back, but he is fine. He manages to dash out. Oh, looking for the kill. Blazing Duet finding Vince instantly. Sabat gonna be the double kill. And All actually does get the shutdown onto Ikimon, but oh, in an awkward spot. Enhanced Chain finds him. All forced back in the base. The crystal is wide open. And SUHAZ eSports will do it, securing the victory against the HOMEBOIS.
Yup, they saw the draft, they're like, we got the solutions, we just play our game, and this game is going to be relatively fast. But you can see no disappointments here for the side of HOMEBOIS. They expected what was to come, and they take it with pride.
Yeah, this was effectively a show match for the players on the HOMEBOIS side. They already knew when they were drafting that there's a very good chance they're not going to win this game, but by golly, they are going to try. These are their comfort heroes after all. Why not give it a shot on the final day of the regular season?
Absolutely. This is why we expect this out of the HOMEBOIS. They do this every single time. But with that being said, let's have a chit-chat with our winner, SUHAZ eSports, with our host up on stage.
Perlawanan yang hebat antara kedua-dua pasukan yang sini daripada pasukan HOMEBOIS dan juga pada pasukan SUHAZ eSports. Jadi pada pasukan SUHAZ, marilah ke depan. Come here. Ini momen korang juga datang ke depan. Please, guys, bagi tepukan untuk mereka. Dan dekat sini saya rasa tak cukup 5 player lain untuk pasukan SUHAZ. Coach dan juga analyst Ryzen come up as well. Come up. You guys showed an amazing play sepanjang season kali ini. Dan sambil mereka nak datang ke atas, saya juga nak tanya, gimana? Ini adalah season yang sangat-sangat susah, tapi personally untuk awak, apakah struggle yang paling berat dekat dalam season kali ini untuk awak personally?
Bagi saya sendiri, struggle paling berat tu jumpa tim yang pengalaman lah. Dan kita orang pun first time masuk MPL. So kita orang season ni season yang cari pengalaman lah.
Ya, dan walaupun kita tengok starting agak rough, tapi makin lama pasukan SUHAZ memangnya makin lama makin kuat. And I pun sebenarnya nak kena tanya kepada Ryzen. Ryzen, you came from the Philippines all the way here. So I want to ask you, how does it feel? Because MPL Malaysia was pretty tough. How does it feel analyzing for the team, and how do you feel about their performance for this season?
We all know that all of the players are rookies.
Yes.
So I'm so happy that I'm here at MPL Malaysia, and I didn't expect that. And then for the next season, we know that all of their performance is good, but still fell short. And then next season, we have a surprise from you guys.
Hey, you know what? It's all about fighting. You guys still played well. You guys had fun. And I nak juga bagi kepada Menzel, I tahu you punya family members ada dekat sini. So, ini I akan bagi spotlight kepada pasukan SUHAZ. I akan ke belakang. Cakap apa-apa yang nak cakap kepada semua family members yang datang, kepada semua orang yang support pasukan SUHAZ sampai ke hari ini, and then give a final bow kepada semua orang yang menonton MPL.
Pertama sekali untuk family, terima kasih sebab datang walaupun kalah. Menang kalah datang setiap minggu. Terima kasih lah. Untuk semua penyokong SUHAZ pun terima kasih sebab keep supporting us. Thank you.
Alright, thank you very much. And before we go, I would encourage you as well, Ryzen, to say something in Tagalog just in case for any Filipino watchers here of MPL Malaysia?
Thank you sa lahat ng mga sumuporta sa SUHAZ eSports. Also yung mga Pilipino dito. Ayun. Babawi kami next season.
What he said, I won't tak faham. But you have an amazing accent. So dekat sini, I akan ke tepi. So pasukan SUHAZ eSports, the camera is there. Please give a final bow to everyone yang tengah tengok MPL Malaysia. In 3, 2, 1, bow. Thank you very much. And now, marilah kita dengarkan mic check untuk kedua-dua pasukan ini.
Why buka ke bawah tu? Why buka ke bawah?
Lions TV.
Nice Laul.
Wedding. Seven.
Pinyak.
Woi, Najo. Ni aku stand. Lagi. Seven. Okey, gaduh. Gaduh.
Dapat 3 orang.
Ya, mana? Amun kami tau. Amun turun. Nice, Bu. Game kau ni. Minta. Nice, Bu. Nice. Daki. Wow. Menang. Dapat.
Dalam ni ada cow.
Nen. Boleh lembau. Lembau. Dapat. Tahu. Okay. Ada ni dah.
Pantai! Sini. Weh, lu mau pergi mana, Cik? Woi!
Biasa aja lah, tapi dia.
Biasa aja. Apa hati aku? Ambo dah hati. Balik.
Orang.
Nice!
Nen.
Well, that's one way to send off SUHAZ eSports here at the end of the regular season of MPL MY Season 10. A well-deserved victory over that of the Homeboys.
Yep, and once again, we congratulate SUHAZ on their victory, and hopefully through the qualifiers, we might see them one more time in Season 11. Homeboys had no stakes in the games, but at the very least, we did get a little bit of insight coming in from the coaching staff themselves from SUHAZ eSports. I mean, their Filipino coach as well, analyst Ryzen, making sure that, hey, a little bit of surprises for next season, possibly.
Yeah, obviously, just because they don't make it to the playoffs this season doesn't mean that they give up on moving on in the MPL entirely. We have seen incredible growth across teams, across multiple seasons. So, I personally am looking forward to seeing what these players will have to bring to the table next time.
Yep, and coming in back into this game, the inevitable finally happening here with just no ways to deal with the Phobias other than the Ruby. But the Ruby is just very underleveled, being put into the support position. Not to mention mid lane control not being there, making it very easy for SUHAZ eSports to basically move anywhere across the map.
And I would imagine as well that this is a hero that Vince really doesn't get to practice very much. It's not your typical mates. It's not as if it's a fighter that would be particularly effective in the mid lane as well. So the Homeboys were just attempting something to see if they could set up better situations for O as well as Owl. Sadly, it didn't quite work out.
It did not, and Owl was getting doved hard. Vince left to try and keep the mid lane somewhat clean to allow Expedia to roam around the map, especially since he did have the dire hit. So it looks like at the end of the day, Ruby didn't go for the blessings and wanted to max out his EXP, but still couldn't keep up.
Unfortunately for the Homeboys, but really well done by SUHAZ eSports. Honestly, it is quite difficult to be able to deal with the Homeboys even when they may not necessarily be playing at their full power. So the fact that SUHAZ eSports were able to get such a dominating lead early on is due to the actions of their players. I think Arash, Ikimon especially, did a really good job this game.
Yep, they played their lane matchups well, especially Arash and Abumon. I mean, Ikimon had a very simple job as soon as he got the health blessing, making sure he tops up his team, making sure that they're nice, good, and healthy, allowing Abumon to kind of just do the work.
Honestly, looking at the damage done by this Claude as well, I was always under the impression that Claude as a hero really needed a lot more time to start scaling up into the game. But now we are seeing him do ridiculous damage numbers. This game only lasted for 11 minutes. I'm definitely starting to see why teams are first picking him so often.
Hey man, 2-item power spike, and especially once you have that Demon Hunter sword, the only problem is how quickly can you stack that Art of Thievery. Golden Staff would be ideal, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Claude is completely out of the fight. Considering a couple of factors. All died pretty early on into the game. He didn't have a good time in the laning phase. Vin's basically stuck in the mid lane, so half the time he's getting free damage off of Expedia and as well as all, both of which didn't have any armor.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate for those two players there. But HOMEBOIS definitely just had a rough game in general. Their lineup already has a bit of a difficult time playing against SUHAZ eSports. When you put certain players on heroes they're not used to as well, you can understand why this ended up being the case. Expedia on the support Selena was the one who did the most damage out of everyone on this team.
Yup, and I mean, to be fair, he did have dire hit. He was roaming around and looking for engagements as much as possible with the Abyssal Arrows. Much of them actually hitting. However, with Ikimon topping them off and saving them from the initial combination, they managed to survive. But our MVP of this game, obviously going over to Abumon. This time, ooh, he's managed to actually hit an 864 GPM and a 5,000 DPM.
And that would definitely explain why he has 4 items in 11 minutes. That's kind of ridiculous, nearly full build, and we're not even into the late game yet. An 80% kill participation for 1 and 8 indicates that he was having a really good time. His team was playing around him. He already had a winning lane matchup, which is typically something you never want to give over to a Claude anyway. So all of these factors really started stacking up.
Yeah, and he had the avarice as well, so he's just continuously looking for trades, scaling up fast, getting his items quick, and as soon as he got his 2, it's like, all right, let's keep taking fights no matter what. We don't have much to worry about here.
Yeah, but this is a good showing here. I think Abumon in the recent weeks has really been demonstrating that he is a very consistent player. Yes, there will be times where inexperience shows in his gameplay, but overall I'm seeing a lot of potential in this man and looking forward to what the future holds for him.
He's still young. All the players coming in from SUHAZ eSports lineup are very, very young. The future, there's so much in store for them. So again, no disappointment so far here. Come back next time, come back stronger. And Arash, he gets to go around this map for free. I think Arash had the most fun because every time he taps that demonic force, he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna close the distance on literally anybody. So he becomes a huge deterrent for HOMEBOIS to even use mobility options.
Yeah, I was honestly really surprised at how much HOMEBOIS were disrupted by this Phobius pick. Typically when you see this hero picked up, other teams are already prepared for how they want to play around the demonic force, baiting out specific dashes to put the Phobius in a bad spot. But in this case, the HOMEBOIS, it didn't really feel like they were prepared. I think unfortunately, Owl and O don't quite have professional experience dealing with this on the stage, so that kind of shows its ugly head.
Well, I mean, to be fair, a lot of it comes down to the hero picks rather than the plays being made. But hey, you have to admit, good showing here. Let's check the standings. Nothing has changed so far. In case you guys don't know, TODAK still at number 1, Team Hawk at number 2, RCMY number 3, Team SMG at number 4, and SUHAZ in 5th place in relegation. Too big of a gap here, but Group A still extremely competitive. And then we look at their brothers over in Group B. Orange Esports at number 1, HOMEBOIS still at number 2, getting 1 point from that match. Red Esports at number 3, Team LUNATIX at number 4, and Team Caracal in relegation with 12 points.
Yep, the reason why the HOMEBOIS were confident enough to be just able to play around in this last series is because they know that their upper bracket spot is already confirmed. That's why they can take the chance to have a little bit of fun on the stage and of course potentially hide some of their strategies before moving on into the playoffs as well.
I'd agree, and they do this every season. Every single time HOMEBOIS are going to sneak in an all game some way, somehow towards the end of the regular season. Arguably, I don't know. I think it's very bold if they decide to actually go through with a playoff version of all. But by the way, this is the first time HOMEBOIS are making it into the upper brackets.
Somehow that sounds kind of unbelievable to me, right? Like HOMEBOIS, they haven't been around for many seasons, but their performance has always been very consistent. So knowing that this is actually their first time making it into the upper bracket of the playoffs. Goes to show, very proud of their gameplay. Looking forward to seeing if they can maintain that upper bracket process.
This is, I mean, HOMEBOIS is a year-old organization, right? They've played only for a couple of seasons, and even last season they had to come at a point deficit. So coming into a season with no point deficit, no penalties whatsoever, making it into the upper bracket, it's going to be quite an interesting playoffs overall.
They're definitely a team that deserves that spot, but if we look at the team's overall seedings, I do believe that their first matchup is going to be none other than TODAK. And well, that's going to be pretty rough.
I mean, it's always rough, but let's have a look at those keys to victory once again. Jungler impact, Razin was just doing the work.
Yep, Razin definitely having a solid game here. We already know that he's very comfortable when playing on the Julian pickup specifically, but if we look at his overall kill participation, he actually performed better in game number 2 when he was playing on the Baxia.
Yeah, he was. And overall, I think, well, I mean, I suppose, but then again, I feel that's more of a draft than it is just overall impact and mechanics, right? If you look at executing that catch potential, game 2 and as well as game 3, 6 important catches compared to 4 more important catches, a lot of which coming through just mid lane rotations.
Yeah, but I think it also did come down to the fact that the HOMEBOIS didn't have a very strong map presence. Because of the way that they drafted their lineups, they were losing the EXP lanes, they were losing the gold lanes, so it makes it a lot easier for SUHAZ eSports to roam around and execute on this catch potential in the first place, and of course, for them to pursue objectives as well.
Yes, I mean, we're looking at objectives game 2 and as well as game 3. The number of targets taken, the gold lead was at minus 274. It was relatively close there against the HOMEBOIS, especially when Chibi is the enemy jungler, but once they had the right mix as well as the right number of items, they were able to push through to the end.
Honestly, the disparity between their gold leads in game 2 and game 3 is kind of funny to me. Like, this is the first time I've seen a negative number on this screen. I didn't actually know that was possible, but yeah, it was really close to gold values towards the end of that game. But then in game number 3, SUHAZ eSports just completely walked over the competition. A 12,000 gold deficit.
Yep. All 3 turtles, a single Lord kill was all it took to put them out of their misery. It just shows how important the draft is.
Absolutely, and that's why, again, lots of respect to the coaches, to the analysts, and of course the players who are contributing to making sure they have the best draft possible. And of course, not to forget all of you as well. Check the screen right now because you could be one of our MPL Predictor winners.
Yes, the names listed down below have earned themselves a skin worth 749 diamonds. So go check your accounts, and if you want to participate, well, you gotta be at the beginning of the show or beginning of the matches with that hashtag MPL Predictor. Come up with a comment, come up with the prediction, game ID, server ID, you know the drill.
Yeah, but it's not too late. We will still have one more series today. So if you guys haven't participated so far, you'll still have one more chance before the end of the regular season. And well, you guys see the QR code down there. MPL MY official group. I don't think it needs any more introduction. So let us move on into the next segment of our show today. Our Guess Who.
Oh boy, what is that picture? That literally could be anything right now. It's a ring, could be a cloak, possibly. All right, gender male, role marksman, born in the village at the foot of a volcano, weapons right arm corroded by the blood of a demon. I have a very good idea of what this skin is now.
Yeah, I think I may have an idea as well. I'm going to assume that's an earring.
Wait, I'm thinking of perspective. It could be the crop. It would be on the left side, so it'd be about here, right? You're right. Yes, I think you're right here. I think you're right on this one. I think we all have a good idea, and especially when your right arm's corroded by the blood of a demon. I don't remember Bruno using his arms. I don't remember Clint having a big deal about being right or left-handed, and the same goes for Moskov. So
But maybe Bruno doesn't use his arms because they're corroded by the blood of a G.
I'm not even gonna bother you. It's the Geomancer skin, right? Yeah, there it is. There it is. Oh wait, is that not the Geomancer skin?
That is just the. It was something stray.
Stray. It's not coming to me. My skin game is weak here.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is indeed Brody. So make sure you guys redeem the code below at the bottom of the screen at the link presented. The code, of course, being 69. Nice. 5v5 RBQ8.
All right, for our dyslexic fans out there, don't worry, we got you covered. For the rest of you guys, quickly type that in and claim the code while you still have the time to, because our upcoming games is happening very, very soon. The most anticipated one here, the Group A and Group B champions sitting at number 1. Who's better? Is it TODAK or is it going to be Orange Esports?
Honestly, there could be no better way to close out the regular season here. Almost to the point that this feels kind of planned right now. But this is the duel that everyone has been waiting for. Like the rest of the matches we've seen, there's no more stakes on this. These are the two top teams. They're going to the upper bracket for sure. So this is all about pride. Who is truly the strongest team of MPL MY Season 10?
Yep, it's going to be tough to... Honestly, we don't know. Both teams could be having a little fun, or they might take it dead serious like a grand finals, except condensed in a best of 3.
Well, I'll be very excited to find out. But with that, we have ended our second series of the day here. Like we mentioned, TODAK versus Orange Esports will be coming up later at 6 p.m. So we're going to be going on a short break. Make sure you guys catch us later. You don't want to miss it.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Get him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL Mysg ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL Mysg berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious act of violence.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates. Hand over the stone. Interesting proposal, but no. Get him. A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL Mysg ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL Mysg berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious act of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. him! A bit early for warm-up. Wouldn't mind being fine with it.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL Mysg ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL Mysg berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
won't fall before killing you, Key. Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
The final chapter, the grand finale, the coup de grace, the game to end. MPL MY Season 10 regular season is last but not least TODAK versus Orange Esports, and we are here to bring it to you. My name is Stafa, along with Gideon, welcoming you for the final time to MPL MY Season 10 regular season.
To all our English broadcast viewers right now, this is going to be the game you cannot miss. There is no doubt in my mind it's going to be a good one. However, there are going to be no stakes, purely for pride. Champions in their own rights, representatives from both organizations during MSC. I don't know who's going to come up on top, but I know this is going to be a good game.
Honestly, it feels like fate that we have come this far just to put a final ribbon on top of the regular season here with these two teams. As you mentioned, they are our MSC representatives, the top two of Season 9. And with no stakes at all, both teams already guaranteed to be moving on into the upper bracket. What kind of gameplay will they be showing us here?
Now, it's a little 50-50. I will preface this that there are no stakes. This doesn't change their standings. This is just going to be a proof of concept for either side. We could be getting an extremely serious game as if a grand finals condensed into a best of 3, or we could just be getting another show match.
I honestly think that this is the best example of a show match, an exhibition match that we could hope for here. Because yeah, neither of these teams need to feel the pressure of whether they win or lose. But at the same time, you can imagine that there is a sense of ego that they want to prove. They are truly the stronger team. Obviously, they have both dominated their respective groups, the top one of Group A and B. And now that they will be encountering each other for the first and only time here in the regular season of Season 10, you can imagine that sparks will fly. So without further ado, TODAK and Orange eSports, let us welcome them to the stage.
Orange eSports.
To kick things off, Orange eSports makes their way up onto stage with X-Carcal and X-Team SMG members. They combine their powers together with the leadership of Valent to take them to victory.
Formerly the upstarts of Season 9, the Dark Horses, the underdogs who went on to represent us at the international stage. Now a powerhouse to be feared and respected. A team that has taken down every adversary that has come across their path. How will they perform against the MPL favorites?
TODAK, World Championship representatives, M1, M2, M3, and even going for MSC. They have shown us what Malaysia's greatest looks like, but with a new player in arrival today, could this be the beginning of the end, or is this just the new beginning?
The long-time standing fan favorites, TODAK, graced the stage for the final time this regular season, decked out in merch, honestly looking the best they have ever been. Even modeling, they're feeling the stage right now.
I love it. Even the players are just like, ooh, that one hurt my soul a little bit, but I love those jackets. Wearing it for the very first time during M1. They look to represent, but it's time to bring the brains out here for this battle. Hands held together, heads held high.
Yep, let us introduce the brains behind the operations for one final time up here on the stage. It is none other than E1 and Ashi for TODAK and Aush and Haru for the side of Orange eSports. There is going to be sparks flying, chaos shall emerge as the brains and brawn of these teams are put to the test.
We haven't seen Ashi touch the stage for such a long time, taking more of a manager role similar to E1. But hey, E1, they know how to control. He knows how to control these boys. He's played with them far too long, and now taking a managerial role. Managerial role? Is that how you pronounce it? Managerial role. I'm just gonna go with that to make sure that this team plays in check.
Hopefully, the teams will be able to play the games a little bit better than your pronunciation there.
I hope so. Hey.
But now, moving on, we can see the audience predictions. These are... Oh, wow, okay. I was about to say, these are two fan favorite teams. But TODAK, very clearly the fan favorites. And of course, the fans wondering as well whether or not LaFell is single.
Yes, of course. The way of X-Yumski here. We've got many fans and even Orange fans here as well to ensure they're sitting side by side. It's going to get real loud here in the arena. here at Quill City Mall. I can't wait to see how this is going to play out for either one of these teams. Based on what I've heard so far, you know, talking to some of the staff members and especially the league ops, we've basically heard that Orange Esports and TODAK want to go for the full 3 games.
I wouldn't be surprised. These are rivals that have acknowledged each other, but only one will come out on top. So hopefully you guys can help tell us who that is. Share your prediction for who is going to be the winner of this match, what the score is going to be with your most creative comment. And of course, don't forget, include your game ID, include your server ID, because if your comment is selected, then you stand a chance to win MLBB skins worth 749 diamonds sent straight to your account.
So make your predictions now while you still can. Are you for TODAK or are you for Orange Esports? It's going to be no easy task here, and even for us here at the desk, it could go either way. It really could go either way. If Orange Esports decide to play comfort, it's all about peel for Valence, but TODAK, they're unpredictable.
Yep, TODAK has already showed so many different strategies here at the regular season, and with Chiku having played basically every single role that the game has to offer, there's a sense of unpredictability in how TODAK want to approach the game. But Orange Esports have also proven themselves to be quite the wild cards this season, bringing very strange drafts into the fold and making them work.
Well, here's the thing. Chiku has played every role except the EXP lane. That's something we haven't seen just yet. On top of the fact that we haven't seen Mia either come out from TODAK the entirety of the regular season. So this just might be the time to actually whip it out. I mean, why not?
After all, there are no stakes, right? So if people are gonna try something out, this is the time to do so. And we can see the seats right now are filled. The audience is excited. We are excited. So we hope all of you watching at home are just as excited as we are, because we will now share in the experience of the drafting phase before we enter game number 1.
Orange Esports going to be on the blue side, TODAK on the red side. Paquito being banned out from blue side, first ban from Orange Esports. Rather interesting. That's more likely to be, at the very least, a red side ban.
We can see once again the players messing around there, sending a little bit of a hi. I assume this is from the orange side. Can't really tell for sure. No, this is actually TODAK. They're sending a little bit of a greeting to the players that are not on the stage with them, because they know this is going to be their final showing here on this particular MPL stage.
Is this abusing the PA system that we have here with the BM casters going off on the live stage itself? They know that the BM casters are going to be reading it out, so I guess they're using them as a transmission method?
A little bit, right? Why not? It's a very effective way to get your messages out on the loudspeaker, you know, using the BM cast as a bit of a middleman. I like it. I would do it if I had the chance.
We'll see. Maybe during M4. But with that being said, Fanny going to be the follow-up ban from TODAK with 13 seconds left on the clock. Orange Esports need to make some decisions here as they discuss the full bans as well as picks in the extra time that they have. Grok going to be the follow-up for Orange Esports.
All right, the Grok. This hero has been gaining quite a lot of notoriety recently, and it does seem like Orange Esports going to give a lot of respect over to Yumski on the opposite side, not giving him a hero that will allow him to easily open up the map against them.
Looks like the players really are communicating well between the two. But now, let's see the upcoming ban coming in from TODAK. Looks like a bit of a scam here. I can hear the BM casters laughing, knowing that they didn't get that full message just yet, other than just saying hi back to the rest of his teammates. With that being said, right, TODAK, they have to make a couple of decisions. Number one, do they want Valentina to go through? Are they thinking about first picks? Do they want to start targeting? I would argue... Oh, Esmeralda, that's not what I was thinking about.
Esmeralda, this is very early to ban the hero. That is respect over to Neo. We've already seen Neo in the EXP lane tends to be a very reliable fallback. He will make things work regardless of what hero you give to him. But when compared to a player with the potential of 4 Maze, it's very easy for TODAK to decide that as long as they give 4 Maze a winning matchup, the game is effectively won.
Now here's a big problem that I find in the EXP lane, just in general. Overall, there's a lot of sandbags. Wow, that is the fastest shout out Chiku has given out about TODAK merge. Gets scammed immediately as we cut back to his face, but it's going to be the Phoveus ban for the side of Orange Esports. It is a very good read on Orange's part, but let's see. TODAK, they could look to go for something... No, it's considered inappropriate. What?
I guess no marketing allowed in game, right? That's gotta be like the best comedic timing I have ever seen.
That's too funny.
That's amazing.
That's too funny. All right, TODAK, they end up banning out the Wan as well in response to knowing that Phoveus is not going to be selectable this time round. First pick's going over to Orange Esports.
Now, we've already seen other teams prioritize hero picks like the Julian, like the Faramis. Orange Esports, we know that they're a very flexible team overall, and they tend to be able to pick up whatever hero they feel like grabbing in the first phase. Now, the obvious answers like Paquito are already banned from the pool, but there are definitely heroes that we have to watch out for. Notably, the Diggy in the hands of AIM could put a stop to a lot of TODAK's plans.
Possibly. I mean, Valentina's out in the open too. I'm guessing it's Julian first pick here. I feel that's relatively safe, unless they have a direction they want to get into straight away. Akai, of course, I keep forgetting that somebody keeps playing Akai.
Wow, it has been a while since the Akai was let through against Subway, so I suppose we have just straight up forgotten about it. But yeah, every time the hero is let through, Subway wants to grab it. This is a player that just completely prioritizes objectives, and as long as he has a hero that can secure it easily, the Akai, the Ballman, he will always snap it up.
Do we see the Diggy Valentina in response from TODAK? This is a particular pattern we've seen before in the middle of this season when Akai was very prevalent in the meta and nobody was really picking up the Paquito just yet. So we see the Diggy, natural counter pick to the heavy spin, nothing wrong just yet. Do they want to take the Valentina up to steal away that ult? No, they're going to flex pick the LUNATIX.
I was worried about this LUNATIX. Oftentimes people ban or very quickly steal the LUNATIX away when they're playing against TODAK because of how TODAK flexes it in their draft. Since Orange didn't go for that, that means that TODAK will now be able to pose the question, is this going to once again be the jungle LUNATIX? It would be a pretty big problem. The Darkening doing max HP damage means that no matter how tanky you are, it's not going to be enough.
Eventually you will succumb to her power. I think Orange Esports have a couple of interesting options, right? If they do choose the Valentina to go into the mid lane, you could steal some very valuable ults from TODAK. I mean, the Brilliance alone is one, but I mean, the Time Journey as well. There needs to be a payoff, and that's what the second pick should do for Orange Esports. It could be focusing on marksmans, it could not be. Julian, and as well as Farm is going to be the lock-in for Orange Esports.
I'm kind of surprised they let the Valentina through here. Having the Time Journey on the opposite side is such a great spell to steal. They go for the Cold Altar instead, which I suppose does work out for them, and at the same time steals it away from Yumski, but I don't think they had to worry about that since the Diggy was already shown earlier.
Yeah, I think even for TODAK, right, if they throw LUNATIX into the jungle, pick up Valentina in the mid lane, at the very least they can steal the Call Altar, arguably even the Heavy Spin too, both of which really good against the Call Altar.
Yeah, I would be terrified of the Valentina coming out of TODAK right now. We already saw how Chiku is able to play with the hero, so if they decide to do it, there's nothing that's gonna stop them. But TODAK, that's not their usual style. They're not gonna take the easy option. Guess what? For Maze, his Benedetta gonna be coming once again.
I mean, TODAK loved giving themselves very niche win conditions and really test their limits in the regular season itself, treating it like scrims, knowing that getting into the playoffs, that's the easy part. Winning the MPL and then going to the internationals is where the real challenge lies, and you can definitely see in their overall playstyle and experience.
Now, what's interesting about these two teams right now is that what we've seen from a lot of other teams in this meta is gold laners are heavily prioritized in the first phase, but these two teams have just decided, no, we're not going to do that. We're not revealing our marksmen at this point. And you can see that TODAK is already considering getting rid of these heroes.
Yup, a lane bully, strong team fighting capabilities with the Melissa already taken out. No surprise if they get rid of the Claude as well. At least then, Momo is going to have a good time with Popo and Koopa. They do get first pick, so keep that in mind. Orange Esports, on the other hand, I would expect them to ban out the Valentina. There's so many valuable ults that they could steal already. Unless, I don't know, this could be speculation whether they're going to flex the Julian and throw it in towards EXP lane. But considering the Popo and Koopa ban, that might not be the case.
Yeah, I think Popo and Koopa is a very smart ban here. We already saw what TODAK did with it. The Diggy Popo Koopa combo. Just use the time journey to constantly shove out a single lane of towers. Orange, they don't want to have to deal with that because right now they have a very heavy team fight composition. They don't want to give TODAK easy ways to just avoid team fighting altogether.
Blazing Duet as a tool being taken out as well for the side of TODAK. Very smart options all around. The early game might just come down to a Beatrix here. Does Orange Esports want to give that over though? It's a little tough to say.
I'd say that Orange Esports right now are going to be eyeing Irritil specifically, unless they decide to suddenly pull out the Beatrix, because they know that TODAK will probably be grouping up under the time journey. Having a hero that has a lot of AoE damage would be ideal for them, and Valence, he wants to play aggressive after all. The Valentina finally gonna get banned out.
Yep, finally. And I think for Orange Esports, it was pretty detrimental if they stole some of their valuable ults off of the lineup that we see here. The 3 picks that Orange Esports have could be counteractive, and I think it's a good option. Leave the rest of the marksmen alone. There's no need to really touch them at this point of time. Now, TODAK have to reveal what the rest of their composition is going to start looking like. What is Chiku guys specifically going to play, and whether or not we're getting a marksman pick.
Yeah, just based on this lineup so far, TODAK are probably going to go with their usual jungle LUNATIX, marksman mid, double, fighter side lane style. It just seems to be setting up for that, and that means that we'll probably see another fighter side lane at this stage of the game, unless they decide it's more important to keep that secret. What's it gonna be? Oh?
What?
The Belleric!
Belleric, EXP, Benedetta jungle, Lunox mid?
No, this is probably Belleric gold.
Oh,
specifically
Momo.
because it's Momo.
Yeah, I remember. It's coming back to me. Double tank side lanes. Okay, all right. I mean, team fighting might be it's kind of rough for Orange Esports. Hey, call Altar instantly. Belleric flickers into the middle of the team, drops the Wrath of the Dryad, slows everybody down. Diggy gets him out of there. They've got a lot of AoE. It makes sense.
Yeah, this is quite difficult for Orange Esports, so I'm hoping that they will have a solution for this. They need some heavy damage here, and they're gonna lock in the Bruno as well as the Jawhead.
Whoa!
And Hanabi!
Whoa! All right, they're putting on an exhibition match of a lifetime. Okay, I can respect it here. They want to put on a good show for the crowd, and they will not disappoint.
That's a jungle Bruno.
That is a jungle Bruno.
That is a jungle Bruno. Gold lane Akai. The gold lane matchup is gonna be Akai versus Belleric. What am I watching right now?
I mean, TODAK, they respect it. You can see the smiles on their faces. They're like, all right, they're here to play ball. Let's play ball.
Yep, and they do got Bruno, so we're gonna be playing some ball today. That is also an EXP lane Jawhead. So Orange Esports does have a lot of ganking potential, lots of CC, lots of damage, but that can all be countered by the time journey. And Hanabi, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. There's a lot of people that think Hanabi is easily one of the worst heroes in MLBB right now. But if anyone's gonna make it work, it's gonna be TODAK, and I, for one, am excited to see it.
Are you ready? Orange Esports on the blue side versus TODAK on the red. Immediately, Chiku guys is going to be playing in the gold lane this time with the help of Yumski to babysit him through. That's going to be a good option, especially since Bruno quite the lane bully himself.
Wait, it's Formaze jungle?
This is what I've been waiting for. Formaze hasn't touched the jungle in a very long time. A huge assassin player at the same time.
Right, it's Valence jungle. Oh my god, I don't know what to say right now, but this is going to be a fun game. Formaze now being ganked by 4 members of Orange Esports. In comes Neo, just tosses him to his team, gets the first blood.
Instantly. That's the beauty of Jawhead. We haven't seen Jawhead, and the recent changes does give him a little bit more damage on his smart missile. So keep that in mind, that unstoppable force at level 4 will be brutal.
Yeah, and Neo, yeah, that's a high and dry. He's going for damage on this this Jawhead. Last time we... Oh, hold on. They're gonna catch out Rival in the bush, forcing out the flicker. It's not gonna be enough, though. Valence gets the kill. Here comes the heavy spin. Eye for an eye for Formaze. Actually locked the Akai in place, and not enough damage to follow up. A 3-man enhanced chain. Gonna poke them out, but TODAK should be able to get away safely.
Wow, these teams, the way that they're rotating, they're taking this dead serious despite the picks that they have, and I love seeing this so far, but immediately, you have to keep in mind, Valence, oh boy, Momo, he might be in some trouble here. Look at the increase of damage of that smart missiles.
Yep, you gotta watch out for the Jawhead. His ability to one-shot anyone in this early game is unparalleled. You have to respect it, and because of that, you can see that Neo, he's going to be able to roam around a lot more in comparison to Momo to help out with his team, which is why you can see Orange Esports getting that early game lead.
Yeah, for now, it could be a little tough here, and especially when it comes down to Bruno, he is going to get hard harassed here. Reversing time, not going to be as easy. And look at that, Subway already put down to 20% HP.
Oh, that auto alarm bomb gonna nearly take him out, but he's baiting them to stay because he knows aim is there, hopefully looking for an engage. This is a rough lane for Subway. He has elected to go for Weakness Finder because specifically, he is trying to get this early game advantage. Neo, though, getting the ejector, pushing Rival back, forcing out the Brilliance, means Valence gets the turtle for free. Enhanced chain onto Momo, Wrath of the Dryad gonna taunt them as the heavy spin gets the pin on Momo, pushes Formaze back as well. Formaze 1v3, if it's any time to show off, now it is. Electro final blow gets him to safety.
What?
Neo misses the ejector, so Formaze gets out safe.
What? Wasn't he in range? I thought the ejector was gonna hit for sure. I mean, the fact that Orange Esports is just abusing topside. Oh no, the lock.
Chiku gets the ultimate onto the Bruno. Cold Altar might not be enough. It keeps him alive to get the kill on Yumski, flickering over the wall. Abe will sacrifice himself, but Subway survives, and Stormy finds Rival in mid.
That's what you want to see from Orange Esports. They're taking great trades. Subway surviving a very dire situation because of the position of his flicker over in towards the turtle pit. Changes the outcome, and now Orange walk away with a 1.8k gold lead.
Yeah, that was excellent play right there. I actually thought that Subway was dead anyway, even with the Cult Altar, but making a good split-second decision. And Orange, they're not about to let go of their momentum. They know they have this early game control. They know that they are winning their side lanes, and so they want to pressure TODAK as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely not. They don't want to give up pressure, and they know that Yumski is locking himself to Hanabi's side. Rival is now in trouble, having to get out of there with the Brilliance. Doesn't make this job any easier.
Yeah, Rival's gonna have a rough time mid here. He's more used to playing Lunox in the jungle, so he having to clear the lane here against Stormy, who gets the kill again under the tower, while Valence steals the purple buff. Things are looking rough. Formaze trying to match by stealing away the orange on the opposite side, uses the red tree to secure it, but now he could be out of position, gets the eye for an eye, escapes safely.
Yep, and that does get the initial body slam. It counters the initial body slam actually, and also proccing the eye for an eye to initiate the stun, so Valence can't actually follow up. Subway with his Scarlet Phantom already complete. His crit damage is starting to look real good.
Look at TODAK's positioning right now. They're not going to contest the turtle because they know they cannot. They're going to try to roam up top to assist Chiku instead. Unfortunately, not going to work out too well for them here. Orange still piling on the pressure.
Look at that. It's so oppressive. Valence, every time he's got his retribution up, and especially when there is no contestation for the turtle or neutral objectives, he's just stealing away farm from Formaze. He is literally 2 levels up on him.
But Neo getting taunted right now. Ejector onto Momo. He's 1v. Oh, he gets the kill! Oh my god, he trades 1-for-1 against Formaze.
Don't you hate to see it? Neo with the high end drive. People doubt the damage coming in from a Jawhead. He's building full damage. He's looking for these big one-shots. And unfortunately, for people like Formaze, where you don't have any inbuilt defenses other than the eye for an eye as your defensive option, you're gonna die so fast.
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. And now they're looking for the engage. Cult Altar pops out. The enhanced chain from behind secures the kill. Subway gonna find Chiku. Yumski not gonna gonna survive as well. Valence there to zone out Momo.
Super clean rotations for the side of Orange Esports. I mean, you can see that Stormy is already actively moving across the map, and even a lane swap has been initiated. Momo must withstand the damage on top side, but again, a solo kill coming in from Neo. Stop it, man!
That's an oof right there. Neo, he's got the Blade of Heptases. He's going for full one-shot with this Hyatt Dry. And for Maze, he only just picked up the Hunter Strike. He's going for full damage. Understandable because he is the jungler, but because of that, he's so squishy, and Orange Esports knows it.
Yep, and Valence is just going to keep stealing away his jungle time and time again, forcing this Benedetta to go into their own jungle and allowing people like Neo to snipe him off. With a bit of help from AIM to harass and getting that information, they can easily take him out this early on in the game.
Neo's so scary right now. Look, he's on top of Formaze again. Unstoppable force. Electro final blow keeping him alive. Will be enough damage to trade 1-for-1, but that is still worth. That's an EXP for the jungle.
And now with no retribution, Orange Esports going to get right on top of the turtle. Nothing much they can do about it.
Enhanced Chain, gonna try and use it. The Brilliance gonna allow Rival to get out. Higanbana keeping AIM locked down, meaning he can't engage. But they got their goal. Subway got the turtle.
And Chiku does get his Berserker's Fury. Stormy, on the other hand, ooh, Shadow Twin Blades purchased so early on in the game.
Yeah, that's quite risky, but Orange, they know they're in the driver's seat now. Valence continuing the pressure. He steals away the orange buff. Electro final blow coming out. Shadow Stampede gonna pull him back. AIM actually in trouble. Has to use the Cold Altar. Heavy spin, pinning Formaze and Rival against the wall. Rival flickers over. AIM somehow still alive after all that.
What a save coming in from Valence, pinning two against the edges, and they also get a kill on to Yumski as well.
Chiku now has to back things off. Valence, though, in a 1v3 situation. He's gonna get taunted by Momo. Formaze, not enough damage yet. The Akai, too tanky. He's tanking the full Darkening, jumping back in with the body slam. Subway is here, gets the killing spree onto Rival, and that's going to be a huge skirmish.
Oh my goodness, and Valence still walks away with the purple buff as well.
What he actually does. How is this happening right now? Orange continuing the pressure. Electro final blow used to clear the mid lane. Formaze nearly dying. Unstoppable force to try and pick him up, but Time Jenny will save the Benedetta.
Yep, Valence is just farming Formaze's jungle at this point. He's making sure that Formaze is oppressed throughout this game, unable to have enough gold to have any sort of impact throughout this match. A 5.5k lead for Orange Esports means that they're going to force this out.
Heavy spin pushes Chiku guys into the enhanced chain, instantly executed. Wrath of Dry not doing anything. Neo finds the 1v1 against Rival in the backline. Double kill going over to Stormy. Formaze jumping in. I-49 not going to be enough. Triple kill secured by the Julian.
Orange Esports, great outclass here against TODAK, making sure that they're playing around the ult timings of Yumski. They know for a fact that it's down. They immediately look to punish.
This is a master class in Mobile Legends right now. Orange Esports, they know their power spike, they know their pressure, and they are making use of their heroes' capabilities to just completely choke out TODAK from getting any farm across the map at all.
I mean, look at this. We haven't seen a jungle diff in so long, and look at the levels as well. 4 to level 9.
That's really rough here. Looking at the items, all right, at this point, Orange Esports, any of their heroes would probably be able to 1v2 on their own.
I don't know. It's a rough situation to be in, and Neo, the fact that he's died twice, diving for these kills against Formaze, the oppression continues. 5-2 so far as his KDA. Subway is having the time of his life. Stormy backing him up every moment of this game. What can they do?
Well, TODAK are gonna need to avoid getting picked off here. Ideally, Formaze should be able to split push the side lanes, but because Orange Esports has cast their net so wide, that is so difficult to achieve.
Now let's remember, the damage being dealt from Stormy and Neo is extremely relevant. Subway hasn't been participating in too many fights. He's just hard farming, but AIM proccing the auto alarm bombs, using the Shadow Stampede, going over the wall to make sure that he is an invalid target.
Orange Esports, they've synced up all the waves. They want to get the inhib with this Lord. TODAK are here to try and defend. Stormy looking for it. Brilliance already pops down to do damage, clear up the wave. They will successfully prevent Orange from taking the mid inhibitor. Conceal play, rotating the bottom side, trying to get as much damage as possible, perhaps distracting TODAK so the top lane can push as well. It's not quite over. Heavy spin comes out. Balance not going to be able to get anyone. Higanbana on top of Neo. The taunt onto 3 members of Orange Esports. TODAK comes in, but Skull's Altar keeping them all alive. Formaze, the only casualty.
The timing of that call altar couldn't be more perfect. And with an inhibitor already open, Stormy wants more. Yumski's dead.
That's a lot of damage. I mean, it is on a Diggy, but Stormy is going full damage as well. 6-0 on this Julian. RNG Sports, we are looking at a 12k net worth lead only 11 minutes into the game.
Next Lord is it for TODAK. They cannot come back from this. 19-3 so far. None of their heroes have scaled. We're seeing a Clock of Destinies which doesn't have enough time to scale to its maximum potential, as well as a Genius Wand, a cheap buy, but relatively useless against Orange Esports. Most of them, their damage is too high. The Oracle already purchased. Cursed Helm's already completed, coming in from Valence. There's nothing TODAK can really do except wait and buy time.
You have to note as well, Orange Esports, they don't actually have a lot of magic defense on their heroes, so they are not worried about Yunski and Rival at all. They know how far they put them back. Valence, he's gonna get taunted here. He's taking a lot of damage, but here comes the Cult Altar to save him. Neo looking for a target, gets a throw onto AIM, unfortunately. Enhanced Chain onto two members. Formaze nearly dead just from that.
Yep, an enhanced auto attack from Stormy. It just shows you that this 13k lead is no joke, and the only way TODAK can actually come back from this is to pull off an absolutely perfect combination. And Rival needs to be the main damage dealer for the team. The Higanbana is the only thing to lock them in place longer than they should. So Orange Esports, off of this 13k gold lead, they need to end this now. TODAK is so far behind, there's no excuses for them.
Yeah, TODAK has a very specific combination that they want to execute. The Wrath of Dryad into the Higanbana onto the AoE damage from Formaze. But Orange Esports right now are playing very individually. They know that they independently are strong right now, so they don't need to give TODAK the easy 5-man catch.
Yeah, look at that. They can't even give them position with no auto turrets left. Even Formaze, being contested on his own purple buff, continues to be oppressed. He hasn't been able to break out a level 11 for quite some time. He has had a 4-level deficit.
Yeah, this is easily the biggest net worth disparity we have seen in the game for a long time. Orange Esports really showing off here. And yes, while TODAK are not necessarily playing their most confident strategy, this is still a team that should be able to pull it off. Going to show Orange Esports, their strength is the real deal.
Yep, they are no jokes. This organization didn't go into MSC for nothing. And with this, with this Luminous Lord, here we go, the final push.
Yeah, Enhanced Chain dropping with nearly kill. He's dead. He's dead. Just dead. Momo has to escape with the time journey, but it's not going to be enough. The crystal is exposed. The Lord is on top of it. Stormy still finds a double kill before the game ends. Perhaps a one-sided massacre by Orange Esports.
Woo, masterclass. Just it felt so mundane from them. Didn't have an opportunity to play the even Formaze. He's like, no, come on, man. Let me play the game. I just want to play Mobile Legends, bro.
That's not a good look, especially for Formaze on one of his best heroes. Yes, he wasn't in the EXP lane, but he was expecting to be able to do more with that. So instantly, TODAK can tell, all right, it might be time to take the training shoes off a little bit.
Yeah, take off those training wheels. They need to take this seriously because Orange Esports gave them no breathing room. Honestly, even clowning on them a couple of times here. The saves coming in from AIM, his timing on the call altars are so perfect. The beautiful combination from TODAK's just layering of their ults. They found everything that they were looking for. One call altar and the level lead with the gold that they had, they walk away with 0 deaths.
Now, some of the members of Orange Esports already were playing the types of heroes we know them for. AIM obviously doing really well as a support. We could see that for on the side of Stormy, he's very used to Julian, so we don't really need to mention too much about that. Valence, as the Akai, was doing excellent. Even as a marksman, he has a tendency to be very aggressive. So when you give him a tank hero that wants to initiate, boy, he is bloodthirsty.
Man, he felt unlocked from his role. He even has Winter Truncheon to ensure that if he gets comboed, he survives. How ridiculous is this? The only deaths coming out of Neo for diving a little too hard and AIM because he is a roamer and is designed to take the hits for the rest of the team. Subway, Stormy, Valens walk away with a perfect KDA. And if we're looking at the items and as well as the emblem builds, like I didn't get to point this out, but Stormy taking the Magic Worship instead of the Mystery Shop to ensure that he kills his targets, especially when you have this sort of lead.
Yeah, this was a team lineup from RNG Esports that was just looking for prey. They were the full-out predators of this last game. Stormy going full damage, Neo going full damage. 3 items, that's all he needs. He's just one-shotting everyone he comes across.
It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting how good Jawhead is at this stage of the game. Formaze didn't really get to play the game at all. Yumski babysitting Chiku, guys, ended up being a potential punishment for TODAK and Orange Esports playing on the opposite side of the map, knowing, hey, Yumski's not going to be around. We could get away with pretty much anything we want.
And how about Subway? He has the most farm in the game. He is full build already because he was just having such a smooth time in top lane despite having to deal with a 1v2 gold lane the entire early game. Just an incredible game all around. Let's find out who the MVP is going to be, and it is Stormy on the Julian.
Yeah, individual player. He didn't need too much to get him going, but once he got those twin Shadow Blades, it was over. 62% kill participation, even though having a majority of the kills, 8-0-5 is his KDA. Look at that game DPM.
Over 4,000 damage per minute the entire time. Subway, he was full build. Stormy, only 1 item away at that point, and these are not cheap items that he's got as well. So he was having a great time. No mystery shop like you pointed out, just all damage.
Oh my goodness. Let's have a look and let's relive this game all over again. These highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and we're just witnessing murder.
You can tell RNG Esports already knew from the very first few minutes of the game that TODAK are going to want to play a slightly slower early game because their heroes need time to scale up. So, like any good team against TODAK, their answer to that is don't let them.
I mean, this is one of the few early games we've seen from Orange Esports so absolutely destructive. And TODAK, yeah, the weaknesses are extremely clear. They knew that Chiku was going to be on Hanabi. They knew for a fact that it's generally weak in lane, especially against a lane bully like Bruno, so he needs some help. And without that help, mid lane, especially with Rival, who can't push out the waves as quickly in comparison to Stormy, especially when he hits level 3, what do you do?
There's not much they can do. TODAK's goal in this game was really just to try and delay, try to play safe, look for pickoffs if they can. Because Orange Esports aren't going to play very closely with the style of lineup they have. Unfortunately, because the players just seemed so confident, there was so much damage so quickly, they couldn't even look for that.
Yep. And towards the end of this game, you could just see that Formaze finally hitting level 12. Evening out the score, putting himself at a 3-level deficit. It really didn't make a difference. I don't know. From the drafting, they had already lost the game.
Yeah, and I like as well that even though this is something like a show match and RNG Esports were obviously having a lot of fun, they didn't take any risks and took the first opportunity they could get to break open the crystal. They're not going to allow the game to scale up because they know they're going to start falling off if they give TODAK a bit more time. I love that. It's just, don't take these risks.
Yeah, don't take these risks. Choose the most optimal path, and especially with the way that they played, I think they took every correct play that they could possibly get. And Neo, even though he was trading 1-for-1, he's trading against the enemy jungler. And when Formaze is on his death cooldown, the rest of the team start invading the jungle too. They start taking away his farm, forcing Formaze to have to be very aggressive and go past the river to find any lingering gold.
Yeah, you just gotta feel bad for Formaze here. I think the way that he plays Benedetta, he's very used to being able to survive a lot of engagements, jump in, jump out, because he plays EXP lane. He'll play at the very least a semi-tank Benedetta. Here, he was going for mostly damage, so he is a lot squishier than he's used to, and that definitely messed with his instincts a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't say more than that, man. They just got absolutely rolled in that game. TODAK gonna hit the drawing board one more time. Maybe they can come up with something else that could catch Orange Esports off guard. But as you can tell, I mean, you have to give props where props is due. AIM, he is just the enchanter player. Like, give him an enchanter style, a mage style support, and he can make magic happen.
I was expressing some doubts about the fair miss when Orange Esports picked it up, but yeah, like you said, AIM instantly proving me wrong. Give this guy an enchanter. He makes beauty happen right here for Orange Esports, and I am super excited to see what will happen in game number 2. Will Valen still be in the jungle? Will we still see Neo on a big one-shot hero? These are all questions I want to know the answers to.
I mean, let's look at the lineups one more time. On first glance, you can immediately see where the disparities are. The lane matchups are not very good. TODAK has a very clear win condition with the combos that they can pull off. However, a lot of this is due just by the later stages of the game. LUNATIX wants to play for the later stages of the game. We also want to see Hanabi be on the later stages of the game. The crowd is cheering behind us, but when you're looking at who scales into this game, who are the people who play for early? It's Yumski and as well as Formaze, but Yumski has to pair with Chiku guys, and therefore the only person who is a threat is Formaze, and Orange Esports completely locked him out.
Yep, they saw that single opportunity and instantly went ham on it like piranhas. I think I might be seeing what the audience is excited about here. Because Moon is going to be joining the draft here, replacing Formaze, back from his honeymoon so soon.
The man's back. He's like, I ain't missing this for the world. Sorry, honey, rings off. I gotta make sure I deal with this one.
So all of a sudden, Orange Esports needs to be prepared for a completely different style of TODAK again, but this is also kind of risky. Formaze, in my opinion, has been one of TODAK's most consistent players throughout the entire season, so let's find out how this works out.
Hey, I mean, Chiku, he's trying to hit all the roles here. The one that he hasn't touched yet, EXP, so that's my best guess. Either that, Momo goes into the EXP, we see Chiku guys go into the gold lane, Moon takes mid, Rival takes jungle.
But that would be boring.
Yeah, that would be boring. But they wanted to bring this to a game 3. They just need one game to do that. So, I don't know. All bets are off.
Well, I guess we'll find out. Personally, I feel like TODAK is the type of team that even though they know they're one game down, in this kind of match specifically, they're still going to do something a little bit more unique because they want to bring it to a game 3, yes. But if they do so in a boring way, that kind of affects their pride as well.
Well, let's see. Kings of comebacks, as the audience likes to bring up all the time. This is their moment to do so against Orange Esports, who, again, will not give any room for error.
Indeed. And, of course, this is the last. Oh, Vexana. That would be fun, honestly.
That's actually a good shout. Like, Vexana has a really powerful ult, great for counter-engaging and great with the CC that's been added to it. It's drafting phase time, though.
Yep, I'm excited. This is, again, the final game of the Season 10 regular season. So let's see some theatrics here from both these teams. Already had an action-packed game 1. Let's repeat the process with an action-packed game number 2. The teams have switched sides for the draft here, but the bans seem to be largely the same.
I mean, Orange Esports, no matter blue side, red side, they'll ban according to what the opposing team likes to play, more than anything else, or at least the detriment to their own. However, Akai banned out instantaneously by TODAK. They're like, we're not dealing with that.
Yep, TODAK instantly finding out why other teams banned the Akai against Orange Esports. Now they know not only can Subway play it to secure objectives, Valens can play it to secure kills.
Oh, I hate the fact that he can. It makes my blood boil, but he's so good at it. Can you deny him that? And now the fans are cheering on. They want TODAK to get this game to bring it to game 3.
I love this atmosphere. I'm personally looking forward to seeing more of this at the playoffs. But for now, we're getting a small taste of things. The Ling going to be the final ban from TODAK here. And this is honestly quite curious. I don't feel like this is a hero Orange would typically prioritize.
Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. The cheering battle has already started. Orange, TODAK fans, they'll do everything in their power here. Ling immediately banned out. And yes, I do agree that, in a sense, we're looking at TODAK trying to minimize the options for Orange Esports. Based on what we're seeing so far, the fact that they're banning out Ling means that they don't want the side lanes to get pushed. They want to team fight. And if we're going to brawl, it's 5v5. I don't want none of this 4v5 nonsense.
Okay, I can see where you may be coming from there, but I feel like I need to see who TODAK's jungler is going to be to truly rationalize why they would ban this out. The 1-1, going to be the final ban from Orange Esports. Still giving the hero a lot of respect despite the recent nerfs. After all, these are the two teams that play it the most proficiently.
All right, first pick going over to TODAK here. Let's see what they're going to start things off with. Do they want to deny Stormy Julian? I don't think that's a bad option overall. It could go... Kito's banned out as well. Looks like they got their pick. There we go, Valentina.
But who is going to be playing it? We saw Chiku play the Valentina just yesterday, but now Moon is on the roster as well, and it could be just as likely that he picks it up. So that is going to be the question for Orange Esports, who now will have the ability to pick up the Julian again if they want to.
Yeah, I think Julian's not that bad. You deny a good ult to Valentina. They can lock in the Dairoth super early on as well to ensure that, hey, if you want to fight you want to give me Esmeralda matchup, I'll win it, and I'll win it hard.
I guess we'll find out. The Esmeralda matchup at this point, I guess it's fairly okay since the Falling Star Moon, not a good ult to steal, but the tear-off is still open. And honestly, the audience are so excited here.
I mean, you can literally hear... This is supposed to be noise-canceling headset. I can literally hear them cheering so hard, and now Orange fans are getting in on it as well. I can feel my headset literally shaking as we see Julian and as well as Cho get locked in for Orange. An instant response coming in from TODAK. They lock in the Claude.
Alright, TODAK actually are playing a slightly safer draft here. The Claude as well as the Valentina are both very strong in the current meta, though we already discussed this earlier. The Cho is actually not a bad counter to the Claude at all. If he times the kick for when the Blazing Duet jumps in instantly, it's negated. And the Lapu.
Oh, I would have imagined if Formaze was here, he's like, give me the Lapu, man. You want a 1v1? Let's 1v1, brother.
Who is playing the Lapu? Right now, it looks like Chiku is the one that has selected it. Obviously, that's not necessarily the final player, but if we look at the lineup on TODAK, he does seem like the most likely person to go for it.
Right now, Chiku can either play Gold or EXP. And if he's playing EXP Lapu, I better see some sparks fly. He's going up against Neo. He's really consistent, but he's also really good at these 1v1. So we'll see in a little bit. We could see a Popo Koopa here, but no, it's going to be Irithel instead. I was about to say Melissa too, but then again, Bravest Warrior kind of says no.
Yeah, I think Irithel having movement speed across the map would be very effective here. Plus, the heavy crossbow, again, not a good ult to steal for the Valentina. So Orange Esports as well, going to be playing slightly on the safer side for this first half of the draft, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some stranger heroes come out in the second half.
Yep, I'm expecting TODAK to ban off Dairoth, or at the very least things that make Lapu's life a little more difficult. Ruby gets banned out for the side of Orange Esports. Definitely respect the ban overall. You have 2 melees technically as of right now. Probably want to layer it with some more.
Yep, and when you have a Cho, you usually want him to be the big CC machine on the Land of Dawn. You don't want your enemy to also have a solution for that. TODAK, they're going to be banning out the Esmeralda here, so that's going to lead Orange Esports to think maybe the Phoveus might need to be contested.
I think Phoveus... Is it worth getting rid of? I feel like Irithel can handle the Phoveus relatively well, but it might be too much of a distraction for the rest of the team if you're the only one being able to dish out enough damage against it. I mean, there is the argument that Julian should be able to handle him too, but he has to use at least one dash to guarantee enhanced anything at that point.
Yeah, and that's exactly why Orange needs to consider, but they will decide to ban out the Atlas instead. We do have to remember, Diggy is actually still in the pool, so considering that, Orange Esports still decides this is the hero they want to eliminate.
Banning out the Atlas. Is it worth banning out the Atlas? Maybe, maybe not. It's tough to say, but again, Atlas is really good against people who are just generally melee, who want to come in close so that you can group them all up in one shot for that fatal link. So I would imagine that Orange Esports is categorizing themselves as having more melees than you would like. TODAK, they ban out that Jawhead. That's a good option.
Yeah, I was wondering whether or not TODAK would just let it through again and hope that Neo doesn't end up playing it, but I think this is a safer choice. The amount of damage coming out from this hero individually was insane. And TODAK right now have heroes that need a little bit of late game scaling, so don't allow... Oh, wow.
Denied!
Wow.
Absolutely deny. Blazing Duet me. I'm ready for you, bro. I'm ready for you. You need a sandbag up in the EXP lane? I got you.
Who's going to be playing this though? Right now it's actually on AIM. Of course, he can always swap it out, but what are the chances of a Belleric roam?
There is a very good chance of a Belleric roam as well. It really depends, right? Because when we're looking at the overall lineup for TODAK, which is going to be more impactful, right? Because TODAK haven't necessarily shown off who is their support. So right here, right now, is where we get some confirmation. They could technically still go for Diggy to disengage from fights, and Valentina now has two really good ults to steal.
Yeah, but the big question is, if Valentina steals Wrath of Dryad, everyone will be hitting her, and she's not nearly as tanky as Belleric. So I think that's what Orange is betting on, as now TODAK finished their draft with the Selena and Baxia.
Selena and Baxia, is this worth it? I guess Valentina should be able to maintain the lanes relatively well against the Julian of all heroes. I'm not entirely sure whether Cho necessarily wants to be in the roam position anymore.
Yeah, I still think that Cho as an EXP laner now would be good, because hitting that level 4 and being able to roam around would assist his team quite a lot. The Grok will close out the draft for Orange Esports, and now we'll get some confirmation who's playing what.
Stormy is playing Julian, Aim's playing Grok. Is Valens trying to do Cho jungle here?
Valens has played Cho. I remember, he used to play Cho roam back in the day.
But Cho jungle?
I guess we'll find out. And as for the side of TODAK, it is going to be Chiku on that Lapu Lapu, but it is Yumski playing the roam Valentina.
Well, I don't know. If you wanted an exhibition match, this is going to be it. Strong crowd control and ults to steal with heavy engage on the side of TODAK. But when we're looking at Orange Esports, they can play defensively, they can go aggressive, they have the versatility. But with a Cho jungle, let's see how much impact he can make.
I still want to see whether this is actually a Cho jungle, but I would love it if that is the case. The audience has made their excitement known. So let's find out how this develops. Land of Dawn, who's it going to be? It is the Cho jungle by Valens.
Oh boy. These two teams really know how to put on a show. Starting off with G Kundo on the purple side, on the purple buff. This is kind of crazy, but hey, at the very least, the one takeaway we could say, at most, is the fact that Chiku, guys, has played every single role.
Yep, we can confirm that officially now. Moon, not successful in stealing the purple buff. I also note Aim went for his wall, level 1, to try and steal the buff, which means he doesn't actually have power of nature.
Ah, so he's trying to cheese it out. He knows that both sides were going for the invade, and he'll hit level 2 where it matters, especially since Abyssal Arrows are going to be coming through.
But looking at the matchups here, we can see Jiku, EXP lane versus Neo on the Belleric, Momo, Baxia, Baxia jungle. Wow, I have not seen that in a while.
Yeah, and check it out, Rival, he's playing in the gold lane up against Subway. It's kind of funny, you have to admit, it's kind of funny. They're matching each other's roles.
Yeah, the respective junglers are now in the gold lane, but we already saw with Subway do a pretty good job previously. Let's see how this turns out now. Moon still continuing to try and harass. Here comes Momo though. He's hit level 4 before Valens. The Shunpo will avoid the knockback, but the Tortoise's Poison's doing a lot of damage. Neo is there to protect him. Here comes Aim. Here comes Stormy. Moon and Momo need to be careful. The way you're gonna find the wild charge. First blood gonna be to Selena.
Guaranteed kill there. A guaranteed kill. No way for Selena to get on out of that situation, but again, Valens, he hasn't hit level 4. One camp stolen. Now he's gonna die. Chico, no, he's still alive!
Oh, the Landshaker Flicker will finally secure the kill onto Valens. Chiku now needs to find a way out. Neo, Stormy looking for revenge. Chiku dashes away from the enhanced chain. Here comes Aim. They're gonna target Momo now. Gets the taunt, pulls him back into the wild charge. Neo secures it.
So unfortunate for that timing, and now they're gonna get Chiku here. No, Stormy doesn't have enough damage to finish him off.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The taunt nearly landed on Chiku, but he dashed out of the way in time. Now, Yumski watching the turtle. He has wild charge. Does he want to use it? He does. He stuns Balance, but Stormy gets the turtle.
Okay, hold up. We need to pull up the items for a sec. Oh, Moon!
Oh, Subway gonna get hit with the point blank abyssal arrow, blazing to flame shot, and he is still alive.
Oh my goodness, he's alive. Thank goodness, Momo. Does he see the Subway? Get out of there!
He did not see that coming at all.
Instant invade, instant punish, doesn't give a moment of hesitation.
I'm sorry, Subway should have had enough time to respond to that. I get the feeling he was a moment of relief, like he took his fingers off of the phone, thought, okay, I'll be safe, I'm recalling, and then suddenly he died.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, it happens. But the fact is, Momo is playing jungle, and he opted to take the wild power, so he's going to make sure that his Retribution slow effect is increased by an extra 20%. So that might be a little annoying for some of the characters here.
Balance gonna get kicked first by Yumski right into Momo under the tower. He is dead. Neo is here, trying to taunt as many as possible with Stormy. The purple buff already taken by Momo. Neo gonna be the double kill. Now Stormy looking for Chiku, guys, but misses the enhanced chain. He's still 1v3. He's still looking for it. It's not going to work though. He dies as well.
Nah, didn't have the cooldowns for it. Stormy popped his sprint to commit to a fight, but could not finish it off. Now, notice that the entirety of Orange Esports is at level 5. I'm pretty sure they are not taking any roam boots here. Roam blessings for Orange Esports.
Oh, is that the case right there? That's a bit risky, and you can tell that because of that. TODAK has a slight EXP advantage. So Orange Esports has to be a little bit cautious about this right now.
Yeah, oh no.
Ooh, Neo, Wrath of Dryads, constant for a while. He's still alive. Here comes Chiku, Raging Slash, flickers it in. He gets the kill. Chiku showing he can play anything.
Yep. He just needs 3 buttons. Give him a mobile phone. He's got it done. Rival already with the Demon Hunter's sword here. Subway, he needs to scale up fast. His team needs him badly.
This is incredible right now. Like Chiku, I already knew he could play so many different types of heroes, but Lapu as well. What can't this man do? Orange Esports now going to be playing from behind. They'll find him in the bush. Wild charge on top of Yumski, but not enough damage. Abyssal arrow stops Stormy. He falls. Aim has the flicker over the wall to safety, and they stun Valence one last time too. They won't be able to contest the turtle. They just completely poke him out.
Moon still got it. He's still accurate with those abyssal arrows. Stormy focused on the fight, didn't see the arrow coming from behind, and now Valence, he can't even walk up. Moon denying him space.
Neo tried to use his ultimate to steal the turtle, but now he is in danger. Chiku looking for aim, gets the killing spree. My goodness. Moon still trying to chase Neo down. He's tanky. He should survive this, but look at the pressure TODAK is applying. Flame shot nearly taking him out, but Yumski finds Stormy.
That's not what you want to see here. Valence should get this kill on Yumski overall. Gets the kick, commits the way to the dragon. Now Momo could punish, but nobody to follow up.
And Subway got taken out by a gank by Chiku in the bottom lane too. This is going to give Rival even more time. I'm expecting that his farm right now is going to be looking pretty good.
I mean, he's a level up on Subway. The fact that he has a Demon Hunter sword, he's probably close to getting the golden staff as well.
Now they're contesting the purple buff. Balance doesn't want to let them steal this away. Raging Slash from Chiku doing a lot of damage. They get the stun onto Balance. He has to run away. Stormy and Subway dropping real low. Aim will be able to survive thanks to their zoning. Abyssal arrow nearly landing. You find the enhanced chain onto Moon. This Selena has been a pain in their side, but Stormy not enough damage to finish him off.
50 more seconds until Turtle comes back up. Orange Esports, at this stage of the game, they're looking to play for at least 2 items. Stormy is falling further behind, and now that the Magic Worship is in play, yes, he deals damage, and yes, it burns them away, but a Mystery Shop would have been so much more valuable in this particular situation when you're playing from behind. Rival, on the other hand, getting that golden staff means that they are ready to fight.
Yeah, Blazing Duet in Moon, getting the kill on the Subway as well. Subway not having a good time at all. He's being targeted because his team doesn't have enough pressure to help him. Balance tries to go in for the kick, but he won't survive. Wild charge from Aim, a little bit too late. His jungler is dead. Chiku cutting waves in their base when Orange Esports is right in front of him. He's actually going to flicker. Misses the last shaker on 2. He's still fighting. Mega kill. He finally dies. But what in the world?
He could have used that flicker to get on out of there. Rival gets a free push on the top tier 2. A good macro play for the side of TODAK and really pushing the extent of Lapu Lapu.
I'm just so amazed right now. I am shocked beyond words. This is great. This is fun. This is entertainment value right here. And the fight still continuing. Yumski stealing the kick onto Neo, but he is alone. Wild charge, gonna find Valentina. Taunts him in place with Momo. They find Yumski. Enhanced Jade knocks out Momo, but he's so tanky. Blazing to it, not gonna find anything. Way of the dragon onto the Claude, but not enough damage. Actually, it is enough damage. Subway gets it. Moon finds the kill onto the Grog, but Subway gets the shutdown onto the Selena. Double kill for the Iridel.
Now they trade 3 for 2 in favor of Orange Esports. This is not really going to change the lead that much as the Waves are not in position for them to actually scale back up or at the very least take away this 5k goal lead TODAK has developed for themselves. It does mean that TODAK gets one free reset here, and Rival, with that Winsome nature, is now not going to be afraid to jump right into Subway's face.
But this also indicates that Subway is actually starting to build up some damage. Yes, they are 6k net worth behind, but they still managed to trade up against TODAK, meaning that TODAK has to be a little bit more cautious about where they take their fights the next time.
Balance tries to open up the map here, but overall, Bellerica is on top side.
Yeah, he's gonna kick Momo to get him away from him. Abyssal Arrow finds Subway, but Moon not able to finish the job. He is on the run right now. The rest of TODAK trying to chase him down, but Subway with a single pixel of HP will escape. The Rival on top of the Lord.
Yep, Free Lord goes over to TODAK's side, and they're just holding them back from their own jungle.
Right now, they're still chasing. Raging Slash coming out. Chiku looking for balance. Wild charge stolen by Yumski into the tower. The Raffle Dryad not going to be enough. Massive damage. TODAK, they're fighting under Orange's mid-tier 2. They're taking too much tower aggro. They will lose 2 in exchange for balance.
Oh my goodness, and Subway doesn't even have full items just yet. Chiku attempting fate here. He knows he's 2 level up, and Stormy getting a split push on the side, looking to recover from the economical damage that TODAK has put on them so far.
This is honestly really well played by Orange to defend against this. They are using TODAK's over-aggression against them, and now if that last fight wasn't proof that they needed to approach things more carefully, this one is.
Let's have a look at the items so far. 3 items coming in from this Irithel. I'm pretty sure Winsome Nature is coming up real soon to protect herself from Claude specifically. Lapu is at 3 items, and not to mention, actually, Yumski is a lot further behind than I would have imagined.
Yeah, one would think as well, since he does have Mystery Shop. Now, TODAK, they're still trying to contest for this purple buff. It looks like, yes, Valence was able to secure it with the Retribution, so that's okay for now. They've managed to narrow the net worth lead for TODAK down to 4k, but the Lord pushing up top. Yumski, he has the wild charge. Orange Esports are aware of this. They have to be careful, but he doesn't have Flicker, so that reduces the ways he could engage. Abyssal Arrow finds aim. He gets stunned, but he is fine. They will clear up the Lord. Chiku jumps in. Bravest Fighter on top of Subway, but he will not be able to finish the kill. That means he's out of position. Wild charge from Yusuke. 1, 2, 3-man and head train. Blazing to it comes out. Orange Esports is getting chopped down, but Subway is still alive. Double kill going to the Iridel. Moon melts under the heavy crossbow.
4 for 2 trade. Orange Esports hitting above their weight. Now evening out the score. The gold lead from 5k to 2.5, and now the punishment incoming. Orange Esports are back in this.
This is incredible right now. Net worth lead 2k for TODAK. Orange Esports are down to their final 2 inhibitors, but they have been playing these final few fights masterfully. TODAK, they gotta be more wary about their positioning. Stormy, this is dangerous right here. And hand sword gets him out. He gets terrified. Here comes aim. Wild charge onto the Valentina. Kicked back into Stormy, but no cooldowns. Yusuke still alive. Subway gets the monster kill. Pops the heavy crossbow. Lots of damage coming out of the Iridel. TODAK has to back it up.
Look at that punishment. They're able to get at least 1,500 off of this push alone, and mid turret still under pressure.
Yep, Orange, they're looking for more. Here comes aim in the back line. Does he have the wild charge? Balance looking for the catch as well. They won't be finding anything for now.
Topside is getting hard shoved in by Chiku as of yet. Orange eSports need a recall for this and make sure that they clear up their waves before they can even think about contesting this Luminous Lord. It's 12 minutes into the game and it's rather risky, but a split push on either side might make the difference.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate fact of losing an inhibitor pretty early into the game. They have to do constant housekeeping, allowing TODAK to have the advantage on the objectives. While charge on Moon, they're not quite able to finish him off. Chiku, he is waiting for Subway, but will show himself. Balance gets the kick onto Momo. TODAK still chasing them down. Bravest fighter by Chiku. Blazing to it! Fight Subway! That's gonna be a shutdown by TODAK. They're still chasing them down. Ain and Balance trying to run for their lives. Yumski gonna be delayed in the mid lane. Stormy finds the killing spree. Here comes Momo. Tortoise's Croissant's gonna be delaying Neo heavily. He wants to stay. He needs to keep Stormy alive. He's looking for a rival! He gets it! Neo will finally get choked out, but here comes Aim and Balance. Wild charge!
The base!
Takes out Moon from the battle! Chiku, the only one alive. The base being assaulted. Chiku 1v3 gets kicked by Balance. He is still alive. He is regenerating so much. Enhanced Chain gonna find him. They get the knockup. They get the kill. Momo, the only one left alive.
From what was supposed to be a disaster for Orange eSports, ends up being a miracle save. Stormy, with the help of Neo, does it again, taking out rival and turning this fight around. Minions spawn just in time, and now they're looking to get this Luminous Lord after Momo's death.
They're just CC chaining him. Balance is there to stop him from rolling away as well. They find Yumski. They chase him away. They want this Lord. And Chain finds him. He has to flicker away. He steals one charge, but now he doesn't have flicker to use it with.
Okay, they gotta rush this now. Oh my goodness!
Oh my God!
Stormy read it. He had an amazing read, and now with the Luminous Lord in hand, they should be able to push this back as they take the gold for themselves. 2.2k swing in favor of Orange eSports. What a turnaround this has been!
I cannot believe what I am witnessing right now. Orange eSports, they are making miracles happen right now. This game is incredible. Aim in a bit of danger. Got hit by the Abyssal Arrow, but he is fine. He's got immortality. Orange eSports, they are looking to escort this Lord down the mid lane. They want to take an inhibitor. Right now, Momo gonna get blocked out of the base. Heavy crossbow popped down. Baxia will be able to walk away. The inhibitor tower is starting to drop, but the Lord has been taken out. Taunt by Neo. Not gonna find any targets. Subway gets hit. Point blank. Abyssal Arrow. Flame shot going to miss. They're looking for the Irritel. Subway is joking, but the backline has been caught out by TODAK. They find Subway. Shut down on Stormy. Orange eSports are cut off. Aim has to flicker away. They're leaving the Selena to defend. Aim trying to sacrifice himself. Immortality has been popped down. They will settle for the Grok, but Momo still on top of Balance. Balance, he needs to get out of this. He needs to survive. He kicks the Baxia away. Yumski looking for it. He has Way of the Dragon, but Balance has made enough distance.
Oh my goodness. With such short death timers, Orange eSports should be able to recover. Neo now in trouble.
Momo, he gets the stun. He's going to be able to get out with the Cyclone Eye. Balance is here to back him up. He's going to stop Yumski from engaging the taunt from Neo. He is so tanky. He's still surviving. Immortality, not even popped. And now Balance, he needs to get out. He gets kicked by Yumski. Balance going to get taken out of the fight, but Subway respawned. He gets the kill onto Moon, but here comes the blazing duet. They find the Irritel. Aim out of position. Here comes Neo. Chiku being zoned out by Stormy. Look at mid-wave. They have to send Momo back. Aim has to go back. The crystals are exposed on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good. Stormy's quite out of position looking for these flanks. He might get caught out by Yumski here, and this should be another death falling into the hands of TODAK.
Raging Slash, but the enhanced sword actually gets him out front. No. The two-man Landshaker into the wall charge by Yumski. Stormy is down. Aim is down. Neo, the only survivor. He needs to delay. Subway and Balance will join him soon.
Oh my goodness. This game has not been letting up at all. TODAK understands that the timers are short, but now it is their moment. 16 minutes into the game, they can break open an inhibitor and look to end it right off of this.
Balance looking for the kick, but Yumski dashes out in time. He gets the kick onto Momo, but Balance, he's gonna get taken out. Mega kill. Subway already popped the heavy crossbow, but not enough damage as Yumski jumps in with the taunt onto two players. HOMEBOIS double kill with the blazing duet, and TODAK will close out the game 1-1.
Woo! What a stressful game this was! GG! Well played! TODAK bring it to a game 3!
I am absolutely exhausted, but that is a game worth watching. This is an amazing way to close off the regular season. We are going into our third game 3 of the day.
Oh my goodness, a sweaty game coming in from both of these teams. Orange Esports not given an inch, but TODAK, they did not want to back down from this fight. There's a lot of foresight that comes into multiple combats like this, understanding how much time you have to travel from base to get to the place that you want to be. And TODAK continuously getting these one-off picks. Orange Esports willing to sacrifice these picks knowing that they are closer to their base. So when they do respawn and trade 1-for-1, they are going to be able to reach the fight faster as long as it is near their side of the jungle, or at the very least by inhibitor turrets. I think TODAK at this stage understood, hey, 16 minutes, it's going to take about 35 to almost 40 seconds for them to come back to life. If we are able to chain 2 kills together time after time, 15 seconds in 15-second intervals, we should be able to crack open their base on the next push.
That's honestly incredible. That's some next level decision making in the heat of the battle as well. This match was so exciting from beginning to end, and you can tell that both these teams, they're playing this not just for the audience satisfaction but for themselves as well, because otherwise they wouldn't ordinarily be brawling as much as we've seen.
Yeah, in Orange Esports, they already hit max items at this point of time. They just needed to get a full 5v5 fight. Subway gets zoned out instantaneously, forced into awkward angles because the rest of his team isn't covering him as cleanly as they should be. They should be sticking together, making sure that Subway can get his damage down. They need to create space for him, but TODAK refused to let up.
And that's partly because of the team lineup as well. TODAK has so many heroes that can just jump in and pull away Orange Esports' attention. The Lapu Lapu, the Baxia, just being constant pains in their side, as well as Yumski stealing a lot of great ults to initiate with, meant that Orange Esports, they weren't able to protect Subway. They had their hands full protecting themselves.
Yeah, it's really, really rough here, but let's have a look at our MVP of this game. Going over to TODAK, it is going to be Momo on his Baxia.
Yep, Momo. This was a hero that he is very used to playing, but we have not seen it since like 1 or 2 seasons ago when the tank jungle meta was still a thing. But he's shown us that muscle memory doesn't go away very easily, creating that space, delaying Orange Esports, chasing them down. There's no doubt that Momo is the MVP of Game 2.
Oh my goodness, he's chasing down the Irithel, making sure that his tankiness is not wasted. He has the blade armor, he has the dominance ice, and most importantly, he has the anti-cuirass to make sure he can withstand it. And more importantly, especially when Subway is low, he is a threat because Momo hops over walls and comes in from different angles, pushing him into corners that he wasn't expecting.
Yeah, honestly, just looking at this item build, this is the nightmare of every physical damage carry. Every possible item you can buy against them is on this single player. And you can see why Momo was so confident into jumping that backline, keeping Subway entertained, because there is no way he is taking him down without a long time invested.
Let's check out these highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series here. And I think TODAK, their early game was played absolutely miraculously beautiful, and there's no doubt about it. They should have been able to maintain their lead. However, the turnaround coming in from Orange Esports only comes off much later, right? Because Yumski, at this stage of the game, he's getting saved by Moon a lot of the times. But come mid-game, that's when you see the ults being interchanged very often. When he needs a wild charge, he picks it up. Whatever is most convenient, may it be a way of the dragon, or if it's a team fight, he steals Neo's Wrath of the Dryads to get plays like this.
Yeah, it's very impressive from Yumski, because typically when you see a Valentina player in these situations, they'll usually gravitate towards 1 or 2 ultimates. But no, Yumski was deciding what to grab depending on the situation and adjusting based on what was necessary to his team. That doesn't mean though that TODAK didn't make mistakes. There was a point in the mid game where they were getting a little bit desperate.
Yep, and then just a follow-up here. Subway carefully watching his position to allow people like Neo and as well as Stormy to follow up upon each other, and he just gets free hits all the way through.
Yeah, but once you got to the point where Orange Esports were trying to push in to challenge the base of TODAK, that is where they found themselves in danger, because having to put themselves in such a forward position means that Momo and Chiku can easily jump the backline alongside rival, and Orange Esports have so many angles that they have to take care of.
Yep. And the foresight that they had for these last few fights, continuously putting the pressure, continuously chasing for these kills with purpose, most importantly, but knowing how the jigsaw pieces fit together. They needed to make sure that Claude and as well as Valentina will be able to jump onto Subway when the time comes, because Blazing Duet gets dealt with the winds of nature, but you can't deal with the magic damage coming in from Valentina.
Just absolutely breathtaking, this game. And we already mentioned earlier, good things come in threes. We're now approaching our third and final Game 3 of Week 8, Day 3 of MPL MY Season 10. So this is the game you don't want to miss. We're going on a short break. We will see you guys after this for the conclusion of this series.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Harold, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Baby, I'm a rock star.
It needs no introduction. This is a world-class series with world-class teams right here at MPL MY. We are now officially in our final game of the regular season. Thank you for joining us. This is the English broadcast with me, Mustafa, as well as Gideon, where we are preparing for the grand finale.
Yes, it has been an exciting road to get to this final game of the regular season. And of course, it has to go all 3 games, 1-1 so far. Match point for Orange eSports as well as TODAK. Very convincing. Both of these games going back in a fourth. The first one, heavy-handed by Orange eSports, but now TODAK, they bounce back, and they bounce back really, really hard in that second one.
Yeah, honestly, if there's any series that deserves a Game 3, this is it right here. Let's have a look. The game recap for game number 2, the damage numbers in total are just ridiculous.
It really was. I mean, you have your CC coming in from Beleric as well as Cho Jungle being played by Valens for the very first time here on the MPL MY stage. And then when we're looking back over to TODAK's side, the damage numbers, everyone breaking a high stake, except for Momo. He's playing a tank. I think it's fair to give him that pass.
Yeah, but Momo is still doing more damage than most of Orange eSports, so TODAK were just having a field day that game. Obviously, Orange eSports, they put up a really impressive defense. Like, they were down for a lot of that early game, and they were still able to claw themselves back, turning the net worth lead in their favor for just a short while.
I mean, Orange eSports also put up a really good defense too. It goes both ways. They're world-class teams for a reason. They've represented us in MSC, TODAK for multiple internationals, and honestly, it'd be exciting to see Orange eSports make it back onto the international stage once more.
Well, it's gonna be difficult though. I'm sensing that this season may be the most competitive one we have seen yet, just from these teams' performances in the regular season. So, really looking forward to the playoffs. But before we can get there, one final game stands in the way of the end of the regular season. So let us end it in the best way possible. I want to see more of this action between these two teams.
All right, 20 more seconds here. I don't think we need to talk about adaptations because who knows what they are bringing to the table. Subway is king. O for Orange. O for overtime. Everything you can imagine, the fans are here for it.
This is the culmination of 8 weeks of MLBB action, intense conflict and clashes between 10 teams here in the regular season, and it all comes down to this: the top 2, the first places of the respective groups are representatives from MSC. Caster, please try to guess the draft because they know we have no idea.
I'm so glad that I'm not on the BM desk right now because Yums, he's looking over, and I know who exactly he's looking over to on the opposite side of the arena. Valentina, as well as Claude, immediately banned out for the side of Orange eSports, followed up by TODAK getting rid of the Akai as well as the Fanny.
Yep, so we're already seeing pretty notable differences in the way that these teams are approaching the draft. They're getting rid of heroes that prove to be big problems for them instead of just going for the usual meta bans. The Valentina and Claude, as well as the Fanny and Akai, are all heroes that need to be respected on both sides. I actually thought Orange eSports would let the Paquito through. They're on the blue side. They ban it out.
Lapu Lapu is back? Question mark? I don't know. I feel like Lapu Lapu seem to be in a really good position in that game, and especially when you have Flicker, you can truly make those big plays. But again, we are seeing a repeat of game number 1's bans. The Valentina, the Claude, the Paquito from Orange eSports, TODAK, they ban out the Wanwan, the Fanny, and as well as the Akai. First pick goes over to Orange eSports. Let's see what it is.
Julian has been a really priority pick so far in this series, so I wouldn't be surprised if Orange eSports were to go for that very quickly on. But is there anything else? Perhaps the Faramis, since it was led through the draft this time?
I don't think there's anything wrong with Faramis at this stage of the game. TODAK, I'm not sure what the lineup is going to start looking like at this point, so we'll see.
We will see indeed. What's it gonna be? It is the Faramis. Orange eSports going back to the Cult Altar combination that won them game number 1.
Okay, Cult Altar. Do we see the Julian? Yes, Julian, as well as the Joe coming in from TODAK.
We can see that that was selected by Chiku as well. I get the feeling he wants to flex this hero on the big stage. Would not be surprised at all.
It'd be funny to see him try it. I mean, I don't know if he has got any practice on it, but then again, it is Chiku, so I don't doubt his skills.
Well, Orange eSports, now the ball is in their court. What will they go for? Do they want to keep Valence in jungle? Do they want to keep Subway in the gold lane? They were doing a pretty good job, but TODAK definitely were able to figure things out and prey on the weaknesses they had of being slightly inexperienced in their respective roles.
Well, I suppose, but I think this time Orange eSports probably want to change things up, right? They could go for an early marksman here, but there's so much strong pickoff from the side of TODAK. Might be different. Eve and as well as Lapu Lapu locked in for Orange eSports.
Oh, these teams are just trading heroes throughout this series. One team sees, oh, you picked this hero. The other team decides, I'm gonna play it the next game. I'm excited to find out who is going to be playing on this Lapu Lapu, because basically anyone on Orange could grab it with the exception of perhaps AIM. Stormy looks like he will be playing on this Eve, which does disappoint me a little bit because I like to see Stormy on heroes that are a little bit more proactive.
I mean, Eve, tactic, kinda, sorta is, she's a little bit in between, right? A great controller mage style overall, but I'm surprised that he picked it, especially when he saw the Cho and as well as the Julian that he has to face, both of which can actually cancel out the real world manipulation on top of an added layer of Baxia too.
Yeah, now that Baxia is added on, every one of these heroes can disrupt that real world manipulation, so hopefully Orange eSports has a plan for this. Now, ordinarily, you could perhaps pick up something like a Diggy to prevent the real-world manipulation from being cancelled out, but they've already shown the Faramis, so it seems unlikely that they can pick that up.
Well, let's not forget, there is a possibility that TODAK might actually pick it up for themselves. They could throw Cho into the EXP lane for Chiku. Momo goes onto the jungle role, once again, and then plays this Baxia. The Julian can be given over to Moon. I would argue that Yumski probably knows how to play it too.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. These players have shown to really be able to flex their drafts here. Ooh, we're getting a little bit of a cheeky note here. Try to guess what the last hero is going to be. Are they going to bring something special?
I feel like they are. They're goading our BM casters on the opposite side. They're loving it so far, but Esmeralda coming in as a ban for Orange eSports. Melissa, Popo and Koopa are going to be the follow-up here. I would assume another lane bully. Are they going to force Subway onto playing the Bruno once more?
Well, it did work out previously, but now there's going to be a lot of heroes that can easily engage onto the back line. So TODAK are just getting rid of heroes that would be able to easily avoid these big backline divers.
Okay, so if they ban out the Esme to sandbag, what else do they want to get rid of so that Lapu Lapu can actually take full control over the lane?
It's a tricky question. It looks like they're actually going to ban the Iratel, so they're suspecting that TODAK will try to steal that away for themselves. So now we enter the second phase of picks, and this is where things get interesting.
Yeah, TODAK once again, I think Diggy is a really good option here to get away from the real world manipulation to ensure that they can disengage from these fights. They got such good engage and follow-up tools. Then they're going to have to dedicate at least a marksman to make sure that they have enough damage to commit to the fight.
Otherwise, the LUNATIX is still open. TODAK does like it, but for now, they're going to be playing it safe. The Brody will be locked in by TODAK, and this is a hero that not only can be played in the gold lane, but Chiku has played it in the mid lane as well. So right now, the draft's still very flexible.
Okay, still very flexible. I don't know. seems alright to me. Nothing too out of the ordinary, but Orange Esports, they lock in the Barat to go into the jungle this time. A really tanky hero overall, but more importantly, can't exactly get locked down as easily as some of the other junglers we've seen before. Bruno, the final lock-in for Orange Esports. Here we go. Give a guess. What's TODAK going to play?
I have no idea. This is too difficult of a question to tell because right now we don't even know what role necessarily needs to be filled in. Well, if we're gonna go by traditional TODAK standards, the Mia is a hero we haven't seen in a while, but they already have the Brody. I sure hope they're not bringing Layla.
You know what? I'm gonna take a wild guess. I'm gonna say Mia. I mean, what else could they possibly bring?
Brody.
Even with the Brody in a lane, they're going to need a little bit of support from the jungle. But here we go. What is it going to be? The smell of gunpowder. It's Franco.
Ooh, all right. There's a lot of tanks on the side of TODAK. So it's a good thing Orange did go for this Barats because he needs a tanky hero to be able to deal with this. And looks like they're not going to be swapping this out. Moon playing on the Franco. There was a time when Moon played as the tank for TODAK. Those were some dark days.
Very dark days indeed. Funny enough, TODAK's draft overall doesn't look too crazy.
It actually doesn't. Like when Moon was taunting us there, I thought we were going to see something absolutely ridiculous, but I guess even they want to be able to come out victorious here in game number 3. This is it. This is not just the final lineup of this series, but the final lineup of the Season 10 regular season. So I hope all of you are excited and making as much noise as the audience here at the live venue is, because for the very last time today, let us welcome the Land of Dawn.
Once again, we hit the Land of the Dawn. It's time. Orange Esports on the blue side, TODAK on the red side for this final bout, this final game. Moon might just die right here.
If he's taking a lot of poke damage, that is going to be a fair miss, and Eve mid lane. That is a lot of pressure compared to the Julian.
The worst part, it was on the split screen, so we don't even know how close some of his targets or where he was aiming with that iron hook. He loses a bit of pressure here, but look at Bruno. He might get attacked straight away.
Yeah, Moon gonna be ganking down in the bottom lane, assisting Rival, but the iron hook going to miss. This is gonna be a little bit of a rough lane. Bruno usually wants to dominate his counterpart, but Brody is as much of a bully as he is.
Yeah, I do think that Subway had the right idea trading against Rival, especially at level 1 where he can actually dish out a good amount of damage and maximize his trade. But as soon as he hits level 2, that's when you see Rival. He's going to start being aggressive. He's got guaranteed CC.
Yep, and once they hit level 4, Rival is going to be super dangerous. But now Valence gonna be ganked by 4 members. First blood gonna be the Barat, but Yumski gets picked up instantly afterwards. Aim now out of position, going to be chunked out by TODAK. Chiku still continuing, so he will drop as well. They now want to find Momo just to make the trade worth it. Double kill going to Stormy.
Wow, okay, that was a very fast trade. 3-for-2 trade in favor of Orange Esports. They take out a good chunk of TODAK's actual power. Oh, the hook! The hook! Instantly Rival pounces on him, flickering forward. From outside the fog of war, he jumps right into the fray.
That was beautifully played and so decisive as well from Moon. There was no chance for Subway to actually respond to that, and that is going to instantly win the gold lane for Momo. Real manipulation comes out. Neo gonna stun them down. The double kill going to the bravest fighter.
Despite the gold lane not going well for Orange Esports, they have basically won out the mid lane. Neo, he doesn't mind. And Chiku, yes, take a little bit of gold. Do what you can with it. Your full damage isn't going to matter. I know you want to kill Subway, but we're gonna get ahead with neutral objectives.
Now Balance will take the turtle, which means that we can see Momo trying to steal away the orange buff. Seems like Balance already aware of this, gonna do vertical jungling as Moon. Looks like he was able to get another hook. Bloody Hunt under tower means Neo will not survive.
It's not it's pretty sad. It's pretty sad. The side laners keep getting punished by Moon, just coming out of nowhere through the lane itself, which has to be frustrating.
I'm impressed, honestly, by Moon's awareness on the map right now. He's been playing mages for so long. I thought he would have lost his touch on tanks, but I guess not. Instincts do remain a long time. Momo threatening. Did he steal it? I think he did. Daytona's welcome onto the Baxia. Pushes him back into the rest of his team, but they managed to knock him up and kick him away. Valens gonna get taken out again. Neo, does he want to jump in? TODAK is actually fairly low. Jumps in. Bravest Fighter. Raging Slash gonna be disrupted by Momo, but he will get that kill.
Nice. A good trade on either side. And luckily, wait, Yumski jumping into the middle of that?
Yep, he wants to delay for Moon, but he's taking a lot of damage. He has to run in the other direction. Orange not going to pick this up. Yomski playing with fire. He wants to allow Chiku to get the top tower.
Oh, and he does. He secures it, no problem. Rival on the bottom side getting bullied as Stormy is looking to attack him across the map.
And here comes Subway to finish things off, but torn apart Memory gonna chase him away. Rival still alive. Stormy, he wants to pick this up. He gets the killing spree, pops the sprint to make sure Momo cannot chase.
Oh, can they actually get a turret off of this as well? I mean, Orange eSports slightly in the lead, but they are down a tower. They need to reset. Neo.
Landshaker gonna find Yumski. Raging Slash finishes him off.
He gets it. He makes it look so easy to land these abilities. He's making godlike predictions on the movement of his opponents.
But Chiku, he's just up here in the top lane shoving in. He's already chunking out the tier 2 before the energy shields even start dropping.
Subway's got to be real careful here. Chiku does still have his flicker and its killing spree, so you know he wants to build full damage.
It's interesting that he did decide to go killing spree over something like the high and dry, but Moon is coming up to join him. He flickers forward. He did miss the bloody hunt, but he gets the hook into the kick. Just adding insult to injury. Subway drops instantly.
So much pressure Moon is creating. He is just showing up, ganking, moving on, continuing his drive-bys. It's starting to get rather frustrating even.
They do secure another turtle, so Orange eSports will maintain their gold lead, but ideally they want to put more farm onto this Bruno, and he's getting hunted down by Moon. Yumski does spot the rotation, so Orange cannot surprise Toda.
Yeah, they move back, allowing Subway to actually just focus on his farm for the time being. With 95 seconds until the turtle comes back up, there's really nothing much to do.
Yep, nothing much at all. Right now, TODAK, they are fairly confident with the state of affairs. They've gotten to give a lot of farm over to Rival, but they still have to be careful. There will be a point where Orange eSports starts to scale up because their mid-game fighting prowess is quite strong.
Yep. Now they finally break the tier 1 on that bottom side. They have the lane swap down. Rival gets the push for free with some coverage from Yumski to ensure that nobody from the side of Orange eSports will disrupt him for the time being, or at least that they know of.
Yeah, this is honestly the longest lull we have had this entire series, but Orange putting a stop to that. Here comes Yumski from behind. Daytona's welcome finds him. They get the hook, but Cold Altar will keep Neo alive. The tower taken down by Rival. Neo finding Moon. Raging Slash onto Momo. Chunks him down real low as well as AIM is chasing down Yumski with the help of Subway. But look at Rival. Look at Chiku. Look at the structural damage by TODAK. They are breaking inhibitors.
Oh, they've already got it down to 50%. AIM, can he actually make it happen? No, he can't tether anyone with a Shadow Stampede. What happened to Subway's empowered auto? Where did that go? It just disappeared into thin air.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, honestly, but things happen right now, and the game is chaos. Yumski, he actually does manage to escape for a while with the enhanced sword, but no way he's getting out. But the damage is done. TODAK, they're going for a split push trap.
But Orange are still in the lead in terms of gold. They have an idea of where Moon is, and they're trying to minimize how effective he is going to be in the side lanes. Now that there are no more tier 1s, controlling their side of the map may be a little bit harder, but then again, TODAK, they don't want to go too deep.
Yeah, but TODAK, they're very comfortable with just split pushing these lanes. They want to split up Orange eSports as much as possible because they know that their heroes have a lot more mobility as compared to that of Orange's. They are willing to trade away turtles. Moon and Rival here to delay.
Hello?
Chiku gets another tier 2 down bottom. I'm surprised Neo didn't come to respond to this.
I mean, he was hovering around the turtle side to try and protect that area. Top tier 1 had cracked at the same time, and Orange eSports tried to extend this lead.
Mysg should be able to escape, but the real manipulation keeps him in place. Momo will stun him out. Mysg gonna get pushed back, but the hook onto Valence. Bloody hunt, but Cult Altar keeps him alive. They might be looking for this wave of the world. Gonna drop down the physical defense, and that means that Moon will become vulnerable. Orange now breaking down top tier 2. Chiku threatening the bottom inhibitor.
Yeah, and Rival is just nearby. He thought maybe Chiku could make a play and they could get an inhibitor off of this after they kill Neo, but now they've traded turret for turret. It's 4-4. It's dead even in neutral objectives. 3 turtles in the hands of Orange Esports, and as well as a 3K lead.
From this, we've already been able to identify TODAK's overall goal. But Landshaker finding Chiku. Here comes Neo forcing out the flicker to escape the Raging Slash.
Okay. Chiku preemptively uses his flicker, knowing that a majority of Orange Esports' members have... Oh, AIM pulling back Mysg?
He's using his flicker to try and pull him back as well, but his team a little bit too slow. Hook going to miss. Here comes Mysg. 2-man enhanced chain into the torn apart memory. Real World Manipulation instantly suppressed, but Momo is taking massive damage. Moon follows, double kill, going over the subway. Mysg trying to escape from Neo. They is still trying to buy time for Chiku. He will be able to juke him out. Landshaker finds him. Neo gets the mega kill.
Nicely done coming in from Neo. How did Stormy not die? I knew he had his ult, but Chiku guys now might just die straight away by Subway.
He flickers forward. The extra shield from Shinpo, not enough to survive. One extra hit. They're now breaking down the mid tier 2.
Oh my goodness, unbelievable. Unbelievable coming in from Orange Esports. They're so close with the lead that they have. They put teams lesser down into the dirt with a 5K goal lead, but not just that. TODAK, they're giving it to them right now. Mysg has not been able to play the game that well, and unfortunately unable to finish off very high value kills.
Yep, Orange Esports, they are so strong in this early game with the presence of the Barat and the Lapu that TODAK aren't able to get an advantage. And now Valence looking for the Daytona as well. Get the flicker from Rival. Doesn't work. He gets killed. The pull onto AIM, but he is tanky enough to survive. Pops the Cult Altar. Here comes Neo with the Bravest Warrior. Double kill. Going over the subway. Neo still jumping into the backline. Valence still has the Cult Altar. He's chasing away Mysg and Momo. Subway secures the tier 2.
Oh, 6K goal lead now. Things are not going in TODAK's favor anymore. This is a power spike that they cannot deal with, and now Valence is saying, hey, let's split up our forces. We're strong enough. We can take the purple buff, take their entirety of their jungle, but they need to protect top side once more. Look at the inhibitor. 50% already down on top inhibitor, and they see Chiku. Instantly, they start responding.
Yeah, but because they were able to take down the Lord so quickly, Chiku isn't going to be able to continue that push. Subway right now is a massive problem for TODAK because the volley shots are doing so much damage that even the tankier members on their lineup cannot survive.
This is what we wanted to see last game, but didn't get the same effect. This Bruno coming in from Subway seems to be more of his comfort than anything else. The slide tackle giving him a bit more room to play with compared to the Queen's Calling. Looking at the items so far. Oh, hold up.
Neo gonna get ganked by 2 members. They were waiting for the ambush. The flicker by Neo. He's gonna try and regen as much as possible, and he gets it. Raging Slash. Lands. He finds the Landshaker. Mysg dropping real low. He survives with the
Double fighter.
Neo gets the 1v1 trade. Chiku will get the shutdown, but the damage is done. Daytona's welcome onto Moon. He is out of position. Valence, he will slowly chunk him down. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Orange Esports are pushing in. The real one manipulation finds Rival. Cold Altar has been popped. Chiku going to get taken out in the monster kill. The Lord breaks down the crystal. Orange Esports secures the 2-1 victory.
Beautiful game coming out of Orange Esports. Intense, but Neo, the jungle fighter, the bravest warrior, clutches it for the team to go for the last push. GG, well played to Orange Esports.
Unofficially, Orange Esports have proven themselves the strongest team here of the MPL MY regular season, and the fans are going wild.
Good gracious, what a game coming out from Orange Esports. I didn't think Neo still had it in him to play Lapu. It's been a long time, but he's still got it.
I can't believe what I witnessed, so let's let the host find out for us, throwing it to the interview.
Marilah kita memberikan tepukan untuk kedua-dua pasukan Dan pasukan TODAK sebelum turun baris kat tengah dan memberikan bow kepada audience. Yes, diri dekat sini, get ready untuk bow. Ini adalah game terakhir untuk season kali ini. 3, 2, 1, bow kepada semua orang. Terima kasih banyak, performance yang sangat-sangat baik. Dan beri tumpukan lebih gemuruh untuk pemenang kita, Orange eSports. Di mana kat sini saya sebenarnya nak bagi kepada Aim. Saya nak tanya dulu sebelum tu, Aim dah sihat?
Alhamdulillah sihat sikit.
Alhamdulillah sihat sikit. So Aim, saya pernah tanya, sementara semua ni saya nak semualah bahagian coaching staff, management Orange eSports sekali untuk naik ke atas pentas. Come on. Alice, naik Alice. Jangan lari, semua naik. Naik. Sambil ni saya juga nak tanya kepada Aim, di mana kita dah berkali-kali nampak pasukan bila perform dekat regular season, bila masuk pada playoff, banyak orang risaukan performance mereka. So macam mana pasukan Orange eSports nak prepare mentality untuk start playoff dengan kuat?
I think kita orang just buat benda yang sama kot macam mana kita orang buat kat regular. Itu je kot.
Okay, so apa-apa yang dah buat dekat regular season akan buat sama. Alice, thank you untuk naik ke atas. Tapi dekat sini juga saya nak bagi kepada Valen, sebab soalan ni saya nak tanya, last season berjaya untuk sampai ke grand final tapi tidak berjaya untuk dapatkan champion. Untuk season kali ni, adakah benda tu akan jadi pembakar semangat untuk jadi champion season kali ni?
Ada, just M4 tu je.
Just
champion, alhamdulillah bersyukur.
Just fikir untuk M4. Tapi bila fikir nak pergi ke M4, ada tak apa-apa perubahan yang season lepas pada season kali ni yang akan lakukan untuk pastikan confirm pergi M4?
Just play discipline and trust dekat team. Sebab team ni macam family kita.
Team ni macam family kita. Speaking of family, I memang nak bagi last words kepada Alice. You nak sembunyi belakang player tak boleh. Come on Alice, the manager of Orange eSports. So Orange eSports dah berkali-kali dekat MPL berjaya untuk perform, tapi kali ni dekat regular season performance yang paling baik untuk Orange. Macam mana perasaan you as a manager tengok mereka punya performance season kali ni?
Saya rasa bangga, of course. Bukan saja dengan performance diorang, tapi dengan diorang punya attitude, diorang punya friendship, family bonding semua. I'm proud of them.
Punyalah comel manager Orange eSports. Tapi dengan ni, you dah pegang mikrofon, okay? Jangan bagi dekat orang lain. This is the final game of regular season. Boleh tak ucapkan terima kasih kepada semua orang yang datang dan bagi semangat sikit untuk playoff nanti?
Okay, saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang datang, yang sentiasa setiap minggu penuhkan stage kat sini, dan teruskan menyokong, sebab sebenarnya memang penyokong tu memberi semangat pada tim-tim. Kita akan confirm ke M4 kali ni.
Punyalah nak pujuk dia untuk cakap tu je. Tapi dengan ini adalah perlawanan terakhir untuk regular season. Tapi make sure korang stay sampai habis sebab ada benda special kita nak bagi kepada you guys. Tapi first kita dengar mic check mereka.
Flicker?
Come and battle. Good.
Dah flicker?
Mati ya?
Nice, Neo.
1 for 1 lah.
Nice Neo. Dia quality now tak? Nak?
Mati.
Dia quality now. Jom. Balik awal lah, penat lah.
Ada bom!
Tahu guys.
Hati-hati.
Sekejap, kena stun.
Nice. Double. I boleh pancing 3 cycle tau. Ni. Sebab I balance. Come and battle. I dah freeze. Boleh end up. Nice one guys.
Jangan! Dapat punya.
Dapat 3.
Nice! Hey, Patrick. Cikgu guys, what you doing? Aku ada je.
Playing.
Hey, Nick! Boleh lah. Sial. Tolong. Boleh. Double. Lain double. Lekip. Ada kit. Minum.
Aku ada.
Minum. Please mati. Bellery careful. Nice. Boleh. Dapat. Nice.
Dia salah. Mati dua orang.
Kan I kata. Dah gigit guys.
Dia gigit. Salah tu.
Bunuh dia.
Kau.
Boleh buat tak?
Boleh wah. Weh, dia gigit. Dia gigit.
Ada ulti tak? Nice. Wow. Bagi Neo ulti.
Macam tu.
Go.
Try off player.
Lari ke I Neo kau boleh?
Mantap dia Neo. Try off player.
Dia kita embor kita. Tank. Oh tak apa dia lock.
Nice. End lah.
Great players with great attitudes means great games and a great conclusion to our final series of the regular season.
Oh my goodness. No way to put into words how much this is meant to the players, how much this is meant to the fans here in the live audience. What a great way to kind of close things up.
Honestly, I wouldn't change it for any other way. This was great. This was fun. Let's talk a little bit about what happened in that game number 3 because Orange Esports. Just look at that kill score.
Yep, an absolute shutdown of TODAK. TODAK was playing an overall strong macro game, looking to split push as much as they could, take objectives while they still can to even out that score. But 23-7 tells a completely different story, with big outplays coming in from Neo, but the overall strength of Barats, with the help of the farm, is making it difficult for people like Julian and Brody to initiate on the enemy team and to make it worthwhile.
Absolutely. TODAK, they were depending very heavily on that split push. They thought they could do it, so they were leaving Yumski, Momo, and Moon to mainly distract Orange Esports and make plays around the map. And typically, just based on this lineup, they would have been able to do it too, because Orange Esports needs to group together very often. So honestly, loads of props to Neo for matching that gameplay.
Truly nasty gameplay from him. Let's look at the post-game stats. Let's see how much damage. Come on, Stormy coming out with 46,000 damage, and even Neo out-damaging the entire team of TODAK.
Yeah, that's just incredible right here. Neo, he has an EXP laner, oftentimes will do the dirty work. He's there to soak damage, he's there to buy time, he's there to split push. Oftentimes, he is not the player we expect to make big outplays, but today, we saw him on the jaw hit. We saw him on the Lapu, and we truly got a glimpse into the true potential of this player.
Look, Neo is a legacy player. He has been here for a very long time, and now he is with a potential championship team. This could be his moment to play with the big boys up in during M4. I mean, I haven't seen Neo play Lapu in about, what, 3 years at this point? 2 years? No, 2 years in total. I haven't seen Neo touch Lapu.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, but like I said many times today, it seems like instincts, muscle memory never truly goes away, and these players are fully prepared to bring back heroes from history who are now rising back up into the meta and just showing off what they're truly capable of.
Truly nasty stuff. And Stormy even making his own plays by himself. The follow-up was great. MVP of this match. Come on, give it to us. Coming in from Orange Esports. Going over to Stormy, of course, with his game kill participation at 74% with a perfect KDA 4-0-13.
Consistency is the name of the game, and while Neo made some really flashy plays by himself, Stormy was the one that was constantly with the rest of his team setting things up. You could tell the way that he was delaying his real one manipulation. He knew that there were a lot of players on TODAK that could disrupt it, so he waited for all the cooldowns. He went for that utility build with the Ice Cleanse wand, with the glowing wand, even the Dreadnought armor, to make sure he survived these engages.
Yeah, and it really made a difference towards the later stages of the game. The changes to Glowing Wand making him even more powerful at this 3-item power spike with the Ice Queen's Wand to guarantee that he hits the next shot of the real world manipulation or any of his abilities. Look into the highlights here, brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It is just nuts what they accomplished.
This first fight around the river was so long we had to actually cut in between to show all of it. Going to show both teams were ready to just go for big full out fights. And while Moon was doing a good job of rotating around the map, once Orange Esports struck back with their numbers, with their outplays, you could see a very stark contrast in their success.
Yeah, and TODAK just attacking the side lanes constantly, right? Trying to make sure that they have some form of control and putting back the carry so they can actually participate in the bigger grand scheme of things. But then you notice that the mid lane is getting so strong. Stormy as a great follow-up tool, making sure that as long as Subway is able to get his items, he is going to be able to support him.
I'm honestly really surprised by Subway's performance this series, to the point where I'm wondering, why doesn't he play gold lane more often? This seems like a strategy that Orange Esports could legitimately rely on.
I don't know. I think it's just easier for Valens to get some shot calls, maybe because he wants to guarantee the later stages of the game. Hard to say personally.
Yeah, but look at this 1v2 where Neo actually wins, where he survives all of it and delays Chiku's return to the base, allowing for Orange Esports to get a better position to end the game. Truly the cherry on top.
Yep, looking at the standings, nothing has changed, but, well, I don't know, maybe egos and maybe some opinions have turned on Orange Esports.
This is a team that is truly vying for that championship title. They want to dethrone TODAK and take the spot that was taken from them in the previous season. An all-new lineup, but the same old aggression. I'm excited for the playoffs.
Yep, TODAK and Orange in first place, Team Hawk, Homeboys in second, RGMY Red Esports in third, and Team SMG and Team LUNATIX in fourth. Our top 8 here as we move on towards the playoffs. It's time to show you the bracket here. TODAK is up against the Homeboys, Orange Esports against Team Hawk, RSG up against Team LUNATIX in the lower brackets, and Red Esports versus SMG.
Here we can also see the dates of the matches. So for those of you who were not aware previously, the playoffs for Season 10 will be occurring across the 13th to the 16th of October. Make sure you guys make some space in your schedule because, like we've already highlighted, entrance is going to be free. It is going to be at the Quill City Mall Concourse. So if you want to see which of these teams make it all the way to the grand finals to be our M4 representatives, make sure you show up. The atmosphere will be electric.
Oh, don't miss it. Book your dates right now while you still can. So much is going to happen on October 13th. I repeat, October the 13th.
I'm excited. It's really close as well to my birthday, to be honest. So that's just another additional birthday gift to me. I'm looking forward to seeing all of you there. You don't even need to buy tickets, but I do still recommend you guys pre-registering if you're gonna show up, because there could be some extra gifts. But we also have something else for you. We have a promo video for the playoffs. So if you're looking to show up, then feast your eyes on this.
Jap. Jangan pergi dulu. Saya ada benda nak share. Mari kita ramai-ramaikan MPL Malaysia Playoff #10 bersama di Concourse Quill City Mall pada 13 hingga 16 Oktober. Korang rasa siapa yang akan menjulang MPL Malaysia pada season ni dan juga siapa yang akan mewakili Malaysia di MLBB World Championship? Okay guys, ini gaya kita. Ini MPL kita.
And there you have it. Playoffs happening October the 13th, but also a chance to watch the M4 World Championship of Mobile Legends live in Jakarta. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You cannot miss this.
Yup, if you guys missed out the final part of that video, if you join us live at the playoffs for free, by the way, you don't have to pay anything to come on in, you could be the lucky winner of that once-in-a-lifetime chance to go to Jakarta and watch our teams face off internationally at M4 live in person.
Wow, imagine the story you get to tell. You get to come over to the playoffs, you watch that grand final, you watch the entire playoffs, you get to that grand final, so you see our 2 representatives, and then you go straight to Jakarta. As it happens, M4 is going wild, and you see both our Malaysian representatives show the world what we got.
So that's our special announcement for all of you today. For those of you who did listen to our advice and stick until the end of this stream, thank you very much. Hope you guys will be here to grace the stage with us on 13th to 16th October.
Oh man, I'm excited for this already. My hands are warm. It's been a cold day today, but still, after that promo, I'm pumped.
I am pumped as well, and I imagine our audience here at the live venue are just as pumped as we are. With this, we can finally close the curtains on the regular season, but the stream is not quite over yet. Don't worry, we haven't forgotten you, our MPL Protector winners. Make sure to check for your name on the screen right now.
And when you see your name, go straight to your account. Hopefully put that server and game ID so we can give you that 749 diamond worth of skin.
And if you haven't yet, the QR code right there, MPL MY official group. This is the best chance for you to join because you will get all of the news, you will get all of the information and all of the memes before we head on into the playoffs, where there will undoubtedly be the best festivities you have ever seen.
So don't miss your opportunities. Quickly go and pre-register for the playoffs. Also claim as much as you can. And don't forget, when you do pre-register, you are entitled to in-game rewards. I'm pretty sure the event itself during playoffs is going to have a couple of fun stuff happening along the side.
Yep, but with that, that's it. That's the end, the grand finale of the regular season here, MPL MY Season 10. The next time we meet each other, we'll be at the playoffs. But thank you very much, everyone, for joining us thus far. This has been the English broadcast. My name is Sadafa, along with Gideon. Would like to thank you very much. We will see you very soon. Mark your calendars. Don't forget, pre-register. We'll see you guys at the MPL playoffs.
Hey, hey. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard.